Summoners, how are you doing this morning? IPL5 EU qualifiers continues. We got a good one. SK, always a huge favorite. And WINFAKT, the former Mega Shock, finally picked up. So happy for them. HatPerson here with me as always is the RedBaron.
I am beyond giddy right now. I am just completely stoked. Not only because this match is going to be really awesome, but because we're using some new equipment and everything. I teased it a little bit too much, but regardless, I'm very excited about everything that's going on. Nick was saying outside, WINFAKT is his favorite EU team. It's Legion is his NA team. WINFAKT is his EU. They're fun. They're a really good team. We've seen them for a long time now. We've watched them grow. They've become a part of our lives as we've become a part of theirs.
Because Mega Shock, they've had a lot of small successes here and there throughout our qualifiers. Finally see them picked up. So happy for them. So absolutely happy for them. Finally get sponsored by actual team, and now hopefully we'll see them possibly go on through to the finals. That'd be amazing. And we've seen them match up against huge name teams before. They last qualifier number 2 in the finals, they met up with M5, which you do the best you can against M5. It's Moscow 5. You do what you can. But SK, I think it's going to be a close one. And right now, we're waiting for SK to actually get off of a scrim match to get into this game.
That's how serious this game is for them. They had to prepare. They had to get ready because this is a big match. This is huge. It's IPL5 qualifiers. This is the semifinals or quarterfinals.
This is
I think this is quarterfinals actually.
I believe we're going into quarters. Actually, let's bring up the
this
the bracket.
This is actually quarterfinals.
But
it should be really exciting. SK Gamescom, they looked incredible. Afterwards, they had kind of a little bit of lag. They had the next tournament, I don't remember what it was, Campus Party, that they didn't do too well in, but they actually were missing a number of players there. They were missing, I think, 3 of their members, or 2 or 3 of their members.
And also,
it should be cool.
And also during our last qualifier number 2, SK actually ended up dropping out because they had a match when Ocelot was scheduled to appear at DreamHack. They're like, you know what? We'll wait for the next one. We'll let this one by. We're that confident that we'll just let this qualifier go.
Well, now that CURSE.EU and Moscow 5 are both out, things are a little bit different. Maybe they weren't, quite so confident that they could let one go, so much as the fact that they were confident they weren't going to make it past M5. But that's a different story. But it should be pretty cool to watch both these teams. See what kind of stuff we can see from them. WINFAKT, we've seen a lot of cool things from them in the past. I think we've seen some Jace from Muppo. I don't quite remember, but I believe we've seen him play some Jace, so that'll be pretty exciting to watch. I'm looking forward to it. I'm all around in a good mood.
But there's been a lot of Jace.
There has been a
lot of Jace lately. I mentioned this yesterday too. Some of the pro players are kind of rumbling that once you get to Season 2 Worlds, that Jace is going to be a required ban for nearly every game.
Yeah, he's absolutely absurd. His lane presence is incredible, and everything he brings to the game. I still think his long-range poking is just his EQ combo is just so strong. It's like borderline overpowered. But it should be pretty fun to watch. This is completely off topic, completely random. I know you won't like me for it, but we were having a conversation right outside about Futurama, and I was just curious, what is your favorite Futurama episode, since I know you had said that you like it?
You know what? I have to go with the Emmy nominated when they go back to Area 51.
Roswell that ends well.
Roswell, yeah,
you got that guy behind the camera. He's excited. The Sting was probably my favorite. Roswell that ends well is really good.
It's got so many layers on it.
I like all the emotional episodes and Lilu and
you had to mention the dog. Are you mentioning the dog?
Oh well, of
Don't
course.
mention the dog.
Jurassic Park.
I had
Luck
such
of the Fryish.
a good morning, and now I'm sad. Damn it! Why? No. We gotta think about happy things. We have to think about happy things.
Gotta think. I need to learn to do a Zap Araneae voice.
While Josh and I were setting up the stream, we had a spectator game on one monitor, and the other monitor we actually had the live blog for all the iPhone 5 stuff.
Oh, okay.
So we were scrolling on through, and Josh, what were we saying about? Was it the earpods?
The earphone.
Yeah, the earpods. They're actually calling them earpods.
Are they legitimately calling them earpods?
They're legitimately calling them earpods. Trademark earpods.
That's
kind of absurd.
really bad.
It's really weird.
I don't know. It should be pretty fun. But we should be into this game shortly. And, yeah, both teams are in here. So SK versus Mega Shock. It's going to be fun. We have things underway. I want to see some short-panted captain action in this match.
SK, I did tune in a little bit to SK's scrim right before this match. Saw some... well, I didn't see any Orianna play because the team that SK was scrimming against actually outpicked. But saw some Gragas and also saw YellowStar on Vayne, which is always a treat. Always a treat.
Yeah, no, I can't play Vayne. I'll be honest. Whenever I try her, I just can't get her to work for me. But people who do play Vayne, it's always really cool to watch. And there's not a lot of them. There's Double Lift. I'm trying to think. I think World Elite. Their AD plays some Vayne. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. There's a couple of people.
Yeah.
So that's always really cool. It is kind of interesting to me, though, because out of anyone on SK, YellowStar, he has fit in with the team very well since the change. And it was, kind of something they always had a tumultuous roster. They weren't able to quite make things work. However, currently, in their current iteration, their bot lane is clearly an area of weakness for them. And it's, not to say that YellowStar isn't strong or anything, but when you consider how strong Kevin is, he's, been phenomenal. Araneae, how strong he's been in the jungle, and the fact that they focus on that heavy M5 kind of counter jungling style, and they put a lot of priority on the top and mid lanes. They kind of ignore the bottom a little bit more. But the YellowStar, he's been very strong, but we haven't really seen him win a lot of those lanes against some of the best laners in the world, against the Yellow Pete's and against Moscow 5 and whatnot. So it should be interesting to see how he improves. And Vayne is one of those champions that has that hard carrying potential.
Yeah, I think of anyone on SK, the desire to win, the desire to actually go to IPL5 among anyone on the team is probably the highest within YellowStar because he's a prior attendee. He was there at IPL4 with Against All Authority. So he's like, man, I want to go back. I want to go try and recover after their subpar performance. Yeah,
it is interesting how Against All Authority back then, they were this really strong EU team. They were beating up on all of the EU teams. They were very successful in the EU circuit.
What is it, second during Season 1, I think?
Actually, they might have been. They were up there. But then, throughout Season 2, they did well against those EU teams, but they really struggled against NA teams. And now everyone's kind of saying that the EU teams are stronger, but they were kind of an anomaly back then. So it is interesting to see how they've kind of moved on. sOAZ, he's been really strong with FNATIC, YellowStar now here, and and rated as well. Him with FNATIC has worked out pretty well.
And Against All Authority, following Season 1 champs, it was really just a very big downhill slide. You had the pickup from Millennium. You had a little bit of a team split, rejoining to the old label. It was a strange time, but it's in the past now. A few members are now in different teams. We've seen YellowStar here today, and with that, Champ Select is now up. Game number 1, SK versus WINFAKT, also known as the former Mega Shock. WINFAKT left side there, going to be on blue. First ban, first pick. They have the privilege. And Nunu has been pretty popular lately also.
Yeah, Nunu is just absurdly strong. I wouldn't be surprised to see him banned almost every match, but a lot of times he's let through, and you do see him a lot in the jungle and support role, but he's really is absurdly strong in the support. So some common bans, and it is kind of interesting that you see a lot of these supports being banned out. And if you imagine that and then take it to a further step, if you considered adding bans, if we jumped up to 4 bans apiece or 5 bans or whatnot, we already have 3 supports banned out. Then let's say we're playing against someone that likes playing Soraka, play against Black or something. So so now we have a Soraka banned out, and then we're like, okay, well, there's only 2 big supports left that people would play, or there's 4 actually. Lulu, Janna, Blitzcrank, and Taric. And you're like, well, okay, I don't like playing against Blitzcrank. We'll ban Blitzcrank. And then let's ban Lulu as well because they're really strong. So now all of a sudden, we have a game where there's no supports almost. There's, I'll be honest, that would be kind of interesting to see, but it would make things a lot more difficult in a lot of situations. It would ruin a lot of team comps.
Yeah. Well, I personally think that going into Season 3, 4 bans, I think would be a good call. Just anything based on percentages and what bans are like in comparison to other MOBAs, because there's so many more champs now than when the bump was made from 2 to 3. I think something needs to be there to compensate for it. But it's a huge, long debate. But if you want to listen a little bit more about it, though, you and Nick did a fantastic piece on Push the Lane. The latest one came out. Do check the YouTube. Check it out. It's a very great debate right at the end of the episode.
It was short, but yeah, we were talking about it a lot.
It was a short one, but it was a good one.
Yeah, it's we're still rubbing the kinks out of it, but thank you.
The debate was short.
Yeah,
the episode was
freaking
long.
It was pretty long.
It was pretty long, but
we walk into the studio at 8 in the morning and just we're like, okay, let's do a take. So here's what we're going to talk about, and then we just go and talk about it. And yeah, so we're still working on that, but it's fun. I've been enjoying it a lot, and I don't know. We'll see how that kind of evolves. We have some talks about things we're going to do with it. That's pretty exciting. But coming back to this game, SK versus WINFAKT. First pick Ezreal, then followed up with a Corki and Janna. And YellowStar, he has been playing a lot of Corki. We've seen him in the past. Corki is just an incredibly strong champion, but that has proven to be kind of his favorite.
I was talking with WINFAKT a little bit before the game. We were talking about going over SK's current scrim before this match, and I told him, I was like, guys, ocelote. He's playing Gragas. Are you thinking you're going to ban him out? And they're like, I'm not sure if we want to because he's been missing all of his ults. But I think they're just going to play it safe. They're going to ban him out anyway. But remember, though, Orianna is open. And if you saw the Season 2 European champs, you'll know a little bit about Orianna and ocelote.
Oh, Orianna's just an awesome champ all around. I love Orianna. And particularly when you get down that really strong poking style from Orianna, she can be incredibly strong. We do see they are going. WINFAKT is going to go with that Ezreal Lulu bot lane, so that really strong poking potential, and then that dueling kind of potential that we've talked about in the past. I kind of think it's interesting, though, that we're still seeing Gragas so prominent, because I kind of thought that Gragas would fall off really dramatically after the nerfs, because he would still be very strong in the early game, and that's where he's always excelled. You try and take over the game quickly. But people have always been kind of hesitant to play him, because if the enemy clears, you don't get quite the perfect barrel or whatnot, then you're going to struggle with him. Mm-hmm. And now with the 20-second addition to his cooldown, that means you can't quite poke out as much with his barrel. You can't just throw it, just to see what happens. You have to hold on to it a little bit more safely, which I don't know. I thought that would kind of prevent people from looking into it. And actually, I just realized that Shen is not, taken. So they will go ahead with the Shen and then going with the Anivia as well. So that's kind of interesting that he's been playing Anivia. Anivia is just such a strong champion. There was a time where it seemed like everyone was going to start playing Anivia, and then she kind of just fell off a little bit. It's really only been frAgger for a while.
Yeah, but when frAgger does play,
a couple people too.
When frAgger does play, it is an absolute treat, and that's the thing about Anivia too, is that she's not. She can get by with very few items. You get the chalice, and you're pretty much set to go. You get past the blue buff every now and again. Just leave the ult on; it's fine. But there's that's the thing with the swing in the meta. Gragas had a huge moment. Orianna's having a huge moment now. It's just trying to adjust, and you're going to notice even with the oncoming of Syndra very soon. I think you're starting to see a lot more champs like Gragas looking to passively farm in the middle, looking to get huge, go ahead, be huge forces into the mid, into the late.
Yeah, and we have seen a couple of people trying her out, like Scar with Dignitas. And like you said, because if you hit your skill shots with her, you already have really high burst damage. You don't really need to go into heavy AP builds. You can go into more utility-based builds. I think it's interesting. We're seeing the Zyra, and I really like the Zyra pick. I was kind of thinking we might see an Orianna from WINFAKT, but they're going with the Rengar as well, and we'll see if that's AP Rengar, or if Lee Sin's going to be top. It's been a while since we've seen Lee Sin in the top lane, but he still can be a very strong laner, but that'll be really exciting to see. And Zyra is very strong and does work well against Anivia. You can just kind of poke out with your snare. If you hit it once, you can take her down with your seedlings pretty easily. So we'll see what SK goes with. I would expect that they're going to go with a fast jungler. They're not going to want to, because Lee Sin is already a control jungler and he's really strong at counter ganks. They're not going to want to go with a heavy ganker. They might go with like a Maokai, but I have think that they're going to go with a more gank oriented. So actually, I think they're going to jungle Shen then. They could jungle Riven. We've seen Nintendo jungle Riven in the past, but I don't know. We'll see which one of them is going to be sitting in the jungle.
The thing with both Lee Sin and Riven, when you throw them both in the jungle, one of the big problems with them is that if they don't get their early involvement in kills, if they don't get early kills, if they don't get early assists, they have a tendency to fall off in the jungle.
Yeah.
Top lane, it's a little bit different. You do still get your farm, and I think I still prefer Lee Sin in the jungle, but I prefer Riven top lane just because she gets that farm. And the one thing that Riven has over Lee Sin is that once you start getting mid, once you start getting late game, Riven, she really excels at cleaning up fights.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely the case, and she really can snowball very early, and they're kind of swapping it up. I was kind of wondering, so I feel like they started off and they wanted to do Shen top, but then they saw that they were picking Rengar, and so they wanted to hold back, and so they are going to be sending Riven in. I think they were maybe thinking that WINFAKT might swap up at the last second, but they are going to send Riven top because I'm not sure that Shen has enough harass to bully around Rengar early on. Shen does have really strong early harass, but Rengar, he's not the strongest laner early on, but you can kind of sit back and try and be safe and farm. But once you get going with your AP build, you can be unbelievable. I will actually take a look at that.
Take a look at this
real quick. I'm assuming it's AP Rengar. Physical damage. No, it's physical Rengar.
No, we've seen this though from CURSE.EU and from Black. Black, of course, with a little bit more success with it. But I think just now people are going to starting to recognize this Rengar dude. He's a pretty good top laner. He's got the great sustain. But here's the interesting part too. So it's going to be Rengar versus Riven top lane, and both of these champs, one of the best things they can do top lane is bush control. Riven, stay in the bush, pop back out, get your Q hits, get your stun, get your damage, and get out of there. Rengar, innately with that passive, he's going to be leaping out of the bush. So top lane, it could go either way. It could go for a very volatile, just huge fights in the bushes, vying for control, or they can just play very passively, each sitting in their own bush and waiting for somebody else to do something.
Yeah, and that's a really good point that Rengar does like that bush control, and that's exactly what Riven takes away from him. Riven can just absolutely bully around Rengar early in the game, but we'll see. I mean, you guys all remember the videos, how much damage 80 Rengar can do with his Q when you double proc it. So that's going to be pretty dangerous. But Riven as well has a phenomenal kit to just, her damage output is incredible. Looking at ocelote, he's actually running movement speed quints and, just kind of a standard masteries, but not a lot of mana regen. Instead, he has a lot of ability power. So looking for that burst and the movement speed, it'll be interesting to see. He called it actually Will Smith TF. So unfortunately, Anivia can't jump, whereas Will Smith TF can. So,
here's the thing, I like it though. I like that page specifically against someone like Zyra, because you're going to be trying to avoid those seeds all day long. And Zyra, with the recent nerf to her kits, kits, I say plural because there's a lot of stuff across the board that got nerfed with her shortly after release. And I believe one of those things was also movement speed. So if you're going to be trying to keep the pressure up, you need to be able to outmove someone, especially when they have an ability like those turrets. And you also looking right now, cowTard actually getting a few more, a few points in the offensive tree. Just get a little bit more AD, trying to make auto attacking just that much easier. Try and get that farm on.
And what Ocelote's Anivia lacks for in athletic ability makes for with strong mechanics, with those flash frosts for those long range 3-pointers. But we'll be able to take a look at these guys. 921-0 on goats for that Lee Sin. And here we go. So we're in it. It should be pretty exciting. One thing with Rengar, which I think is starting to come into position that people didn't originally recognize. People recognized there were some things that were OP about him. His ultimate clearly is absolutely ridiculous in certain situations. So in lane, he can struggle against some matchups because he does have kind of long cooldowns. He has the heal, so he's built around having a heal, but it's a pretty long cooldown heal when you factor in a number of things. So that kind of makes it difficult to go. He has quick burst, but he doesn't have a lot of sustained damage. So you have to be safe with Rengar. You have to make sure you're able to disengage with your E, use your snare to disengage. But Riven has so much mobility that if Rengar, engages with Riven and exchanges his damage, Riven can just continue to chase him down. So that's going to be kind of a dangerous lane for him. But we'll see how that works. But what people have kind of started to realize with Rengar, once you get going, you can snowball so quickly. And not just snowball, but also in team fights, initiating on an AD carry and then throwing the snare to get that stun in the back line, or just picking someone off on the edge, or using it to run in as a regular bruiser and then disengage with your ultimate can be incredibly strong and protect yourself. So we'll see how he kind of plays it, but it should be pretty interesting. No exhausts on either of the junglers, so for the most part, standard. Summoner spells from all of these guys.
I also realized too, because you saw the other day with Rengar on black, Rengar and Shen, that combo in and of itself, have Rengar use the ult, go stealth, Shen ults on into him with the taunt before he ever pops
God, that's right.
But realize this though.
Well, Shen's on the other team.
Now we're getting Shen's on the other team, but there is still Lulu. So you go on there with Lulu, you stealth. Get into like the middle of the team. Lulu can ult. It's like we're popped up, we're slowed. What's happening here? It's kind of like, because I remember like back in the day, a very common like troll technique with a lot of people is like you just stealth as like Evelyn with a Sunfire cape, and people just think, why am I taking damage? Like I'm in the middle of lane, no one's here.
Yeah,
what's happening?
Yeah, that was always a really fun thing to do, particularly if you have Zilean on your team with the Evelyn and you throw up those Zilean bombs.
Well, you can still, like, if you have like Twitch or Shaco, you can still technically do that.
Yeah, you can, and it's still annoying as hell, but which is why I'm perfectly happy with all of the Invis characters not being good.
So we'll see, though. We'll see M5 like pick up Rengar. You'll have Alex go Zilean mid like he does sometimes, and then that'll just be even worse.
Well, and that's why AP Evelyn mid has been so strong recently.
We had this talk yesterday.
We did. We were talking, and I don't know like how it has been across the board. But at least in my games, I've never seen AP Evelyn mid lose. Like, it's so absurdly strong. People don't really know how to, pressure it at the level that I'm at. So it's dangerous to farm. Like, she kind of struggles in the lane. But once she gets any sort of items, you can just run around and insta-kill people. And it's just so difficult to deal with. But I mean, there are precautions you can take and shut it down fairly easily. It's just that people just don't take those precautions. But we'll see how that works. ELO Hell, they had used it in the Gamescom. They tried the AP Evelyn mid.
I love that Courage Wolf thing too. Is
Courage Wolf?
Play against M5, run AP Evelyn mid.
Oh right. And they did it. So,
they did. So
Shushei, has no fear. But
damn right.
We'll see. We'll see where they go with this. Goat's picking up the red buff early on, and Shen going to be going for the blue buff. They give him a really nice pull, so we'll see if he uses smite. I'm assuming he's going to. Yeah, he is. So he will, have to use it. Shen, on the other hand, is saving the smite, so Shen will be able to continue his jungle pretty quickly. That'll be a nice little advantage there.
So I think Shen's going to be running on in, looking for the quick red, looking for the quick level 3. He'll have his taunt, and then he'll be easily mobile to go into either top or mid. Muppo looks like Kevin's getting the aggression on, so I think more than like, wow.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. It's that Rengar, you have quick burst as Rengar, but then you're really cooldown dependent and you have no follow-up, whereas Riven can just chase you away and be like, yeah, this was a joke. I'm I'm seriously going to crush you now.
Yeah, but the builds we've been seeing though from these top lane Rengars very recently, it's usually Kindle Gem into Brutalizer. So you get extra health, you get a little bit extra percentage-based heal on the Roar, and then you also have the damage. You have the Armor Pen. Ocelot getting very low in the mid. Did he get egged in mid?
Oh my gosh, he actually, cowTard taking him down. And there's the quick burst potential. I'll take a look at that in a second. But Goat's coming in for Kevin. We'll be able to get in there along with Muppo, but the turnaround from Shen, they are able to clean that up fairly easily. Goats does back out there, but they pick up the kill onto Muppo in the exchange. Yeah,
let's
really
head back
nice job.
mid real quick just to see the kill onto Ocelot there. Ocelot looking for aggression, does get the stun down on the cowTard, but does get rooted. There's the plants, both of those saplings. Very quick.
You can kill people so quickly as Zyra. Her damage is absolutely absurd.
She's still good, man. Everyone stopped playing her. It's like, hey, she got nerfed. Why play her anymore? That's exactly why you still play her.
Yeah, it really is insane how much damage she does. And now he's in a great situation because Zyra can push fairly quickly and then pressure that out. Wow, actually, Araneae chasing down goats here up in the top lane.
Little duel.
I'll make sure not to miss anything from now on, but he comes in, and
cowTard.
Riven, they're both very close to going down. Riven does pick it up and then barely gets out of there, but they have to worry about
cowTard. Does have the flash. He could get a quick double here, though. He does get the root down onto the Shen. Blue buff and red buff on Zyra would be a huge here to shield. Just proccing just in time. The cooldowns were just there, but Kevin also a little bit of a threat. He does have the dash. He has a shield of his own. The root does get the tail end onto Kevin. There you go. Muppo grabbing the kill onto the bunny, but Shen, unfortunately enough, will get away. Zyra wanted that double buff, but will not get it.
Wow, that's absolutely huge for Muppo in that top lane to be able to take that advantage back away from Riven and have that red buff. Particularly since you need to get through the early levels as Rengar, because you need to get that cooldown reduction on those abilities. And having the blue, getting the cooldown reduction there is huge. But he can jump in, exchange some damage, and with the red buff, he'll have a little bit more slow to get away from Riven. So that'll be definitely nice. So we'll see how that kind of works. It is 2-2, so the advantage, it is equalized for the most part, but that definitely is a boon to Rengar in that top lane. The Ninja Tabby for Riven will help to shut down some of his damage, though.
Araneae did return to the jungle, didn't quite back yet, wanted to race, wanted a little bit extra gold before he got his first back. He still needs his first GP10. He still needs to get that hard gold, and you won't usually see as many GP10s on Shen as you would other support, I guess, oriented junglers, teamfight oriented junglers, because he doesn't have mana actually to really benefit from that. So usually you'll see Shen just stick with the heart of gold, itemize later, something like Wit's End, Aegis, other items like that. Meanwhile, Rengar also got Ninja Tabby. He's looking to also reduce some of that damage coming on in. And see, with that heal, now he's level 4. Now he's got the Frosty built up. Now Muppo can sustain. It's going to be a little bit of a harder time for Kevin to get in, but he does still have that kill. He does still have that advantage and the assist. So Kevin can still run that advantage home. Muppo just needs to be careful and needs to time that sustain correctly. There you go. Look at that. But Araneae, very close.
Yeah, he will be able to chase him down, actually getting the taunt underneath the turret, but Muppo should be okay. Particularly in that top lane, once Muppo gets enough armor to exchange with Kevin. So Kevin can't really deal enough damage now because of that Ninja Tabby, and that's allowing him to get that heal and be successful there. And it really is absurd how quickly that lane's turned around, and Muppo chasing down Kevin along with the shield from Lee Sin. The Q does not hit, but Kevin will actually exchange, so he gets his ultimate off very quickly, picks up Muppo, so he gets rid of that double buff, and that's really big for him.
Yeah, Goats just did not land the Q, did not get there in time. They could have turned that fight around, but even still though, WINFAKT did get an assist on that, so this is a slight advantage. Araneae just getting the taunt down, a little bit free damage on the Goats, force him out. Shen is a pretty tanky dude, so he can stick around and do stuff like that. Root going down on the ocelote in the mid from cowTard just for harass. Just wants to make backing a little bit more inconvenient for the bird.
Yeah, and the pushing for Zyra, you can very quickly deny a lot of golden experience to your opponents. Goat's actually jumping in, but he actually takes a turret shot. Araneae trying to chase him down, and Muppo is not in range, so if he can get in another Q, he almost just barely has enough damage, so he picks up that kill. And
stuck around too long, man.
Just taking the turret shot was really, I don't know, just kind of an unusual play.
More of a
big
misplay.
Yeah.
Big misplay coming in from Lee Sin there. And he also got Shen. Where did he go? He went bot lane. Wanted to help out with this pressure on the bot. etnex was ignited, drinking that potion as quickly as he can. Will still live, but just barely. That harass, that push coming in from YellowStar Nyph. It's pretty huge. Muppo still dueling and out in top lane. And you'll see that is a percentage-based heal. So the more health that Rengar builds, the more that heal will do. And you see you got the Ruby Crystal. More likely going to go into a Kindle Gem or a Heart of Gold once the money is there.
I am curious though to see how Muppo, how this early game can help him, like how getting off to this good start, how he's going to transition against Riven, because I'm not sure how the lane matchup factors in as it progresses. I would assume that Riven would be in control for a long period of time, but I've been kind of surprised that he's been able to lane so successfully in that situation. And YellowStar and Janna, they've actually done a really nice job of bullying around Ezreal and Lulu, despite how strong duelers they are. Lee Sin is coming down in the bottom lane, though. They get the slow along with the exhaust.
Nice.
The Q in, he actually shields onto a turret there, and then flashes for the ultimate. We'll pick up the kill. He has the red buff as well to kind of just annoy YellowStar a little bit, getting him kind of low, but YellowStar should be able to back out of there.
Nice ward placement, nice jump into that fight. And yeah, it's very... sometimes you also see like Janna's also do very much the same thing. They want to flash to get their position. They can knock someone backwards. But Nyph, unfortunately, was not Sixx yet. Could not get that ult because he didn't have it, and could not protect herself from that mighty foot to the face. In the meanwhile, though, while the entire huge fight was going down in bot, ocelote was given the blue. Huge boon for Anivia. The ult from Zyra coming on in. cowTard will not get anything off that. And there's that movement speed. Those are those quids we're talking about, too.
Yeah, and that mobility does help him, but he's still not able to avoid those snares. So, you know, really nice play from Zyra. Muppo using the brush to his advantage and has been able to wear down Kevin a little bit. Kevin has been able to, you know, stay ahead of him in CS, so Kevin's still in a strong position there, but it is turning in Muppo's favor, and we'll see how he continues to build. Shen does have an early Oracles, though, so you know that will protect against Lee Sin's pressure some. He wants to kind of neutralize the lanes, so that Oracles, it'll allow them to just, you know, face off, since they know, all right, bot lane, we're doing pretty well. Mid, Anivia can hold fairly easily. Top lane, we want Riven to be able to 1v1 Rengar without any threat of a jungle presence, so map control is huge for that.
Let's also not forget Muppo, when he uses ult, if he tries to get away, if there's pressure that needs to be put on a top lane, Araneae can just ult on in and get in with that quick kill. It's like, oh, hey, I'm invisible. No, you're not. I have an Oracles.
Yeah, no, that is actually true. That's one of the most annoying things is Rengar. But Kevin getting caught out, Goats will back off. You know, he was able to come up top, but not quite able to put on the pressure. And Araneae will be able to back off and take that red. So Kevin should be okay there. But I don't know. We'll see how WINFAKT tries to transition. You know, I would say the kind of team that WINFAKT has, they would usually look for, you know, roaming as a team and picking up kills with both Zyra and Rengar through the mid game. But Shen kind of shuts that down. So I don't know if they're just going to, you know, accept a long laning phase and then push it right into team fights. Because in team fights, Anivia is going to have such great control. But cowTard exchanging with ocelote, he is almost dead. 1Q and he is egg. So now Goats should be able to take him down. There is the ultimate from Shen, but cowTard is there as well. And very quickly they're going to burst him. The ultimate as well. Ocelote almost picking up cowTard. But they're barely able to pick that up.
It was a weird kick too. It's just like, you know, Shen's coming in on the shield towards the Zyra. It's like Shen's going to be here any second, and now you have this flying bird coming at you, potentially with a ninja behind. But the kill happened just quickly enough where Araneae does not port in. Yes,
it seems that ocelote could in fact jump. YellowStar going for the kill on cowTard, can't quite finish it up, but the turret will be enough to take him down along with Goats. So they will force them to back out of there. And Goats chasing down Kevin along with Rengar. They get the stun onto Nyph. And the rest of the team, they're trying to chase them down. Another snare, and with the Lulu, the kick in from Lee Sin, they're able to pick that up. The flash from Shen gets him out of there. And
Kevin, he's still on his own. He's in retreat, drinking hell potions. WINFAKT getting their positioning back. Ezreal ult also contributing a little bit to that fight. A little extra damage, looking for some extra clear also. But with all this time killed and a few champs down, WINFAKT can easy grab this dragon here for a little bit extra gold, extend their lead, which is now a 3K lead at 12 minutes. Very impressive.
Yeah, and it is a really nice early lead for WINFAKT. You know, Rengar, he needs that early lead, but he's 3-2 right now, so that's, you know, it helps out that he's, it helps keep him in the game despite the fact that he's a little bit behind Riven. So we'll see what kind of pressure he can put on it. He does have his little Rengar charm, so that'll be, you know, exciting to see how quickly he can build those stacks.
I think it's a little bit early to actually pick up the necklace, but you know, if he has the money, he might as well get it. And if he's picking up now, I think that's really Muppo saying, I'm going to be staying in top lane, I'm not going to be backing for a while. Usually the optimal time to buy the necklace is level 10, because at that point it becomes a really cost-efficient item based on how much gold, you know, on average it takes per attack damage. And remember that, you know, the Bone Tooth Necklace does give you AD based on your current level.
Yeah, but level 9, you're not really missing out on that much. If he's expecting to get kills now, you know, why not buy it? Like, that's, you know, a nice option for him
kills
there.
or assists, because it counts for both.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it does. So, you know, that'll be kind of interesting to see whether or not he thinks that he's going to pick those up, and whether he tries to kind of roam a little bit. You know, maybe come into mid on ocelote. I feel like if he jumped ocelote with his ultimate and the snare, then he would easily pick up that kill along with Zyra.
You got Nyph taking some harass along with YellowStar. He does need a Valkyrie. Oh, here comes the True Shot Barrage. Will miss, but will hit a lot of the minion wave. So it's going to be a little bit of an easier time for WINFAKT to push on that in the mid. Shen going for an invade, checking up on the blue, just checking to see how it's doing. It happens to be out of town at the moment, out on vacation. You also got Zyra looking to push up the mid. I'm also looking at the farm, and cowTard is pretty far ahead of ocelote right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zyra is one of the best farmers in the game. Anivia can be as well, but the early levels you can kind of struggle as Anivia, particularly if you're losing your blue.
Oh, yeah.
And WINFAKT stealing the blue now, that's like exactly what you need to do. Muppo exchanging again with Kevin, and it's wild to see, you know, how evenly these exchanges are going. Kevin actually burning the ultimate. He's going for the kill. Will actually back off for a second, so gets some nice damage, but Muppo jumping in once again and is actually winning this exchange along with the Ignite. The Shen ultimate coming in, and he is barely in range. The flash in from Kevin to get that Shen taunt, and they pick up the kill.
There's the Shen taunt. There's the Shen shield. So that's going to be down for quite a bit, though. You know, Shen, you did get there was a little bit of an increase to the cooldowns of global ultimates, such as the Shen shield. So it's going to be down for a while, but look what they got off it. They used it. They got a kill. It's fine. It's easy. Araneae making a presence back here in the mid, fending off cowTard just for a little bit. But even though after that whole fight, Kevin was brought down very low. Can't stay in top lane forever when you're that low health. You don't have, you know, that much sustain. Plus, also, how much gold does Riven actually have right now?
Riven has 1,000.
So yeah, already has the Brutalizer. Could be building up into something a little bit more.
Yeah, and usually at this point you're looking to finish the Bloodthirster on Riven. You know, he could go with a number of options, but that's pretty standard. And Goat's actually chasing him out of lane, so that actually just helps equalize the lane for Rengar, so he doesn't have to worry about, you know, Rengar falling behind it all while Riven's pushing the turret.
Unfortunately, when Rengar did die, he didn't have enough to quite get his own Brutalizer. It was True Shot Barrage going down bot once again. Nyph getting caught out to Glitter Lance. All that slow, all that harass. Go for the flash, but nice. You got the Wild Growth and the Monsoon at the same exact time. Monsoon wins. But Ezreal, he's going to take all this time. He's forced SK out of bot lane. A little more time to free farm, a little more time to push that turret. Meanwhile, you got Kevin and Beard back top lane. You got Goats helping out Muppo this time, but here comes ocelote. Is he going to do anything here?
The turnaround from Lee Sin really helped them out there, just backing off. I thought they might go in for the dive, which would be really aggressive, pretty scary against Riven.
And a little foolish, I think, at this point in the game.
It really would be, but they're able to back off. The Flash Frost from ocelote, just holding him off, but cowTard very close to taking down that turret. Should be able to get it actually in the next wave.
Wait, does that double blue buff? There's two.
It is a double blue buff.
He's got two blue buffs. I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's just some weird graphical thing.
I think it's awesome. And you know,
or he's that awesome that
and if
he
there's going to be
the
another
blue
buff pass, like, could there be three? Blue buffs?
He did just get a blue buff pass, only 2 blue buffs, unfortunately. But still a decent number of blue buffs to his name. Shen is sitting mid, though, wants to see if he can get it. He goes for the Flash Taunt along with the Flash Frost from ocelote. They can burst him down very quickly. There it is, picking up the kill on the cowTard.
And only one of the blue buffs.
He does only. That's unfortunate. He should feel gypped right now. But
what a ripoff, man.
We'll see if it, maybe he can pick up another one later.
Went to the plant storage. She told me it was a double pack. Got home, opened the thing. So disappointed. YellowStar and Nyph taking their turn to try and get some push back down.
Fresh gum twins.
Yes. Yeah, God, those commercials were so long ago.
They were long ago. I don't know how many people actually will remember them. But
ocelote taking the opportunity to get some free harass down onto the mid. Goat's taking a little. He's chilling out just for a little bit. Also, both of those mid-tier ones are very low. Ocelote also getting the steal onto the blue wraith in the meantime. Bot lane has been a very volatile lane. Every time we seem to go down there, YellowStar and Nyph, they're usually low. They're retreating back to their tower. You get some harass coming in from etnex. Mid tier 1 does go down. Let's also take a look at a farm bot lane, 148 to 121. So there's there's a slight lead here for WINFAKT and bot.
Yeah, I mean, they have been able to. It's been kind of a lot of pushing. There have been a number of duels between these laners, but mostly they're just kind of pushing back and forth between the two turrets. And they are almost. WINFAKT has almost taken this turret. Ezreal should be able to grab it right here if he decides to, but he is going to leave it up. So he wants the lane to equalize, so that they can try and harass YellowStar a little bit more. WINFAKT, they are able to take down that mid turret. And Anivia does back off of it, but we'll see SK Nyph getting pretty low. Actually, the ultimate from Ezreal trying to pick it up, and they might pick up YellowStar YellowStar here. He does go for the
Nice
exhaust. The
monsoon.
Janna ultimate will get him out of there, but the flash from
wants it.
etnex, he needs one more Mystic shot, and it's just not quite enough. The flash in from SK Nyph gets on that shield, will be safe there. In the meantime, they are able to pick up Rengar, and I think Zyra as well, so we'll go back real quick.
We're going to take a short step back. Ocelot was being pressured into mid. Tier 1 will go down. Muppo taking credit for that one. Fast forward just a little bit. Ocelot's going to be face checking this. Does have the wall. Free damage on the cowTard and the stun. Brought down to half. Here comes Kevin straight on in. Zyra ult comes up. But there is the Shen ult to follow up with it. Zyra does go down in that barrage of blades. Muppo looking for damage. He tried, he did not use the ult. He used the ult earlier on. So even if he did, that Oracles would have helped immensely. But SK with great positioning there. And then a wall, the Anivia wall does work sometimes.
Oh, they could tank this though. And etnex, he's easily going to go down. They pick up the kill. They can transition over to the Dragon now. And a lot of that lead is kind of being negated here as a result of it.
And Dragon.
Right, with the Dragon, with all those kills. So SK doing a really nice job picking off WINFAKT when SK had an understanding where they're going. They saw them, they knew they took the tower and they were coming down to Dragon. They had the mid ward here, and that's where they picked them up. And so they just kind of, they recognized to collapse as a team. And Riven and Ocelot, the two of them being able to pick them up, coming in with Shen as well on the side, did a really nice job there. So we'll see, how WINFAKT kind of responds to that. A lot of the turrets are down for both teams, so that will allow a lot of map pressure if they, if any of these teams decide to roam or try and pick up kills. But that does kind of benefit Shen, and we've seen that so far.
Yeah, if a turret is not, if one of the tier 1s is not down, it is very low at that point, especially if you look at the fights going down near bot lane. etnex take an opportunity to free farm in the mid, push the lane up, and hopefully return down the bot when cowTard is done with his farm there. But you also see WINFAKT, they're also taking an opportunity to just, they're staying somewhat close together. Muppo, of course, being the obvious exception here because top lane is a bit of an island at the moment. Muppo and Kevin still looking to duel. Kevin still being aggressive, still looking to push on in. But it looks like Muppo, he's looking to roam. Where's he going next? He's just looping them out back.
Yeah, I just had to back up a step because it was kind of slowing. So yeah, they are just going to be going back to their lanes. So long laning phase, which is kind of what you usually see at this point when teams don't really have a lot that they can pressure around the map. But there's not a lot of ward coverage in the top portion of the jungle. There's a lot towards the bottom. Both teams have put a large presence down there, but the oracles and just the fact that neither team had really been sitting in the top, they both are kind of neglecting that for a moment here. So we'll see if that kind of changes. WINFAKT, they are moving up towards the top lane, so I think they're going to look to push this turret, and they can drop it very quickly with Zyra.
The only problem though is that WINFAKT is unaware of all the ward coverage SK had in the river, so they saw them come up. They're able to mobilize and prepare. You got Araneae and Nyph waiting in the tri-brush, waiting for their moment. Shen can get right on in with the taunt. His ult is just barely not up. There it is, in case he needs it, in case he needs that shield, but waiting in that brush. WINFAKT, they have an inkling, but they cannot confirm for sure whether or not the backup is coming their top lane. But it's a good call just to back up regardless whether you have the ward coverage or not in this kind of situation.
They are completely trapped though.
They could get dove. Muppo, get back up to top lane. They need you badly, but Ocelot does get caught out in the tri-brush. Zyra ult going to be doing tons of damage, and the egg will not be enough. Nice catch from WINFAKT and Zyra. Those seeds in the brush, they do give vision.
Yeah, really nice play from WINFAKT because SK, they were kind of lackadaisical about their approach. So they had a 4v3 situation. They kind of wanted to force them underneath the turret. They, probably could have done it if WINFAKT hadn't been so proactive, but WINFAKT, they got a glimpse of SK, or I think, I don't know where they actually caught him. I think they saw him past the tri-brush wards for a second. Kevin trying to engage there, will run right into the middle of the team, but WINFAKT, they're kiting perfectly, and YellowStar is very low. The Lulu ultimate onto etnex will keep them alive, so they will back off without anyone going down, but it is a 5v4 as Lee Sin is coming up in the top lane once again.
Goats will be seen as he's looking to put some extra defense there onto WINFAKT. Look at the back line. And SK, they do know backing off accordingly. Nyph is still out front, looking for a little bit of vision, looking for a little something in case anyone's still trying to get aggressive. Throw down a nice easy tornado, and that'll be that. But WINFAKT happy with their limited success here in top. Will back go by a little bit of something.
Yeah, so we'll see, what they decide to pressure after this. As far as builds are concerned, Rengar, like you had said, going with that Spirit Visage early on for a little bit more regen.
I like that.
And it's kind of interesting, the fact that he is a physical bruiser, but not looking to get that much damage. You know, you don't play him like a Riven, where you're just like, yeah, I'm running around, you know, jumping in the middle of you, getting a bunch of kills. You have to be a little bit more sneaky. You use his utility. You use his stealth and his snares in order to pick up kills for your team. So he's more of a support bruiser. So, you know, that definitely works out. The Chalice for Zyra, that's always been kind of common, but going with the Ryleys as well, which we haven't really seen that much on Zyra, but it gives them a little bit more survivability. So they're pretty tanky as a team. They have the Lulu ultimate as well and don't have to worry about going down. But Zyra with the pick off onto Kevin, Lee Sin is here as well. Can't quite get the follow-up, so Kevin will be able to back off.
But also notice that on WINFAKT, they don't have a whole lot in terms of hard CC outside of Zyra. So even if Zyra doesn't get what she wants, if she can just somehow get damage, that will be a slow. And there are tons of slows on WINFAKT though, so once they get one, they can follow up with the rest of them. So the Ryleys will definitely help out with that. You know, like in the off chance that an ult, the second part does not hit what they want, or they can only get the turret shots, they don't get that close range.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, it does help Zyra's Q a lot. It's just interesting because she already has so much CC that you usually, with champions that have a lot of CC, you don't prioritize it. So, but I mean, like again, for the reasons that we've said, it is definitely still a strong build. But we'll see, how she transitions out of that. Riven has a lot of damage, but not a lot of survivability. That's, just standard Riven play. You just basically run right in the middle of the team, go for a fast GA to counter out that, lack of survivability. Yeah. That's actually going to be kind of dangerous for them. Like, I'm not sure how Riven is going to be successful as the game progresses, because WINFAKT has a really strong kiting team with Zyra and with Lulu and Ezreal. They can just keep on, backing up, retreating, and poking at you until they decide to pick one of you off, and that like works perfectly against Riven. Riven tries to chase you down and get kills, and you just back up and then snare her and jump on top of her and just burst her down really quickly.
But in terms of the laning phase, though, it is still a 3-level advantage that Kevin has eked out over Muppo.
Yeah, that's true.
That is a huge amount of gold, huge amount of experience. And look, there is that Bloodthirster on Kevin. But there is still going to be quite a bit of time until Riven does get that Guardian Angel. So still going to be a prime target for the time being. It's just a matter of what plays can WINFAKT make before that purchase is made.
Yeah, they are going to take down that top tower fairly easily. It is interesting because Muppo, he has left the lane a little bit more than Riven has. And even though it looked like, Rengar was fairly even in that lane, Riven still was able to build up those advantages. They are going to continue pushing, though, and Anivia can stall fairly easily with that blue buff, but as a result, they're going to lose this dragon. So YellowStar and Nyph doing a really nice job there in the bottom lane. And WINFAKT, while they're trying to kind of roam as a team and put on the team pressure like they have been, SK is doing a much better job of pursuing the entire map as a whole. So we'll see how that kind of differing philosophy works.
And they have the team to definitely do it because you have mobile champs like Corki. He can Valkyrie over, but the key here, the big number one, is Shen. He does have the ult. He can split push. He can be wherever he needs to be. And he's the key part as to why SK can do what they're doing.
The Shen with the Anivia, because a lot of times if you go as a full group, like a full team of 5, then the other team, they're going to have to respond with all 5 underneath their turret, and that's usually what you see. And as a result, this kind of mobile lane-to-lane strategy, it actually usually works to your benefit to increase your farm. So what WINFAKT's doing, they move to top lane, then they move to mid lane. SK usually would be forced to follow them, and as a result, SK would always be behind on farm while WINFAKT's farming all of the lanes. However, because of the Shen's global presence and the fact that Anivia can single-handedly shut down a push, like it doesn't matter how strong you are, it's almost impossible to push through Anivia. Just those two facts alone mean that SK is actually coming ahead in farm from this exchange, because you see they were dead even, and now SK has over a 1k gold advantage, and they haven't even fought yet. But Kevin almost picking up etnex here, the flash in, trying to get in, Lee Sin jumping in as well. Sixx is here to try and force them back, and Rengar coming in the top. They're actually going to be able to force this fight. The kickback from Goats and the burst from Zyra, and now the Ocelot ult, the Shen ult will be going on to Ocelot, but I'm not sure they have what it takes to turn it around. WINFAKT will be able to clean this fight up and chase down Araneae as well. The GA onto Kevin, but WINFAKT pulling them in and then having the kiting potential and the snares to pick up those kills.
SK using one flash to go and try and pursue that kill, that I can understand. Using 2 champs, 2 of your main damage dealers, 2 of your heaviest hitters, both using flash, both trying to get the engage and try and follow up on was essentially a lucky engage, a lucky kill, and a happy mistake. a little bit too much, a little bit excessive, and you saw, you know, both Ocelot and Kevin, they're trying to get away from the fight.
Araneae is gonna try and go for it though.
No, will not get the steal, but WINFAKT, they are a little bit low after his Baron fight, but Nyph with the Monsoon, you still got Shen in the middle of the pit, flash over the wall. Lulu will be safe in the shutdown coming in from Rengar. Goat still in pursuit. YellowStar is also getting very low himself, but now that the Shen has been taken care of, Muppo and cowTard can also join in on this fight. The Q not going to be reaching his target, and YellowStar will successfully retreat, but that is a Baron for WINFAKT.
Yeah, really nice play from WINFAKT controlling it there, because SK, they made some nice attempts to try and poke into them. Everyone was pretty low from WINFAKT. Ezreal did go down, but WINFAKT, they kept on moving as a team. They weren't stationary. They kept on poking out at YellowStar, and as a result, YellowStar was never fully comfortable to jump in, even though a lot of them were really low, because they could just burst them down so quickly with Zyra, so that was always the threat. So now a 1k gold advantage. It swings back in WINFAKT's favor. It's 11 to 10, 42.2k to 41.1k. We'll see, if they can continue to pressure it. YellowStar actually going for a Black Cleaver, and it's been a while since I've seen such an aggressive, Corki build. Cutie Pie used to be the only guy that liked playing Black Cleaver, and when people would ask him, Cutie Pie, why do you play Black Cleaver? He would just say, no reason, it's not good, I just enjoy it.
It makes sense, though.
It does work with Corki, right? It works with his skill set.
For someone like Corki, it makes sense when you have the armor shred, especially if you have a support like Tarek. He's just armor shred all day. But you notice though that there's not whoa, you got Goats once again meeting up with Kevin there in the bush. We'll get out of there. But it seems like SK now they're starting to capitalize on just a whole bunch of lucky engages, trying to catch people off guard, finding people in bushes. Ocelot being chunked out, huge, does not have the egg, and Muppo with that dive and the extra health from the wild growth going to be more than enough to grab that kill onto the bird.
He took no damage from that turret.
Nothing.
It was all absorbed from the shield. So that's just absurd that he was able to do that, and they're just able to pick him up so easily. Araneae goes down as well. Can they chase down the rest of the team? etnex almost going down, is able to back out of there. Kevin jumping into the middle, wants to pick up a kill, but the Zyra charms will be too wily for him. But the shutdown onto Rengar, that's barely. Actually a nice job by SK. That'll help stall them off a little bit.
A little bit of a consolation prize courtesy of the blue buff. Goats still going back in. He wants the pursuit. Does go for the second part of the queue on the YellowStar, but does get out of there. Speed buff from Malunoo helping him get out. Kevin waiting for his opportunity. He's just He's just laying in wait. He's like, no, I totally left to go to other lanes. WINFAKT, go try and push, try and make something happen here. cowTard and Goats still staying here. Sixx is there also to help with this push. The tower is it's still being pressured. It's still getting pretty low. WINFAKT should be able to pressure it out. Now Ocelot has returned, looking to join up back with the fight, and that's WINFAKT's Q to GTFO. Go back to base, spend some of that well-earned money, but still though, look at the gold. It is still a very limited lead for WINFAKT.
Yeah, no, it is. They are nursing it, but having that Baron regen is huge. So SK, they can't poke them down much. It allows WINFAKT to poke at the turrets a little bit more, so we'll see, how they kind of pressure that. But I don't know, WINFAKT, they've been playing this comp to perfection, because they have the single target poke off. They're able to kite and then use Zyra's abilities very effectively. And just being able to dive with Rengar underneath the turret, take down Anivia so easily has definitely worked out for them. The third and final of the Dragons, if they can pick this up, SK, they do grab another one. So, that is always going to help them. It is only a 1k gold advantage for WINFAKT. And Ocelot, he has the potential to stall this game for as long as he feels like. Corki going with a third BF sword. Like, that is absolutely absurd.
If he's got the money, you might as well do it. And there are plenty of builds to do on Corki. But when we have that much gold, you might as well. Nice.
Oh wow!
Flash
Ocelot
for flash.
With the flash.
Goats targeted Ocelot with the kick, but Ocelot flashed out, but was still in range of it, so kicks him into a completely different direction. But now you do have some of SK. They are displaced. They were at bot lane. They need to just swing back around, but Muppo out in front, chunking down the mid-tier 3 to half. He's got Kevin going straight on in with the Shed ult, looking to follow up on everything. Zyra ult does get a little bit of a pop-up, but there Muppo getting very low on that Ocelot, picking up with a final hit for that kill. Araneae is also out on the side, but cowTard looking to clean up from a distance. Ocelot is egged. Will he revive it? Looks like it. Plus Zhonya's Ocelot there with the ultimate looking for more damage, but cowTard will finish up getting some fried chicken for dinner tonight. Once again, mid-tier 3 goes down. The inhibitors being focused should go down pretty quick, and that was a huge extended fight. And SK, they were in a rush to go back and defend a tier 3, and even when they were during that fight, you saw Shen actually split off, getting way too low, and was split off from the rest of the team.
Yeah, SK, they were trying to force it real quick. Couldn't quite do it. I think they were a little bit concerned because of how much damage they'd taken from the turret. Because WINFAKT, by pressuring the bottom lane and then transitioning back mid, like you said, they did catch SK out of position. And it was a really nice play. Yep. They were able to wear down that turret despite the fact that Anivia has such a great defensive presence. And then SK, it looked like they were almost going to be able to turn that fight around. They were able to kite very effectively themselves, use the Anivia to pick off some members. They were able to grab Rengar there. But then the triple snare from Zyra was able to grab a number of them fairly easily.
And Muppo did his job. He did his job right. He was out in front taking damage. Because, granted, yeah, he is a tanky bruiser. He's more tank than bruiser at this point. So, but he's got his regen. You see he's building more tank-oriented items. He's got the Warden's Mail looking to go into the Randuins. And just for a little bit something extra, he also does have the Youmu's built up, that Brutalizer.
Oh,
Kevin getting caught out is a kitty temporarily. Will get out of there with a little bit of help from Nyph and that Tornado. It's, well, close calls coming from SK now.
Yeah, he should be okay though. With the Bloodthirster, he can regen fairly effectively. But WINFAKT, they're trying to pursue it, and actually the speed boost onto Muppo, he jumps right onto YellowStar, and they burst him down very quickly. He is going to be able to kite a little bit, but with the Lulu ultimate, they have to watch out for that. And Shen trying to hold the left side, but they will chase them down. The kick in from goes to the Zyra ultimate. It looks like they're going to have it because ocelote is caught the kickback, and they do grab that kill. Lee Sin getting back out of there, but WINFAKT is going to try and chase them down, and SK going to back off, but 2 kills for WINFAKT.
You'll notice right there in that fight, you saw the Zyra ult going down onto Rengar, and it's like, okay, we're popped up your CC'd, we're gonna back out, our job is done, let's bring the second string, let's get all the damage dealers in, and you also baited out the Nyph ult, baited out Jano with the Monsoon, did really nothing to clear out because everyone was already moved back temporarily in a light respite. Just like, you know what, we'll let you do your thing, and then when you're done, we're gonna come back in and destroy.
Yeah, really nice play from WINFAKT, and actually, we'll take a look at that again real quick and see, that fight once again, because it was a pretty interesting fight. But it all started off with just the movement speed from Lulu, allowing Rengar to get into position. And they knew that Kevin was pretty low, so they had a nice opportunity here. But then they're forcing them back into a really tight area here where Zyra can force the fight. But ocelote, he has to back off. He did a nice job walling off, so it forced WINFAKT to back, and so they weren't all in position. But Rengar just did enough himself to slow them down. And like you said, the Janna Monsoon wasn't really that successful in that situation. But they were able to pick up a number of kills there.
Fantastic split, fantastic bait. WINFAKT, after that fight, grabbing that Baron. They should be looking to push once again. I think this time, possibly for the game. The goal lead, we were talking about the goal difference mostly the entire time, is now 5K, is now at a more significant price point here. And 5,000 gold at this point in the game is a pretty huge deal.
Yeah, no, it is pretty significant. But again, SK does have a number of strengths to their advantage. They have Corki, who has an incredible amount of damage. They have Anivia, who can stall. But WINFAKT, they're going to try and pressure this. It is a 5v2 up top, and the snare. Will they be able to pick up Nyph, the ultimate? But no, he will not be able to get out of there. They pick him up easily. Too.
Just bought that Oracles to try and prevent those shenanigans from Muppo, and does still get caught behind the turret. And now the pressure continues. Tier 3 in top, now being pressured by WINFAKT. You do have some decent pushes in mid and bot. Also, the bot tier 2 is still up, but hopefully not for long. Just waiting for the minion waves to pressure on in. Wards going on over the walls from both teams. Just trying to get a little bit something more. cowTard getting hugely chunked out, though. And that's the threat of pushing every tower against an Anivia, though. There is still plenty of damage. They got Goats going on a kick against the wall onto ocelote. In the meantime, Kevin looking to 1v4 even, but the shutdown coming in from Anivia onto the Zyra. ocelote's very low. Kevin's very low, is shielded by Shen as he's walking away. Muppo also got low. There's a quick 1-for-1 just for now, but WINFAKT came out on top of that. All of SK has no choice but to go back and go back to Fountain and heal up a little bit.
Yeah, but they did stall the push, so that I mean that is a victory for SK. They they didn't lose anyone. They were able to pick up cowTard. Really nice job, even though they were all very low. And it is interesting to me. The more I think about it, the reason that YellowStar is comfortable with this build that he's going with is the fact that he knows that WINFAKT doesn't have a good means of getting into the backline other than Rengar. Like Rengar is the only threat of them picking up Corki. So as long as Corki plays safe, he should be okay. And then he just wants pure damage output. He wants Anivia, he wants Ocelote to be able to grab one person and then know that YellowStar is going to kill him. So that's their main goal. So he's just going with a pure damage build, which is something I have not seen in a long time, but will be really strong as long as Corki is safe. It doesn't have quite the same burst and survivability that a Triforce build would have, or that another build would have, but just sheer damage output is absurd.
Well,
so
then I guess he's just gonna have to build a Triforce next then.
Right. We'll
build that Sheen first. How much AD does he have right now?
He's close to 400. He's 420. 420 AD on YellowStar.
Just get him. Just give him a few bucks. Give him a Sheen, and then call us in the morning, because that's gonna be way too much damage.
Take 2 Sheens and call me in the morning.
Exactly. Muppo.
Oh, he's got him,
looking for
though.
the engage, though. YellowStar is put away from his team to leap right onto him. Wants the Lulu for a little bit more CC and the slow, but Araneae does get caught in the back line. YellowStar does get back to base. Valkyrie over Waller and Shields helping him out, but there goes the Shen. There goes the protection. There goes the fight control straight out the window. Ocelote looking to clear waves and also dissuade WINFAKT, but it's not going to be enough. There is a man advantage. There's a push advantage. There's a Baron that just expired. Baron buff is now gone, so 42-20 is when that's going to be returning.
WINFAKT has been on the defensive, or SK has been on the defensive end this entire game, just because WINFAKT has been so aggressive and constantly moving around the map. They're not just pressuring one lane, they're hopping back and forth and pressuring multiple lanes. And so SK, they're getting caught out of position as a result. Like it's not just carelessness, they're just slowly going down. Ocelote almost going down to Muppo, and they will chase him down along with the Ezreal, the Zyra as well. He is egg, and WINFAKT will be able to pick this up. cowTard does go down. SK trying to retreat, but it seems that WINFAKT is just a little bit too strong for them right now.
The Winions are still pushing. The tier 2 and bot goes down.
Did you call them Winions?
What?
Nope, never mind. I misheard.
Would you like me to?
I was just imagining if we called them Winions from now on.
Like Funyuns.
Well, no, the super minions are the Winions. This is a Winion here.
What do you call
Sorry,
them?
I'll let you get back to your thought. Go, keep talking.
What do you call it? What do you call a promoted minion then? If he's a Wonion?
No, promoted minion's also
if you have
a
promote,
Winion.
you've already won the game.
Right.
So the Baron buff did expire in those last few crazy engages. We'll give it about 2 minutes, the Baron should respawn. But SK, with a downed inhibitor, it was rough already for them to defend those Baron pushes, because they were at a huge disadvantage. They had those kills before WINFAKT decided to engage, but now it's going to be even harder. If SK decides to contest that Baron, you're going to have the string of super minions pushing on into your base, may even reach those Nexus turrets. And plus, so right now, you see Kevin in the top lane. He's just looking to push out, making sure at least that lane's safe. Bot lane is unchecked for the time being, but Ocelote with an ult, just for a second or two, should be able to clear that up. So there's another minute or so for SK to try and push out the lanes, and that is their best mode of defense at the moment.
Yeah, and that's if they can keep the lanes pressured, then it will slow down WINFAKT a little bit. But that's also been why they're getting caught out of position. So it's only a 3K gold lead. It seems like WINFAKT is just putting on so much pressure. It's just abusive. But Anivia is pressuring the bottom lane. She does have to get up top quickly, because this opens up an opportunity for WINFAKT to try and push in on this top turret.
Goats leading the charge, minions behind him, and Ocelote is not with the team. You are not Shen, you cannot shield like that. Is that Banshee's veil? I see. Also, a little bit extra protection for the bird. You're going to be resisting one of those spells, one of those critical slowing CC spells, of which WINFAKT has many. Glitter Lance, you got the Rylage proc also on Zyra, you got slow from Lee Sin, you got the Trinity Force proc from Ezreal. That's just a lot of slow all on one team. Muppo out in front, in the mid. There's Ocelote with that ult looking to clear the wave. And look at SK. SK, they're trying to camp it out. They're trying to cheese it out a little bit. He's like, come on, come into this one bush. We dare you. But WINFAKT is also doing the same. this could be bad for whoever pokes out first. But Muppo looking to focus down ocelote. There is the wall separated from the rest of the team, just temporarily, but Lee Sin with the shield looking to close the gap. There's the Zoni's Hourglass, but it's not going to be doing enough. Araneae out in front, along with Kevin, looking to solo at etnex, but he does shift out of there. cowTard is trapped in the red buff area, and Kevin looking to single out is a kitty temporarily, but does get the stun, does get the kill. YellowStar looking to solo, but there's etnex with the GA, and Sixx the only one there to help, but can they clean up here? Kevin does get the kill, the GA. Kevin's GA also
SK
came
is
back.
getting this turnaround.
Wow.
And now etnex is way out of position, gets over the Arcane Shift, he picks up Nyph. Nyph losing another
This is
Oracles. I
hairy.
know he's not happy with that.
We're not done yet, though. etnex, he still has plenty of mana. He can still check out, but
YellowStar's got the Valkyrie.
He does have the Valkyrie missile. Nice shift out from the missile.
They have to get back in their base, though. They're taking so much damage.
Look at the super minions.
I think they're okay for a second, but it's close.
There's just enough time. SK
etnex
is
could come back into this because YellowStar has no mana. etnex could poke around at him and hit him with a couple of Mystic shots.
etnex does have blue and red buff, but yeah, I think at that point, YellowStar has regained enough health to be a bit of a nuisance and actually swing that fight. But there's this huge super minion wave, and SK, they've timed it perfectly where they're done and rested and back to the base before they really take any significant damage. There's some damage on the tier 3 and bot. It's down to about 2/3. But considering what they gained on that engage, it's worth it.
Yeah, no, that previous fight was huge, and it started off with Araneae. He was able to split them. Rengar was trying to force the fight onto ocelote, but they weren't, quite able to get the full engage that they wanted to, and SK just did a really nice job of retreating. YellowStar in particular looked incredibly strong in that fight because he was dueling with all of WINFAKT and kiting away from their damage. And they are actually going for the Baron.
The Baron is there. We just can't see it.
It is there. It's just an unfortunate glitch. But they will be going for that, and YellowStar is coming in really quickly. It is down to 4K, and he avoids the charm really easily, but Muppo coming in, but Riven with the turnaround. SK, they can turn this around.
Kevin leading the charge out into the bush. Wild growth from Lulu going on herself just to keep the rest of SK down, but Kevin no longer has that Guardian Angel. Going to be dying on that one. This shutdown coming from Angel and also on the Corgi. ocelote does get trapped into his egg. You cannot escape from this one. WINFAKT turning it back over. But Araneae's trapped in the pit. Want to get the vision. Taunts out of there. But are they going to... SK, are they ballsy enough to go for a steal? I don't think they are.
It would be kind of dangerous because if they go for the steal and Shen dies, that might be a push in from WINFAKT.
That could be the game.
But I'm a little bit surprised that WINFAKT didn't go for the inhibitor anyway. And Araneae, he does go for it. Can he steal it? He does actually steal it.
Wow.
So that will help out his team a little bit, but it's still a long wait for the rest of the members. They have 30 seconds remaining. They're going to lose at least one inhibitor, very likely 2 inhibitors, because that bottom inhibitor is going to be exposed as well.
WINFAKT, you might want to reconsider this push. Janna with Baron buff, pretty threatening. Not really. No, inhibitor going to be going down pretty easy here. It's going to be at least 10 seconds before Kevin and YellowStar come back up. So there's plenty of time for top tier 3 and top inhib.
To be fair, though, even with Shen down, he wouldn't have been able to defend this. So
yeah,
he got the steal. It didn't really cost them anything, to be frank. And so that's it just slows them down a little bit, and it allows SK to stall a little bit. But losing 2 inhibitors, that's going to make things very difficult because Anivia can only shut down 1 lane, and Anivia doesn't have the damage to take out super minions. That only YellowStar and Kevin would have that. So that's really going to pull them thin. So we'll see, how that kind of factors in. But the fight, it was over once YellowStar went down, and I mean that was very clear. That's usually the case with AD's late game, but they really need YellowStar to not get caught from Rengar. But it's just so difficult. Like if you don't have oracles and pink wards all over the place, then it's really difficult to defend against his initiation.
And Muppo, you see he's tanking up even more, looking to suicide in. Now has that frozen mallet to ensure that whoever he leaps on, they're not going to be leaving anytime soon. Couple that on top of what will eventually be a Randuin's Omen. You also have the Youmuu's for a little bit more extra damage for get a few more attacks in before you inevitably go down.
Well, and the movement speed for the initiation.
And the movement speed is fantastic.
Just to chase him down. You throw off your ultimate, you throw off I guess you'd have to throw off the Youmuu's first. I think it would bring you out of invisibility maybe.
It might. Well, that's a riff for later. Muppo with the flash over the wall, wanting to get something, but the leap was somehow interrupted. But Muppo taking way too much turret damage, does give him to the first one to go down. Zyra ult not getting anybody. Araneae's out in front. is rooted, and a little bit of a misstep from WINFAKT. I don't think they expected Muppo to go down that quickly.
Yeah, he did try and force it, and he has a lot of armor, so it wasn't really from the turrets. It wasn't the fact that he was turret diving so much, though he did take some damage from the turrets. It's just SK, a lot of it's just YellowStar. YellowStar has such an absurd amount of damage, and it's the true damage and the armor shredding. It goes straight through, and
the GA
yeah,
now.
it really burns you down quickly. Only 315 now, but still, he is a... Did he sell an item? Yeah, he did. YellowStar actually sold his Black Cleaver because he realized that he wanted to get that GA. He was just going down a little bit too much to Rangar. So that was kind of the concern with going that heavy AD build, was whether or not he would you know, be susceptible to that backline initiation, and he felt like he was. So selling the Black Cleaver, but he still has plenty of damage.
Yeah, he's also got the longsword, so probably Last Whisper going to be coming in next for YellowStar to try and recoup off of some of the armor shred that Black Cleaver provided. Also, not to mention that all of WINFAKT is really starting to tank up. You got GA on Rangar and on Ezreal and on Zyra. That's a lot of armor release, and he's got Chain Vest in addition to the Randuin's on himself. There's just a lot of armor that needs to get shredded, and YellowStar, he'll be more than happy to oblige. He just needs the money first.
Yeah, but it isn't to the point in the game where YellowStar, you know, Corki's damage output vastly outgains Ezreal as long as Corki is safe. So, you know, that'll be kind of difficult. We'll see whether or not etnex has enough to still eat away at those frontline champions. But it is kind of interesting. You know, if they can't burst through the front line anymore because of how much control Ocelot has, and they can't get back to Corki, how are they going to continue to pressure this?
Take two here on bottom tier 3. Got the wall, was very good tool to keep WINFAKT away, but Muppo knows now this time, like, I'm not going to jump over that wall. We know what happened last time. Ezreal ult looking to clear the wave some a little bit and clear a little small path for a few free shots onto that turret. YellowStar is caught right there in the Zyra ultimate, and the find does use the GA, but he is surrounded, is trapped, but the Valkyrie will actually get him out of there. Kevin Araneae out in front, but Muppo takes out the turret, so that's one less thing to deal with there. And minions still pushing on in, though. Ocelot out in front, looking to defend just on his own. Everyone else has had to go back to Fountain just to recoup just a little bit. The hourglass will not be enough, but the kick actually kicks the egg away, and yet the Banshee's Veil pops up like mid-air.
Yeah, but it is the last Nexus turret. They're trying to end it, but SK pushing back onto him, trying to stop this onslaught from WINFAKT. Kevin trying to chase them down as YellowStar is chasing down cowTard, avoiding the snare there, and with Araneae, we'll probably be able to pick him up, but all inhibitors down and those last two Nexus turrets. So both Nexus turrets, it is very dangerous. The GA is popped, and Ocelot is the only one defending that Nexus. We'll take a look at that in a second as Lee Sin jumps in, trying to save cowTard, but can't do it, just doesn't have enough. etnex poking back at them, trying to force them out of there as Kevin is chasing them down for those last couple of kills. They do get an inhibitor that respawns. The Nexus, it hasn't taken any damage yet, so they still have that to them. Goats, can he get it? He doesn't have a ward, so he just gets trapped in there, and they are able to continue to pressure them and pick up a couple of kills.
I'm sure he was thrown down.
They have two inhibitors up now.
They have two inhibitors up, so WINFAKT, they have a lot of work to actually recover from. etnex with the ultimate does not get Araneae. He actually walks right past it, is temporarily a kitty, does get out of there. It should be fine. But in this pursuit, though, look what's happened to Corki and to Riven. They've swooped on in. They're looking for the sandwich. etnex does get caught out. Ult going down onto YellowStar, trying to shift away. Ezreal will just float on out. Does still have his Guardian Angel proc, but a nice attempt. Nice attempt from SK. WINFAKT just a little bit more wily.
If they had been able to pick up that kill into Ezreal, that would have been absolutely huge for them. But SK, Ocelot's actually going to struggle here clearing that out, but he does get it. It is down to half, but the inhibitor will be able to recoup some of that HP some. But SK, you know, they've done a really nice job of holding off, and it's just a combination. Both teams, you know, WINFAKT, they have a team that works a lot better on the defensive end, so they want to force fights, but they want to just be able to pick people off and be reactionary. But because they're ahead, they're trying to pressure into SK's base, and they can't. They just can't quite make it past that front line, past the Shen and past the Anivia and Riven, and so it's been a long game for SK to try and make this comeback, and it looks like they might actually be able to do it. But WINFAKT, they're constantly, you know, trying to build on their lead, and the Baron, it is up once again, so you know, they can pressure that.
And enough of the minion waves have been cleared out from SK where they should be able to pressure this without a whole lot of worry. They just can't stick around for long because you do still have super minions pushing in the bot lane, and the Nexus is naked. So if there are already super minions that get that far in, it could be bad news bears for SK. YellowStar in the river looking to shoot off a few missiles, trying to soften up WINFAKT before they go for the full engage, but you got two stabby plants sticking in the river, looking to keep YellowStar and Kevin away, but Kevin looking for the engage, does have the ult proc.
Another
the Baron
steal.
does steal, coming in from SK once again, but here, at least this time, the rest of the team is here, goes out in front with Sixx. Can they chunk anyone out? Can they get anyone out of there? Monsoon coming on in, clearing Goats away. He will not be getting any more damage down onto YellowStar. Muppo and Goats, I think they're a little bit confused. Like, how do we engage? Do we go in on this? I don't think you can. And with another wonderful Shen steal onto the Baron, at least this time now the entire team gets the benefit. And SK, they have killed that much more time into this game.
2 steals from Araneae in this game. Really nice play. So we'll see, how they can hold off. They do just need to get that last inhibitor up, but I thought that might be a dangerous situation for SK because WINFAKT, they probably would do better out in the open rather than these tight confined spaces that Anivia controls. But WINFAKT, they weren't quite able to chase down SK. SK with really nice positioning, and with Janet and with Anivia, they're just able to completely control the front line of these fights. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious whether or not SK is going to have enough to push it in now.
Well, that was a perfect ult from Nyph too. Like that was absolute picture perfect. You had Goats and you had Muppo trying to still get whatever damage he could on the YellowStar, and he was in considerably a lot of trouble. But yeah, without that ult, he would have been gone, and then WINFAKT could have swept on in. But we've talked about this before about YellowStar's damage capabilities are immense, especially now with that Baron buff. In addition to all that regen, it's going to be huge. But Nyph, a small misstep there, going to be brought down to half. But SK Kevin looking to still get some damage on in. cowTard getting very low. The wild growth going to keep her alive, courtesy of Lulu. But Zyra will still go down. Kevin looking to clean up. etnex will revive from the GA, but is surrounded by all of SK. Doesn't even get a breath in. Goats shielding on over to Sixx. Looks to Q on over to the race to try and escape, but will die in midair. And Sixx.
Oh, Rengar's going for it, though.
Rengar, though.
He's going for it. Kevin has to back off. They're trying to pick it up. YellowStar should be able to pick up Sixx here. He is going for it. But Rengar, the inhibitor respawns. No!
The worst time possible. Muppo now has to clear through the inhib if he even wants to get to the Nexus, and now Kevin is there to dissuade him, and he will not be able to 1v1 this
I don't know if he's going to even be able to get away, but I
don't think so.
SK, they've made this huge comeback. They're pushing in, 40 seconds remaining. They're just going to go straight for the Nexus right here. And at this point in the game, Zyra was trying to hold them off, but they just couldn't quite do it. They just didn't have enough burst damage, and Ezreal didn't have enough damage at this point in the game. They didn't have enough frontline damage to take out the Riven and take out the Shen. They were just too tanky, and SK was able to turn it around in the fights just very slowly, protecting Corki, and SK's done it. They win the game.
Wow.
I can't believe that they made that long, just steady comeback, but 12K gold advantage at the end of the game just because of how long they'd held off. Jeez. Really impressive play. Going to take a look at the stats screen real quick before we go back to webcam, but just really awesome play. Both teams getting into those late game builds, having the Zeke's Herald on the supports for those really long sustained fights.
Look at the farm, man. Look at the farm on Kevin and on the YellowStar. That is incredible, and it completely puts to shame.
And Ocelot, Kevin, YellowStar, and Ocelot.
Yeah, just put the
3 of them.
cowTard. Well, here's the thing. You look at the lane matchups. cowTard and Ocelot. That's about a 1K difference, all things said and done. But you look at Kevin. You look at YellowStar in comparison to their lane opponents. That is huge.
Yeah, and it was a lot more even in lane, and actually in WINFAKT's favor. It's just by stalling off for so long. SK actually took advantage of WINFAKT's pushing. So WINFAKT, they kept them pushing as a group, which meant that they were never farming. They were just pushing in as a group. And SK, would be trying to hold off multiple lanes at once. Yeah. So they're able to take advantage of that, and they're able to power farm as a result. And just slowly, bring it back against WINFAKT. It looked bleak. It looked like WINFAKT had it, but SK, really nice play all around. Ocelot, and YellowStar in particular.
But I think the question needs to be asked, though. So, is this good play from SK, or is this a throw from WINFAKT?
Yeah, you can always make the argument for both, but there wasn't really any particular play where you could look at it and say, oh, WINFAKT, they just, blew it so badly there. It was just they were struggling. They were trying to be aggressive in order to push home their advantage, and Anivia is just almost impossible to push against. And they were really struggling to push home their advantage. You would see things like etnex getting caught out of position as Ezreal in a fight, but it was really because they didn't have enough damage as a team. So he's, trying to get up in their face and do enough damage as he can, but because Ezreal has short range, he's naturally vulnerable, and they didn't have enough damage. That was pure plain and simple. They didn't have enough as the game progressed, and SK just held off. So,
yeah. But as the thing though, this was game 1.
Yeah, it was a very cool game 1.
I would hope to see an Anivia ban for game 2 coming in from WINFAKT. Maybe replace that Gragas ban. But we're going to find out in just a little bit. Game 2 going to be coming up pretty soon. SK versus the former Megashock, now WINFAKT. We're going to do a quick commercial, and we'll be back in just a moment.
The music, it never stops.
It should never. Monstercat.com, wonderful guys. Go give them a look. IPL5 qualifier number 3 for the EU. Continuing here, SK and WINFAKT, also known as the former Megashock, going to be happening in just a little bit. But we talk a little bit. This is for IPL5. This is for the big show. If you're interested in going, I think you should buy your tickets now. Tickets are going to be the lowest price than they are, for this is it. If you're thinking the tickets are going to go down in price, or you think there's going to be a sale, there's not going to be. I can tell you that right now. IGN.com/IPL5. Get your general admission tickets now. Get your VIP tickets. If you get a general admission ticket, you're going to get into the beta for Shoot Mania. If you buy VIP, we're just going to straight up give it to you.
That is absolutely true. Sorry, I was looking at something real quick. Yeah, so definitely check that out at the website. We will be in this game shortly. SK versus WINFAKT. ocelote, has a little bit of headache, but he's going to play on. He's going to be fine.
We're fine. We'll be good. We'll be
you always hear about stories with other sports of the heroic, like Tim Tebow, supposedly in high school, he was playing a championship game and he broke his leg, and he was like, "Coach, I think my leg's broken." And the guy's like, "Get out there, you got it." And so he goes out in the field, and he had a 50-yard rushing touchdown on a broken leg, and then afterwards realized it was broken. So I'm sure that ocelote can do the same here. So we'll strive for that kind of success.
Shout outs to Zinnik, because I'm going to go off a little bit on the UFC here. Forrest Griffin, before he was on Ultimate Fighter, I believe he actually did a match where someone actually got him into a triangle hold. I think actually broke his arm.
Ooh.
But he didn't tap. So, and dependent on the league.
That's insane.
I was like, dependent on the league, I mean, they can stop the fight, but he didn't technically tap, so he didn't technically forfeit. So he's like, "No, I'm fine. I'll just fight with one arm."
I'm sure they didn't realize that his arm was broken. They thought there was something messed up with it. But
when you're in a lock, like it's supposed to go the other way.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, like it's if you break your arm in like UFC or something like that, we got
enough. We got enough.
Our limbs bending the way they shouldn't.
Yeah, no, that's insane. That's really cool. But we'll see. It should be an interesting match. To be fair, I do think a lot of that credit needs to go to SK, but clearly, the two Barons, the Baron steals.
Yeah, those are so choice.
That's if one of them goes the other way, that's we're maybe looking at a different game there.
And a steal with Shen of all. There are a lot of champs out there like Nunu. He's very easy to steal with. Right. Champs like Gragas, he's very easy to steal with. Shen, that is not easy.
Yeah,
that is not easy. It's pretty much wing on a prayer if you're gonna get that smite.
The little plants from Zyra, they have a lot of damage output. So it's when you consider, you're always like, oh, it's smite, so it's smite versus smite. Yes, that's true. It is smite versus smite, but it's a team thing. It's Shen, he had vision, he was able to get the nice smite timing.
Yep. But
Shen has the burst from his passive, a Q, and smite. You time it all at the same time, whereas they have smite, Plus, they should be timing all of the rest of their damage. So that's something to remember as a team. You want to try and time your best abilities right when they're going to smite, right when Baron's going to die, so that you can get that quick burst at the end. And there's never a situation where that can happen. But that's seeing 2 in one game is pretty wild.
Yeah.
But we'll see what WINFAKT can do. They had such a great early lead. They were able to pressure them fairly well. cowTard in particular, the Zyra,
so good.
Zyra had complete control of the game. Just every fight was decided by Zyra. And then at just some point in time, they didn't have enough damage to take down SK quite as easily as they would like to.
Well, yeah, Kevin was starting to spiral out a little bit out of control. YellowStar was doing amazingly well. So much gold. So much. But you know what? I think while we're waiting, though, I know WINFAKT.
Yeah, got a little bit of prize for you guys.
I know WINFAKT hit us up earlier. I was like, you know what? Well, while we're here, while we're playing, we got. They have a full metal Rammus, and they also have a Graves code as well. I think we're gonna be posting those in the chat in just a little bit. So get your clients ready, ladies and gentlemen. Free skins. It's been a while since we've done a free skin giveaway. Dude, it's been...
This is a WINFAKT free skin giveaway. Do we have
this is a WINFAKT
do they have a Facebook
sponsored
or something
one.
that we...
If they do, I'd be glad to plug it. But
yeah, I'm sure Nick will get that over on the side. So yeah, it is going to be a couple of skins, so check out for that. And whoever
right
tickles his fancy the best, whoever, if you feel free to bust his ego or, whatever, and Nick will be the deciding factor out there.
And be sure, if you are the fortunate one who manages to get that skin, of course, hop on Twitter, hop on Facebook, give us a shout out at IGN Pro League on both. But with that, we are in Champ Select, heading on in game number 2. SK this time going to be on blue side, first ban, first pick, and Zyra straight on out. I don't think they want to deal with it either.
I mean, Zyra absolutely, crushed that last game. Zyra was in so much control. Do you see, the difference there? That was a jump. Zyra, was able to just pick people off. And that pick-off potential, along with her defensive nature and how safe she is as a champion, is very difficult to deal with. They do still ban out Sona, so a couple of those supports, Gragas as well, yeah. So, I don't know, we'll see how that kind of changes. I feel like they had a team that, would be very similar with Orianna as it would be with Zyra. However, with Orianna, you go for it would be a little bit more burst initiation and not quite that same single target pickoff that Zyra had.
Diana gets banned out here. So Alistar or Malphite, at the very least, one of them is going to be made available for a first pick for SK. And if I had to pick one, I would assume that WINFAKT would pick Alistar. It's what they banned out game number 1. It's just a matter of SK. If they pick up a Malphite, remember their common mid. Remember what Ocelot's been gotten a lot of credit for lately is that Orianna, and that's a fantastic initiation combo if SK can grab that. Alistar will be banned. SK, will they get the Malphite here? We'll see in a second.
They do have the Shen as well, so I probably would expect to see the Shen as that first pick, considering how well that worked out for SK in the previous match. But they're kind of deciding between a couple of champions. The Ezreal. Ezreal, did work out early in the game for WINFAKT, but just didn't quite have enough damage late game. But even so, Ezreal is kind of the meta that we've seen with those early game ADs.
Yeah, Ezreal has been very popular. Corki's been very popular. Graves, he's still there. He's still kicking. Been seeing a lot of Simmer lately also. Looking for that range, looking for that push. Graves going to be picked up, going to be the choice here. More than likely for WINFAKT, still considering it not fully confirmed yet, but more than likely. And then it's just a matter of it's also not too uncommon if you're going to be grabbing the first pair, you grab the AD and you also grab a support. We'll see if WINFAKT will also be sticking with the Lulu once again.
Yeah, it's a weird matchup to have Graves and Lulu. It does work sometimes. It has really strong pushing power, and they're actually going to go for it.
There you go.
That's fine. I'm kind of curious whether or not they might split push if they decide to go Graves Lulu, because that is kind of a split push potential. They go with the Jace though. Was Jace banned last game?
Jace was not banned last game.
So we'll see how the Jace works. Jace could 1v2, and if they go with Graves Lulu, that's a very strong pushing lane, where that's like the kind of lane you see do those lane swaps. We haven't seen a lot of those lane swaps from the EU scene. It's been a lot more popular in the NA scene, but it's definitely just a common strategy all around right now. And they are trying to decide where they're going to go. They will probably pick up that Shen. I'm kind of curious whether or not they'll grab Yorick, because I don't know how Yorick versus Jace works exactly, because Yorick's always been kind of just that safe top laner that you can kind of ignore, and he, is just kind of a tanky, regenning bruiser against everyone.
But SK, they could also they could be having the same inkling that we're having, that WINFAKT may go for the 2v1 swap. And in a 2v1 situation, though, Yorick, we keep on mentioning this, like every time he pops up, does very well in the 2v1. He has regen, he has the ranged farm, he can get very tanky, he can sustain very well. He's just an absolute rock in a 2v1.
Yeah, he is very strong in that situation. I'm sure he's probably very strong against Jace as well. I would have to imagine, just because Jace doesn't have any regen, and Yorick, it allows him to keep up. So Jace has really nice range to harass, but the damage isn't. He doesn't have any abilities other than his Q and his E. He doesn't have an attack damaging ability. So an ability that you're like, wow, I just lost a ton of my health. So that slow harass, Yorick does very well against slow harass champions like Jace or like Kennen or something like that, because you can just keep your regen up.
With this setup, if these are indeed the locks, I believe that's going to be an AD Jace, just sticking with the gun, no use on the hammer. That's it. It's going to be Shyvana in the jungle and then Aurelia in the top. So
very nice.
Jace AD carry.
I like it, and Aurelia does very well against Yorick. Aurelia versus Yorick is a common lane matchup. Yorick beats Aurelia early, and it's a skill matchup. But so it can go either way. Yorick can take control of the lane, or Aurelia can. But there's a lot of times in that lane where you see Aurelia just gets too strong for Yorick, and you just start diving Yorick repeatedly and pick up kills. Are they going to be sending Malphite mid, maybe? We've seen some AP Malphite in the past. TF, I want to see the TF, though, because people have been stopping playing TF. I don't know why TF hasn't been played like every single game, because he's just the greatest champion ever right now. In my mind, I just love TF.
But he's still a very popular pick in mostly on the Asian servers.
Yeah, that's true.
And we looked through the Taiwan qualifiers, looked through the Hong Kong qualifiers.
Oh wow, they're doing support Yorick.
Support Yorick. Oh, this is annoying. Oh wait, no, switch it back up. Leona. Okay, so Leona, Ezreal bot, Yorick in the solo lane. Orianna in the mid, because you saw SK there thinking it over. It's like, hey, we have Malphite available. We could get that awesome initiation combo, but Shen works also in the same role very well. Leona does the same thing too. And whenever she goes in for that engage, whenever she gets that Q, she's gonna be right in the middle of the enemy team anyway. So I think it serves the same purpose. It's just a matter of now, what is WINFAKT gonna send in mid? So
yeah, it should be pretty interesting. Let's see, with their team, I think they kind of wanted to have the Orianna. Like with the team that they have, Orianna would have worked really well for them. So SK, they were safe to pick that up. Karthus late game, that's going to be phenomenal for them, because SK has a really short range team, so that'll work out pretty well. But Orianna does beat Karthus early on, so we'll see how that kind of factors in. But that pick just kind of makes sense. It turns them into more of a late game team, which is they had what seemed to be more of an early game team, a team to win the lanes and pressure them with the bruisers. But definitely going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it.
So this is pretty much sealed deal. Jace is going to be playing the AD carry role, presumably in bot lane. There is also the option for the swap. Is there a particular reason? I can think of a few reasons why Jace would not usually be an AD carry role at this level of play, because he doesn't have that ultimate. You were talking a little bit earlier, the sustain damage, and also the gun is only half of his kit. The
number one thing is that he has 500 attack range. That's why he's not a common AD carry. Is he has 500 attack range. So his Q is very strong in that AD role, but he just looks, smells, eats, breathes bruiser. Like that's what you get the feel from him, because he's a tanky AD champion that doesn't quite have the range to go pure AD damage. He can't, he doesn't usually want to go pure damage, so he's probably still going to go with that kind of a bruiser build, and they're just going to go without a true AD champion. So they have a lot of sustain damage. What they're going to lose by not having that true AD champion is primarily pushing power. You lose a lot of pushing power. However, with their AoE clearing and with Karthus' wall to zone off, they're not going to lose that much. They're still going to be pretty strong in that regards. They are going to lose a little bit in team fights, not having that range if the other team can kite them a little bit. And but we'll go back into that in a second. So he is going to be going just kind of a standard build. So it is a pretty standard AD build, 19 and 11. So that's kind of interesting that he doesn't go for the full 21. He really wanted to get a little bit more damage reduction. So that will allow him to be a little bit more aggressive. He's taking the reduced damage from minions, so he's going to be taking almost no damage from minions with these two masteries combined, which will allow him to try and harass Ezreal a little bit. But we'll see how that kind of factors in. It should be pretty exciting to see. And late game, they will have enough sustained damage. Like Jace, his damage output, when you compare it with a true AD's damage is significantly higher. But Jace still has a lot of damage, but they make up for that with the fact that they have Karthus. So the fact that they're missing out on that sustained damage from the AD, Karthus makes up for it with all of his damage. And, Karthus's damage is just phenomenal. So, I don't know what the benefit of it is they don't have a true squishy champion. They have Lulu, and then they have everyone is already fairly tanky. Karthus can be kind of squishy, but they have all these bruisers sitting in front of him. It's going to be really difficult for SK to engage on that.
Plus, also Karthus, he can easily itemize into things like Rod of Ages and just really negate a little bit of that squish. Plus, you got Lulu, you have the walled growth. It's not going to be too much of an issue. But we still talk about Jace though. Like we're still, I think. We still haven't gotten into the game yet. There is still the potential for that lane swap. So we've talked a little bit about Jace and Lulu together going against the Ezreal Leona. How would, if the lane swap does happen, how is Jace and Lulu going to do against the Yorick?
They would do very well against Yorick. I mean, they'd be able to, bully him around a little bit. Yorick would be able to stall some, but Jace has really strong pushing potential. So Lulu can already, starting at level 5, with the Glitter Lance, clear the ranged minions, but Jace can do it as well. However, when you combine the two of them, Lulu will clear the ranged minions, Jace can clear out the melee minions with his Q. So they're just going to be able to instantly kill minion waves, and that's going to be very strong. Regardless of what lane they're putting it in, they can push lanes very aggressively. So that's going to be kind of interesting to keep an eye on. Everyone's kind of running standard runes, nothing really that special. It was interesting, Yorick was running 9, 12, and 9 for his masteries, so just trying to get a mix of everything, but not really that unique. Ocelot, let's see if he's running some movement speed. Will Smith TF, he is running movement speed.
Same page as last time.
The movement speed really works well on Orianna. He is running mana regen, though, as opposed to the movement speed on the mastery. So he misses a little bit of movement speed there. But Orianna is very mana hungry, which is why you usually see the Chalice on him early. So that'll be kind of interesting to see.
Well, Chalice is just a fantastic item on Orianna, period.
Right.
And it's just, you have that great...
Mana regen, cooldown reduction, ability power. What's not to love?
It's the
Magic resist.
The name... Athene?
I hate the...
Love that guy.
I like the name.
Love that guy.
I said what's not to love, and then you said the name. I'm going to tell Josh. He's going to be angry.
Yeah. That won't last long. No, he's a cool guy, cool item, fantastic. Glad to see it on Orianna, and a lot of other champions also building on into it also. But going on in game number 2, SK and WINFAKT. If SK wins this one, they're going to be moving on. Also, we have ECLYPSIA and ELOBLADE were originally scheduled to happen here, but that was a short delay. But the conclusion to that should also be at some point later on today. So do stay tuned to all of that at IGN Pro League if you want the updates for all of these matches.
Yeah, so we'll fill you on that. I'm really curious to see how this team works, because I don't know if you guys have ever tried a bruiser comp. That's always kind of been the evolution. When you play fives with your friends, you're like, oh, what are the cool teams we can play? And at some point in time, you play an all-tanky bruiser comp. That's not exactly what this is, but it does have that same kind of flair. They have this team that, Jace can still farm versus Ezreal. Ezreal and Leona is a really strong kill lane. They have a lot of burst damage. However, Jace should be pretty safe against that. He won't have to, he will have enough range. He shouldn't have to worry about their kind of pressure, and then he can always just farm from long range with his Q. But once they're out of that laning phase, they have that bruiser presence, and then Jace has that long range pickoff. So that's going to be kind of interesting, because there's not a lot of regen on SK. So other than Yorick, he's the only one that's going to be able to heal himself up really. Shen a little bit, but in team fights they actually might be vulnerable to the poke from Jace. He could try and wear them down with that EQ combo and just constantly chipping at him.
Yeah, if SK wants to get on some of those fights, it might be a little bit more of a... Well, you do have Nyph on Leona, and that's a huge, huge initiation tool to have. So, like, if WINFAKT's trying to get their poke on, it's like, well, hey, here comes this huge orb of light. By the way, you're all stunned. And they could go for the quick focus down onto Sixx or on the cowTard, but it still allows off. Still got to farm. Still actually got to start in the match. Still got to get these level 1s going in here. SK looking to go top side. WINFAKT going bottom side. They both have the same idea. They're both looking for an invade onto the red. WINFAKT already in position. SK getting there. But you also notice that Nyph has stayed behind just for a moment. Pings going down onto the red. WINFAKT should be mobilizing soon, but there is a ward over by the Wraiths from SK. So if WINFAKT shows their face over there, they may be spotted. Oh,
yeah, but in the meantime,
right
SK,
on top of it.
Yeah, SK looking for the invade. They will be coming around, and both teams, making their way over to the Wraith wall. So that's always a nice method for invasion.
I think WINFAKT's gonna get spotted here. Very close. Ward still in the brush, but I don't think Sixx actually poked on out to get that there. So.
Yeah, no, he didn't. So they haven't cleared. They haven't broken the seal yet. SK, not quite sure where WINFAKT is. WINFAKT, the same situation. So, not really a big advantage for either team, but it's actually the biggest advantage is going to be for WINFAKT if SK doesn't send back YellowStar and Nyph, but they did. So, not any downside for either team unless YellowStar recognizes they might be coming in here, because he could poke in at this red and completely stop them.
But that's the thing though, you have SK YellowStar, and if they are going for those small golems, I'm not sure if they spot YellowStar here actually looking to kite, they could have gone in, but I don't think they did. WINFAKT waiting for an engage on the red. They're just going to be more than happy to steal the red and then get out of there, but strangely enough, SK is doing the exact same.
Yeah, so they take that fairly easily. There's no pressure from the bot lane. They will back off. There is a slight experience advantage for YellowStar and Nyph, and having that kill lane with the experience advantage is always going to be huge. But I don't know, we'll see how that factors in. Shen, he could maybe come in for a quick gank top, but no, he's not. But he is making his way down mid, so cowTard
is a little bit far out, and Araneae is just going to opt not to do it. Goats did show himself in lane, just, got the fire going, got the movement speed going. Ocelot just a little bit warmer now that he's had a small brush with the dragon.
Yeah, so we'll see, how that kind of progresses. But it seems both junglers are going to be fairly safe with going their normal routes. Shen is going with the blue. So Shyvana did clear out, does recognize the red was stolen, but Shyvana is a faster jungler than Shen. So being able to get in as a team and get that quick steal, it helps, it prevents Shen from falling behind. So because they, as a team took that red buff, he's not going to fall behind early to Shyvana. So we'll see what kind of pressure he can get. He is making his way into the top brush though, so he could maybe get in. I think he just barely snuck in. Yes, Muppo didn't see him.
He's got the double buff. It could be huge. He does have the taunt available. So if Muppo just gets a little bit too close to the brush, all these blade surges are
I'm like
very
waiting
risky
for him to
point.
just taunt in.
All these blade surges are very risky. But I think Araneae's trying to make Muppo comfortable here. It's like, oh, I can blade surge. He's not in the bush. I'm not going to get ganked. Oh, it's fine. You may see Muppo in just another few moments get a little bit more aggressive. Try and go for harass on Kevin. I think that's what they're waiting for. But there are still blade surges, very short ones too, to look and get that farm. But the wave, though, unfortunately, is being pushed up a little bit too far. I think the opportunity is lost.
He's missed it. And he was waiting because Aurelia, in order to win a lane, needs to be incredibly aggressive. Yeah. And so I think he was expecting that Shyvana might come in for a counter gank, or that Aurelia would be aggressive. Because that's usually where you want to catch out Aurelia. It's a really nice opportunity. But because he recognizes that he loses early to York, he was already playing very safe. YellowStar coming in, though, trying to get some damage onto etnex, is able to wear him down a little bit. And without a heal in that lane, he will be kind of vulnerable here. So we'll see whether or not YellowStar can pressure that. But in the top lane, I feel like he had the opportunity for the kill.
Oh, multiple times.
But he wanted to hold off, or at the very least, to pressure Aurelia out of the lane.
Yeah, and they were seeing here now bot lane etnex. What the range disadvantage can do to your body. And he's already at half health. Does not these are not healing lanes here. So any harass YellowStar gets is going to be huge, and he absolutely can. Not only with that attack range, but he is a kind of caster-based AD. He can get that harass. What is he leveling up first? He's leveling up the W, so he wants that harass. He wants to force etnex out of lane.
Yeah, so that will be really nice. But Kevin, we'll see. He does have a ward. He has the tabby. The lane pushes right into him. So just right past that river. So he is safe from the Shyvana gank. Shyvana waiting to see, for lying in wait for that ambush gank. And Kevin, now Muppo with a nice little advantage, but will be pretty safe there. ocelote trying to chase down cowTard. We'll see if he continues the pressure into the jungle, because he does. And there's the exhaust from Goats. He gets the flash out. So ocelote will be okay, but almost getting himself in a dangerous situation there.
At the moment ocelote recognized, I'm being exhausted. Someone else is here. I should probably get out. And good flash, good notion. Araneae is making his way into the mid though, waiting into the bush. Can he get the taunt here? No, nice flash away from cowTard, perfectly timed. So both flashes in the mid have been blown. So those future ganks are going to be that much, could be, could be making that many more returns. Goats waited for Shen to eke around the corner, a little bit free harass, just being annoying at that point. And Araneae was going for the steal. He was wanting to do a little bit of a risky play, steal the race if they were up, but the last they were not. Meta Dragon.
One thing that I've kind of been thinking about in this bottom lane that's kind of interesting is etnex, because of his short range, he is going to be vulnerable to Leona engaging, whereas some ADs are, a little bit safe from that. It's tough for Leona to get an engage. And it's also going to be easier for Ezreal to harass him, because Ezreal actually has a range advantage, which is a very unusual situation for Ezreal to be in, being already a really strong early game champion, but he's usually outmatched as far as range. However, that being said, etnex, if he gets some Q harass on the Nyph, the range in the Q can be so long that there's not a big response for SK. And if he can wear down Leona before Leona gets a chance to engage, that could actually turn it around for them, where Leona's too weak to engage. And that's usually where you get a good situation against Leona, where you wear her down early and she just isn't comfortable to force a fight against you.
But also remember that in order to get that, if he's going for the long range harass, that is mana being expended, and if the hits do not land, if etnex cannot make those shots land where they need to be, he could be out mana pretty soon. Kevin, the Karthus ult should be more than enough. Wait, no! Wow!
Yeah, just barely not enough, but Jace is going in for it. Actually knocks back YellowStar, and then the kickback onto the Nyph will be able to force him out of there. ocelote making his way down to the bottom lane is caught out by Goats, and he's in a dangerous spot now, and he has no flash, and they're trying to get him. There's the exhaust. Sixx can get the Lulu Glitter Lance as well, a second exhaust, and very quickly ocelote goes down, gets off the ultimate, and does pick up the kill onto Jace, and there's the turnaround onto Lulu as well. So SK, they're picking this up pretty easily. So a 2-for-1 exchange in what originally seemed like a huge loss for SK.
Huge pickup there. Plus, he got the first blood gold. That's always a good thing. ocelote's going to be going back to base pretty happy. Has the chalice and also has the rod. Going to be bringing that back with him into the mid. So mana's not going to be too much of an issue. But this entire time, though, cowTard, he has been in mid. He has been farming up. He's working for that Rod of Ages. He almost has the catalyst. He's got the gems individually. He just needs to get the set. He also got Shen. He's very intent. He wants to do the counter jungling whenever he can, because he does recognize that cowTard can definitely farm out of control. And one of the big things for the AP mids is just to double back, grab the Wraiths, and then return back to lane. So every time he gets an opportunity, we're going to be seeing Shen looking to grab that blue Wraith.
Yeah, and that was a nice job from him, because WINFAKT, they recognized that Shen was in the jungle, and Aurelia and Karthus were both actually making a play on him in case he was going after the red, but he gets out over the wall. The ult from Shen into Kevin, and then the flash from Kevin to make sure they can pick up Muppo here, and he is pretty low. They have the ignite as well. They almost don't have enough damage, but just a couple more ticks, and they will be able to tank this and pick up that kill.
Nice.
So they grab it. Shyvana is coming in as well, but won't have enough to turn it around and face the two of them, so they'll be able to force them back.
Yep, Goats does have the red buff, but when you have red buff, sometimes when you're outnumbered, it doesn't do a whole lot. But also, if you're watching the VOD, go to watch that last play and notice how SK stacked their CC, waiting for everything to end before they get on to the next step. You had the exhaust, you had the taunt, you had the slows, you had everything. It was very beautifully timed. Wonderful kill.
Yeah, really nice play from SK there. And one big benefit, though, from WINFAKT is that they have their bruisers. They're early game bruisers. They scale very well into late game, but they're also very strong in the early game. Shyvana in particular, early and mid game is her forte. So you know, she helps provide map control, so that's going to help them turn it around. But then she's also almost unkillable in fights, and will provide hard initiation. And then, you know, Jace, even without items, Jace is pretty strong. So, you know, with items, we'll see how that factors in. But both Jace and Aurelia are very strong late game. Nyph zoning out YellowStar, etnex zoning out YellowStar just as Nyph jumps in. So as a result, that whole Leona initiation was completely wasted.
That's the threat.
And it worked for WINFAKT. They had the shield from Lulu, and they had the backwards harass with that glitter lance.
See, that's what you were talking about earlier. You're like, Nyph, it is a threat every time you go, but once you get a stun like that, though, Sixx does pop the ult. Will be a little more healthy, but Nyph is in a whole lot of trouble. etnex is forced to use this right into the stun. Nyph wonderfully timed, but etnex is in a little bit of trouble. The ult not going to be getting anybody. The Q from Nyph not going to land either. Here comes ocelote, though.
Oh, he's got him.
One. Wait, auto attack. Can you go for two? Is taking the turret.
Trying to pick up the second.
Looking for the exhaust. Does get the ult in, but will he live off of that? The turret just has to flash out of there. I think he got a little bit too big for his britches there, but he managed to get the one kill. Good for him. Nice pickup. And now WINFAKT is forced out of bot lane. SK, they can farm pretty free for the next minute or so.
I'm surprised he couldn't get that, but Goat's coming in for Kevin. They pick him up very quickly. Kevin, can you get the revive kill? And Muppo just doesn't quite have enough damage.
No, it doesn't.
So nice advantage for Aurelia. And coming off to an early lead as Aurelia versus Yorick can be devastating. So we'll see if that, you know, helps him turn it around at all. He's going to be able to, you know, deny some experience here. But so far, cowTard's been pretty safe in the mid lane, and he is actually 12 CS ahead of ocelote, though ocelote does have the early advantage from those kills and has been roaming. So we'll see how that factors in since ocelote has that chalice and is starting to get into his build.
Very close to actually finishing up the Athenes also, so that's going to be huge. But that is the one risk if you're playing AP mid and you do decide to roam. If you don't grab those kills, you will fall very far behind. But fortunately enough, ocelote, he has been on point. He's been part of 3 of the 4 kills for the team so far. Only died one, even with the death, just the money that has been made from that roaming does negate all the free time that cowTard has been given into mid. And that's the thing about Karthus too. He's not a very mobile champ. He cannot roam like Orianna can.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And I think because of Karthus's lack of control over the mid lane, we're starting to see WINFAKT might be a little bit more passive in this game than they were in the previous game. Because the previous game, they were really aggressive about taking the blues from Anivia and roaming all over the map. But because cowTard can't put any pressure on the map as Karthus, they're going to kind of sit back from that because ocelote would be too much of a threat in that mid lane. So, you know, we'll see if going for that later game will work against them. But Karthus going for the race, he's way out of position. ocelote trying to chase him down. Araneae trying to get that taunt over the wall. Doesn't actually go for it, but there's the pullback from ocelote. He's going to almost solo out cowTard. Can't quite finish him off, though. But Shen's coming in from behind. He actually wants this kill.
He's going to be taking turrets, both turrets. Damage from both. He's going to be taking a huge chunk, and cowTard taking a long way for the retreat. In the meantime, Goats, he's going to be fending off the ninja for the time being, but Shen does manage to get back to neutral. He did ult out. Will be fine. Goats will be defending the mid turret against this 2-man push, which is actually now leaving, looking to continue to roam. So ocelote, he's ducking in and out between, you know, through the mid lane, but wisely enough, WINFAKT has decided to actually ward that side brush to recognize, okay, ocelote leaving lane, everyone else be careful for the time being. Muppo getting chunked out huge by Kevin. The Ignite was going down also. Drinking the potion will be forced to back, so good on Kevin. But Goats getting a little bit slowed. ocelote can't connect on this. No, forcing the dragon out of there.
Yeah, and actually etnex almost going down. The Ignite just ticking away at him. Lulu has to flash as well. And YellowStar, Ezreal has enough range. Not like attack range, but range as in how far he can pursue. And his pursuit range is actually really strong. It's one of the strongest for ADs. So in the long AD lane, you saw they were zoning them over at their tower down like further in the lane, but he was able to use that long lane in order to chase down Jace and Lulu. And a really nice play from YellowStar there, pressuring them some. He is not actually attacking the minion. He wants to make sure that it can kill as many of these minions as possible. So he's just going to continue to clear the wave. And we'll see how that factors in. But so far, Jace has been farming pretty well, but YellowStar is just crushing him. He's
it's a
40 CS ahead.
It's a huge lead, and as long as that turret and bot stays up, Metalx and Sixx, they're going to be forced to return. So the longer SK keeps WINFAKT occupied down bot lane, just the further out YellowStar is just going to spiral out of control. He does have the Bloodthirster now. That's going to be a lot of damage when he returns in the lane. Hopefully we look into something like a Trinity Force next, but he wants that sustained damage. He wants that huge damage. And meanwhile, you look at Jace. He's got the Ninja Tabby. He's got the Phage. He is still a bruiser at heart, so he needs to tank up. Nyph out in front, does temporarily get turned into a kitty, got the shield going, but etnex, he recognizes that's the time to go in, forcing the flash out, is ignited, the slam backwards, and the ignite will take care of that one. YellowStar has no choice but to hug the turret until Leona comes back.
Yeah, and ocelote trying to chase down cowTard, can't quite get in it, as Kevin and Araneae are both dueling off in that top lane. But ocelote, he has enough damage as long as he avoids some of those Qs, and he does get the pullback on the cowTard, picks him up with another Q. He picks up that kill. Ocelote will take some damage here, but actually absorbing some of it. No, he actually hit it before the shield.
More for YellowStar, right? Because YellowStar was very low at the bot lane and just got barely away from that. Just auto take a few minutes, get some of that lifesteal. Kept him alive.
But it is interesting to see how Jace has worked as an AD, because he clearly is significantly weaker than Ezreal, or at the very least, YellowStar has been able to take advantage of it. But you see, he has the range for the harass and for farming, and then he has the bruiser capabilities for trying for the kills. And bruisers are significantly stronger in that regards. Ocelote gets the flash over the wall after that exhaust from Goats, and Goats not actually pursuing, even with that ward there. Recognize he didn't have enough range to taste down Orianna. Orianna's just way too fast, and has the kiting power with the Q and the W, so he will back out.
Also, not to mention that at that time, WINFAKT, they did not have any vision on Ezreal. He could have been nearby, he could have been close, he could have actually tacked on that extra damage. So, wise choice to not pursue that.
Yeah, so he will be safe, but it's starting to get to that point where Muppo might be a little, too strong for them to deal with in that top lane. So that's going to be kind of interesting to see when Yorick goes back up there again, if that transitions away. WINFAKT, they are pursuing this dragon, so they are going to be able to take this down very quickly. There's no pressure from SK, so we'll see where they pressure the rest of the map, because they're not actually pushing many turrets. They are trying to get some pressure in the mid, and YellowStar should be able to drop that. But top lane is in control from WINFAKT as well as that dragon, and Muppo actually gets the kill on Shen underneath the turret. So he's probably going to be able to pick up the turret as well.
A lot of pressure coming, but while that's all going on, you have ocelote, YellowStar, Kevin, and a four-man push here in the mid. Nice Q on the Goats, followed up by the ult, and Shyvana will just melt immediately, and the tier 2 in mid is also gone. Look at that. This is a huge push.
They might be able to take the base.
You got cowTard, he's actually being fended away by the orb. Will SK actually just get a tier 3 while they're at? This could be like just one of the most notable pushes ever. Muppo with the Blaze Surge on YellowStar, forcing out the Shen ult onto the Ezreal. Will the taunt be there? Keeping Muppo behind. Could be chunking out that Aurelia. Very huge. But meanwhile, let's look at the tower. It's still going down. 3-tower push coming in from SK in the mid. That is unprecedented.
Yeah, and the 17-minute inhibitor as well. And it all started with WINFAKT. They were out of position, and actually Karthus not able to engage. Goats trying to chase them down because they are all very low. But they have great kiting potential. Karthus as well, they can't chase them down. etnex trying to get a pick off maybe with his Q. But it started off, and WINFAKT, they didn't fear SK's push. So SK, they started pushing, and WINFAKT was trying to engage with both Karthus and Lulu from down this area, but that's actually a choke point. There's not an opportunity for them to get back to mid, and as a result, they were never safe to get into underneath the tower, where Karthus could maybe wall and try and get some poke damage. And so SK had them zoned, and cowTard realized too late. He thought that SK was going to back off, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh wow, they're not backing off. Shit, I need to be back in my base, and I am not. So he last second moves back in the base, but it's the long walk. He has a long walk around, so he actually flashes into the base just because he didn't have enough time.
It's confusion, like, why are you not bluffing anymore? It's like, okay, guys, cut it out. Sixx getting caught by the ocelote.
He picks up the kill.
Orianna with the orb. Quick, easy kill. WINFAKT just out of position on that one. And now, with that huge push in mid, just the entire mid got completely ravaged. That is a 3K lead that SK has for themselves right now. And with that, they can just go on back to the lanes like nothing ever happened. Go continue to push top. Go continue to push bot. You do also have cowTard way out of position, looking to free farm in bot. But if the inhibitor was grabbed, what's saying SK can't, recognizing people out of position, go for Baron at this point?
Yeah, it'd be tough. They don't really have the damage for it at this point, but they can continue to pressure the lanes. They have Shen split pushing the bottom lane, and actually YellowStar walking in can't steal it from Goats. Goats gets it, but YellowStar chasing him away. This is the play that SK's been making. It's a very common early game team comp, but usually you don't see such an aggressive push, and it's just it was a really nice play from SK because they have the Orianna for team fight control and her kiting potential, and she controls the mid lane. Yorick can control the top lane, while Ezreal controls the bottom lane. He's very strong early game. Then they have AoE to win team fights as well, and Yorick, if he's tanky enough, he can run into the team, slow them down. He can, just be kind of a bruiser in the front line. He has Shen for the backup, and he forces them to clump on Yorick. So you kind of bait out with the Yorick. I think I've described it before. It's like a fishing reel. El Muppo walking in onto ocelote, though, and very quickly they burst him down with the Shyvana. They instantly kill him, and there's the bruising power from WINFAKT. And so that's exactly what they've needed for quite some time, but they can't chase down the rest of them. And as a result, they actually lose another turret, even though they're able to pick up ocelote there.
Yep. It was great well-timed, great engage from WINFAKT. You also have the wall pain keeping Kevin behind. Ignite's going down. Also in retreat, YellowStar is ghouled. They're just going to send the ghoul out on his own just to scout ahead. It's a very expensive one at that, is the cost of an ultimate. But looking for some free harass onto WINFAKT as they're doubling back on in. But during that last fight, when ocelote blew up, Shen ult was not up. Now it is. So SK, they're looking to fight back into this. It's like, guys, we didn't have the Shen ult earlier. We totally don't have it now. That is a complete and utter lie. And you usually see Araneae down bot lane, chunking out that tier 2, and it is now gone.
Yeah, so he picks up another turret. He's continuing the pressure, and all of a sudden they're missing out on all the turrets but this one in the top lane. So, they can continue to pressure him. It is interesting. What I was saying was Yorick, he's like an anglerfish, and when you look at his design, that's what he is. He's an anglerfish. He baits in the enemy team, so he wants to bait in WINFAKT and then have the follow-up from his team. However, ocelote was just a little bit too far ahead, so they were able to engage on him. The fast engage with Jace and Shyvana did work out for them. So he is back. He is trying to get in there. YellowStar chasing down cowTard, but with the slow, he might not be able to get it. So they do, I think, retreat. Kevin trying to get the slow in there, but they might be able to take a turret in response.
ocelote staying on the outskirts. There was a ward to jungle from WINFAKT that spotted him out. Slow going down onto Goats. ocelote's got the ball back in his court. Ultimate is up also for Orianna. So if there's a nice minion wave pushing, but look at that, though. There is that long-range harass from Jace that we've been talking about earlier that is going to be a constant threat. And everyone, SK is being spotted.
Oh, he can get the angle. He has the angle.
Oh,
he gets the shot.
Nice.
Very cool.
Oh, man. I think now that's the point where SK considers maybe we should buy an Oracles.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. etnex picking him off there, right in between the two other members. So they had ocelote body blocked, but he pulled off to the side.
Nice.
So that,
good stuff.
They are getting pretty strong, like for that bruiser team. As long as they can avoid the AOE, if Karthus can get into the middle of the team, the concern is that SK has pretty good kiting potential with both ocelote and Kevin. But I think that with the Karthus wall and with the movement speed from Jace, that double wall combo, I think that's actually strong enough that they might be able to force a fight onto SK and try to stop them. They've already stalled long enough for that inhibitor. So that 17-minute inhibitor, 17:30, it's back up already. And they are trying to pressure them. SK is going for this dragon, but Mega Shock's actually coming down to try and stop it. They do pick up the dragon, though, and get out of there safely. Yeah,
and so with that, dragon is back up 4K gold lead here for SK as the push continues. And as, I believe, the last super minion for SK there in the mid. And with that, Ping's actually going down in front of Baron. Are they going to do? I think they are. YellowStar looking to rush it. They recognize that all of WINFAKT. They are on their own in the mid. You see them transitioning over. There's plenty of great ward coverage, though, in the river. So WINFAKT knows that they have started the Baron. Nice ward on the tri-ramp. Recognizes they're coming on down. SK disengages, but Shen is back in the bot lane looking to split push once again.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to, bait in WINFAKT to allow Shen to get in. They're just trying to stall WINFAKT a little bit so that Shen has an opportunity to continue pushing, because they really have no chance in hell of pushing that Baron against WINFAKT, because Jace is just going to queue right into the middle of them, right in that Baron pit, and you've already seen how much damage he does. He's just going to clear out their team. Karthus could ult in and, wall them off right in that Baron pit.
Can ult in.
Right, it's such a dangerous situation. There's no way that they can take the Baron against them. But what they were trying to do do is stall them for Araneae to get back. Or, you know, better yet, if by some chance WINFAKT didn't have a ward and SK noticed, hey, guys, WINFAKT, they're not coming. So, you know, they could just sneak it in that regards too.
But I think that's not too far out of the question because WINFAKT, they have been pushed back. They had a huge push in mid. It wouldn't be too out of the question to expect them to be that far back in defending and not have wards that far up front. But fortunately enough for them, they did. And that's what happens. And, you know, if you're ever pushed back, if you're in defense mode, if you can manage to get an aggressive ward in the enemy territory, in the enemy jungle, that can be huge, like we've seen there. Araneae getting caught out a little bit by Lulu and Jace, looking to dash on out. That'd be a shame to be losing that Oracles. But Jace still looking for that pursuit. Does not get that shot through the gate, but will force the Shen to back off.
Yeah, and you saw they just, because Yorick has no Baron control at all. Yorick's, you know, tanky at doing Baron, but he doesn't provide much damage. SK couldn't even force a Baron there 4v3, and now they do have the slow on the ocelote. He gets the flash out of there, the ultimate as well to try and keep himself alive, along with the Shen ultimate, but he's very close to going down to cowTard. They do pick up the kill, but that Karthus ultimate should be able to grab him. Ocelote, can he shield enough? Wow, just barely surviving.
And the ghoul died too.
Yeah.
That'd been unfortunate if that killed him.
Yeah. So he's able to just barely get out of there, so that does work for their favor.
Shield as he's walking away. Very wise decision there from Ocelote. And with that, though, with the Karthus down, SK, they feel confident enough to go right back in for the Baron, but there is a ward in the pit. Does get cleared out. There is an Oracles now onto the Shen, so we're going to be a little bit more safe.
That's hard to engage,
but it's still hard, though. It's still rough.
Yeah, Jace, I mean, you saw the Q come in, and all of a sudden, you know, Yorick is dropped, and yeah, they have to just get out of there.
So it's still a very tricky game of a tug of war here. At the very least, surrounding the Baron. SK, they still consider a risk, but I think it's more of just a check. It's like, hey, WINFAKT, are you guys paying attention? Yes. Okay, we'll back off.
Yeah. It's
just,
you get a point on the test for signing your name on the top of the test,
which is bull, by the way. If you don't know, anyway,
you don't want the free point for signing your name.
Well, you shouldn't be rewarded for knowing your name.
Well, that's true.
You should be knowing that. You shouldn't be rewarded for something like that.
It's an attendance reward.
It should be only a deficit if you don't know it.
And it is a deficit if you don't know it.
Well,
if you don't know your name, you don't get that point.
When cowTard, a little bit of harassment from YellowStar, flash in a very strange angle, trying to go through the jungle, and Goats is there to capitalize on the out of position edge of Araneae out and back, and Nyph looking to retreat also, but I'm not sure if Shen can get away from this. Will the Oracles be lost? It will. A bit of a misstep for YellowStar. I'm not sure if he expected the flash to end up that short.
Yeah, he just couldn't quite get out of there, and losing two members.
How many wards did they place? Go back down. 3? Oh, okay. It's just 2. I thought they placed like 3 or 4 of them in there just for safety. Orianna Orb still doing damage to Sixx. Lou,
we've seen this situation before for SK, though.
SK, they can go in for the steal. We've seen them do it before, but actually Shen is down. So there is no smite available. Ocelote does get the kill onto Shyvana while they're in the defensive position, but Orb over the forest wall, still poking down damage even though he's not in the fight. Nyph getting very low, but is Ghoul...
Oh, they couldn't even kill Nyph.
Can't even get that. Nyph, the Ghoul has now died. If Leona dies, it will be for good now. Kevin is still with the slows. Sixx. Can you get the Oracles? Can you get the Lulu? The speed buff from Lulu is still significant here. I don't think it's going to happen, though. No. But Ezreal's up. Give me a true shot barrage, something, anything.
Go for it. I mean, that's the same situation we saw at Gamescom a number of times versus CURSE.EU. How strong Orianna is at those Baron fights. When it is a 5v3, it was a 5v4 situation a couple times, or 5v3 in Gamescom, and Ocelote poking in as Orianna, you know, you kind of risk yourself because Orianna's range, it's decent, but it's actually not that significant. But he's able to walk in, get in the Qs, get in, you know, the quick poke, and even though it's to their disadvantage, they came out ahead there. So, you know, he was able to get the really nice ultimate and stall them off. And I mean, it's really difficult to deal with when you're in those tight corridors that Orianna, and then they couldn't chase him down. They couldn't pick up those kills. I still can't believe they couldn't kill Nyph. But
I still can't believe there wasn't a true shot barrage.
Oh, yeah.
That could have been a triple for YellowStar.
But that's a nice, you know, SK, they almost, you know, had a little bit of a throw there. They lost 2 of their members. They were very close to losing Baron. and they just pulled it back. They were able to take control of there. It is a 4v4, though, almost a 4v5. SK picks up the Dragon, but they are in a really dangerous situation here. But WINFAKT, they're scared to engage this.
Well, YellowStar is a little bit out of position once again, but does shift over to wall. He will be fine, does have that available. York is not too far away from the team. Kevin needs to get with everybody because WINFAKT they are now looking to do their own push here in mid. May not be to the same extent as SK did earlier in mid, but there is the old square onto Sixx's face. Keeps him still right dead center of that Leona ult. That was beautiful.
And that's one of the weaknesses of Lulu, is that she's actually pretty slow. Even with the W, considered, she doesn't have any escapes or anything as a support, or as much mobility as other supports. And so, even though she's really strong in fights, if you catch her out of position, she doesn't really have a lot of options. And WINFAKT didn't really do a good job of accommodating Sixx there. Sixx was behind them, but they were all kind of running as a team.
Flashing on in. He's got the AoE. Can they steal the Baron? He's still up, waiting for it, and the Baron will actually still live off this one, but a lot of champs going on down. Ezreal and Karthus is going to be going down first, but Karthus is still ghosted. He cannot get the damage he needed, and SK will still sweep. WINFAKT looking for a desperate Baron steal. SK still doing it, but Muppo, it's not going to be a whole lot of damage. It's not going to be enough. SK secures the Baron. Ocelote being shielded by Shen. Shen doesn't even need to be there for the taunt. There's a quick kill. Leona grabbed the credit for that one. And Lulu left to her lonesome to defend this massive SK push.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get probably 2 inhibitors out of that. They might even just go for the Nexus.
They might go for game here.
It is very close to them going for the Nexus. They don't have Ezreal, though, and I think the lack of their AD carry will prevent them from going for it. They do actually ping the bottom turret. With the shields, they can tank the turrets fairly easily, but I don't think they have enough to tank both of them. They just leave it because they know those minions are going to take it down, and now they are going for another turret. But 4 members are up for WINFAKT. Their only one remaining is Muppo, and they have to back out of there because they don't quite have enough damage. They did get some nice damage on poke onto the turret, though. It is pretty low, so for their next push, they did set themselves up to take it down.
Yep. And you know what? Who better than to get the wave pushing? Ezreal, YellowStar going to be in bot lane. He's like, hey, you don't have the Baron buff. I'm so sorry for you. But yeah, hey, they're still waiting for you to tribute. etnex could be walking into a disaster, though. Does fire off the warning shot first. Good on him.
Right across the nose.
Prevented a very disastrous face check with that bullet.
Yeah, so it does give you vision, and he's not going to just walk into the blue bush because they had vision that the blue was up, so that's only the natural place for SK to go in that situation. Coming back from the inhibitor, that's where you would have to expect them to be. So he is safe. They are starting to get pretty strong with cowTard, but you saw in the previous fight, he just didn't quite have enough damage, even when he was grouped on all of them.
I think he also flashed in a little bit too early there.
Right. Yeah, it was a little early for the steal, but even as far as a fight's concerned, he didn't quite have enough damage to take them down with the shields that they have, with the regen and how tanky Yorick and Shen are. It just makes things very difficult for Karthus at this point, but he's starting to get pretty deep into his build. Once he finishes that Rabadon's in particular, that'll be very strong for them.
Sixx getting that ward coverage down, Glitterlance whenever need be to escape scary, scary enemies. But Nyph and Ocelote, they're a pretty good duo on their own. You come with that stun, that's a lot of damage for Orianna to deal. But WINFAKT, for the most part, note they do have a mid inhibitor down. They need to play the defense game and wait off the Baron buff. We saw the earlier push from SK down bot lane. That tier 3 in bot is pretty weak. And you got 3 members looking for a push. Shen is top lane. His ult is not back up yet. So SK just needs to be exercise caution when going for this push.
Yeah, they are pressuring in the bottom lane, but they are split pushing. So the split push, will be pretty successful for them. It's going to be difficult for WINFAKT to engage on the Orianna, but they've already worn down Jace with that with those Qs. So if cowTard can pick someone off with that wall, they could maybe engage it. They're just a little bit scared right now. They recognize that Shen could come back in. They just want to allow Jace to continue poking in, and etnex going for the engage, but really quickly he is dropped with a single Q from Orianna and Ezreal.
Goats finding out Kevin there in that side lane, putting the wards down also. So if, at the very least, if WINFAKT, if you're going to be forced in defense mode, they at least want to know where SK is. Orb, nice tag on the cowTard, half health already. But Muppo, he's going deep, is getting stunned by Nyph, keeping him there, occupied in back lane, but here comes Ghost Dragon form, looking to focus down. YellowStar is ignited, Ghoul popping also, and in mid-air the Jace will fall. cowTard falls also, all of SK will be able to get out of that AoE pretty easy. Not sure if they're going to get anyone on this ult. No, they will not. WINFAKT on the ropes.
Almost going down, but the shield from ocelote just keeping them up. They will be able to pressure in. That has to be a surrender. There it is. So WINFAKT, they recognize it's over. SK with the really nice pressure early in the game.
Wow.
You know, they had a really strong comp that was able to pressure all the lanes. You know, they were very tanky, able to get that poke from Orianna, and we've seen that kind of a comp from SK before, and it's worked out to great effect. YellowStar farming like a boss. I mean, just absolutely, you know, both games he was a monster for SK, and, you know, a big part of that comeback in the previous game and the win in this game. So really impressive play all around. 9-3-6 on ocelote.
Huge.
You know, his Orianna is still, you know, the play and the pokes and whatnot is still astounding to me. And, you know, supposedly XPK did teach him that. So, you know, they taught him everything he knows.
We've heard.
So we'll see.
We need to verify that that statement's authenticity. But for the time being, I guess we can say so.
Yep.
So we had the discussion also before the match and now during and now after. Jace AD.
You know, Jace AD was fun to watch. It had a lot of strengths to it. We saw the poke with the Q. It just got Jace on the board. It's kind of like they decided that Jace is so strong that it doesn't matter, you know, how they're going to play him. They want Jace on the field because he's just a really great champion overall. You know, he did lose bottom lane pretty significantly, but he was able to try and keep pace with YellowStar. Like, you know, even though he wasn't going to have the same damage that YellowStar was going to, he was pretty close there. And you saw their focus was to poke with Jace, and then in team fights just rush them down with Karthus and with all these bruisers and just bully them around. They couldn't quite do it because they were behind. And being behind, it makes that kind of a bruiser team very difficult to use. Because bruisers, they don't scale so much from items, they scale from levels. And that's actually kind of one of the difficulties with Jace in the bottom lane is you don't get as many levels as you do in the top lane.
And you see, ending the game was actually 2 levels behind YellowStar. Right. So it was always a constant issue.
Yeah, so I mean, you didn't have the same range damage that you would have. You don't get quite the same levels you would get from a top lane Jace, so he's not quite as strong as he would otherwise be. But otherwise, you know, it was an interesting thought. There were some strengths to it that we saw. They were never in a situation to really press it because SK did such a nice job early on.
Yep. And with that, SK will be moving on in the bracket. Going to be seeing more EU qualifiers tomorrow morning, so do please join us again Friday. This Friday, I believe, we're going to be running grand finals for both NA and EU, so we should know the third set of teams that will be going by the end of the week. So that's
that'll be very cool.
That's going to be a good deal. And remember, IGN.com/IPL5 if you want to be coming to the big show, if you want to be coming to the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas, the official home of the IPL. We want to see you there. Tickets are only going to be getting more expensive from here. Get your tickets, buy them now, and your rooms. We will be back in 2.5 hours for some NA matches, so do be sure to come on back and visit us once again. HatPerson and Baron here. We will see you guys next time.
Checking for a pulse. I'm breathing deeply. Think I'm zoning out. I can't see clearly. Hope that nothing's lost. Doctor, tell me I'm stable. I feel my vitals about to drop.
Team, so it's ECLYPSIA.
Just ECLYPSIA.
Leeson, the first ban coming in from CURSE.EU. Do not want that dude in the jungle or top lane. That might tie in with one of the game plans Curse has to go with here. And Aurelia, being banned up from ECLYPSIA, got a real surge in popularity once again.
Yeah, she's an amazing champion. If following that bruiser meta, she trades really well. Kind of in the late laning stage, and if you can just kind of sit tight and make it through the early game, you absolutely dominate everybody. And she snowballs so hard, and she has such an ability to just kill your whole team. And that's why she's not fun to play against. And then Jason Nunu banned, of course, and Lulu. So Nunu is probably the most popular support in North America right now. Just ridiculous zoning and area control with that ultimate. And then with that Blood Boil, just amazing power when partnered with your AD carry.
Yep. But Nunu support is actually something CURSE.EU has favored quite often in the past few months, but I think they're recognizing it's catching on just a little bit too much, and they may have another first pick in mind here. YellowStar going to be the last ban for these for this set. So if Curse has not anticipated first picking Nunu, it's just a matter of what are they actually going to take in his spot. They have plenty of options.
You know, it's interesting too, since they got fourth place at Gamescom. I wonder if maybe a lot of their comps have changed, but Shen, always an amazing pick. Shen is just such a crazy top laner, brings so much to the team. Ever since his rework, how long was that? Maybe like 6 months, 8 months?
It's been
a long time now.
It's been a while.
Yeah, ever since then, he's just been almost banned or picked in every single game. And then Sona and Ezreal over here. Sona is OP right now. I'm coming out and saying it. Her Q has too long of range and does too much damage early game. We saw tons of Sona play out of Chowster at PAX and just ridiculous poke. So strong.
We were actually playing some ranked games over the past few days. You were on Sona, right?
Yeah.
How is this first time Sona?
No, I played a lot of Sona, but I just started leveling her Q first after seeing Chowster do it, and now I'm just working people. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people did it, but I was still on the heal, sit back, and not poke
sit back
idea.
And derp.
Yeah, and derp I did until I started poking like crazy. Now Sona is just such a strong champion right now.
Plus the skin.
Plus the awesome pack skin. Oh man, yeah, that was pretty good. So that's fun. Corki, Leona. Corki, just good champion.
Yeah, Corki's seen quite a bit of popularity lately. Also, that true damage from the passive does quite a bit.
Yeah.
And the Leona, very indicative of a very aggressive lane down there, down bot. Granted, though, once Sona hits 6 with that ultimate, things could get a little bit hairy, but you do see that a cleanse will more than likely be going onto that Ezreal to try and counteract the potential stuns and the taunts wherever they may come from.
Yeah.
But Udyr and Cho, that's a pretty tanky front line.
Yeah, absolutely. Udyr, he used to be a really, you just kind of farmed a lot. You got what did you get? I don't know. Right now you're getting more Aegis and more defensive items, and you're kind of just a stun machine. You get in the mix, you have that cooldown reduction, and you just start stunning people. So I like that. You get that early oracles, and you really can put a lot of pressure onto the lanes. So I like the way that Udyr is being played right now. A Moo. That's fun.
I'm liking where Curse is going with this. This is just AoE to the max.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
There's Amumu, Ori, Shen, Leona is just clearing the way for Corki to just blow up everybody.
Yeah.
You get caught, and that's the best thing about AoE comps is if you get one, you get all of them. It's just you buy in this case it's buy one get 4 free.
Yeah, they have a lot of CC and a lot of AoE on that team, so I like it. And then Morgana being picked up over for ECLYPSIA. Morgana, always a safe champion. Pretty hard to gank with that shield and her ability to stun you.
Yep.
She's just a really safe pick. I mean, she has counters, but they're not strong, and she's really good.
Yep.
So I definitely like the Morgana pick.
So here's the thing, though, is that with the Amumu pick, it's now solid in stone that Shen's going to be top lane.
Yeah.
Going up against the Cho. And you've got two champs that are just they're very good at just sticking around top.
Yeah.
And you have quite a bit of damage on both champs too. You got the True on Cho, and Shen with the right item build is deceptively damage dealing. He can do quite a bit.
Yeah. It's not completely unusual to see a Trinity Force on Shen. I mean, it's kind of unusual, but I mean, you definitely can. People tend to do tanky builds. I think they could probably use a little bit more tankiness on CURSE.EU, so maybe that's the path that he'll take. But it's going to be interesting to see. if he tries to do a lot of damage, if he can try to snowball that lane. But I mean, Cho'Gath is a champion that you want to take really, really slow. You want to just make sure you can build those feast stacks and get to the late game and just be huge and like unkillable. But it takes a solid early game to make that happen. So you can't get ganked. You have to play really defensive, and you kind of have to just sit back and let the jungler prevent you from getting ganked.
Yep, and since he is in the top lane and it is going to be AP Cho,
Yeah.
so we got a nice little double AP going on here. But yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for him to actually build up, to actually get to the point of ridiculosity.
Yeah.
Is I'm making words?
No, that's not a word, but
It's not. It is now.
I embrace your creativity.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
But bot lane though is going to be pretty huge. Sona and Ezreal, that's a very painful, hurtful lane, and you do see that Eclipse is going for the kills because you have Sona with the ignite. But Leona and Corki on CURSE.EU, they're going to be going for the same thing. You have the ignite, you have the exhaust there. Leona wants to get in, wants those kills, and it's also not too uncommon to see some Leonas actually go like exhaust heal. Like, just completely ditch the flash. It's like, I'm going in, I want to be committed. But frAgger there is going to be a little bit safe. Can we say it's frAgger, it's frAgger, not Zinnik.
Yeah, Zinnik, unfortunately, who knows where that guy is? He's always out doing whatever.
I miss that guy. He's a cool guy.
He's really nice.
Awesome dude. Awesome dude. And he was every time we were talking to him about IPL5, it's like, I want to go. I want to see you. I want to see the UFC. I want to see them live. Can we see the fights? I want to see the fights. It's like, I want to see the fights too. I do. It's Vegas. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Because you're working.
Well, I'm working.
Yeah,
I'm working.
But so I mean, it gives him the extra dedication to want to win these tournaments, and
or lose, or get to the live show and lose early.
That would be
because I even like IPL4 when AAA got out, I don't think I saw them for the rest of the weekend. Actually, I don't think they actually showed up.
No, they were kind of out and about. They stayed.
They didn't even stay. They stayed at, like the Bellagio, I think.
The Excalibur.
Or the Excalibur.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Excalibur is a castle-themed hotel in Las Vegas. It's very fun. But anyway, back to the game. We got. I really like the Ezreal Sona bot. I mean, that's a lot of poke. You're gonna have a hard time jumping onto Ezreal with Leona. But then again, I mean, with that pokiness, if you will, Leona can really catch you out and just do a ton of damage. Leona really strong early game. She's pretty beast. I actually can't stand playing against her, but she's better than playing against Blitzcrank.
This is also true.
Blitzcrank's a rough champion to play against. But Leona and Corki has the potential to do a lot of damage with that armor shred on Corki. Just gonna be fat.
Huge.
Massive.
It's going to be big.
It is.
Big stuns.
Big stuns. Go big or go home.
And you know what? I'm also disappointed, too. I can't believe they removed the laugh thing from a Mumu. The sad robot.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that thing. It's just... granted, yeah, it was a little bit annoying at times.
Yeah. People would spam it like crazy. And
yeah, so when Sad Robot and Mumu was first launched, there's a bug with his laugh where... it can be heard globally, and people would just get the skin and just spam laughing. So you're sitting there and Spine is here, and it was just like hilarious and annoying at the same time. It was
your
like,
impression wasn't really close at all. But
no, it wasn't.
Really
I'm not a
funny.
robot. I can't. I can only do so much when I'm not a robot, Nick.
Oh, gosh,
I can only do so much.
That was pretty hilarious.
But yeah, that was good too, because you would realize he stopped laughing.
Yeah.
He must be moving down to my lane to gank me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, a lot of mind games. But anyway, so Sona not with the pack skin, so we can just go ahead and turn this game off.
Yeah, we're done.
Right now.
Later. We still got to follow through with that skin thing. Because I made like a tweet is like, for everyone who asked me for a Sona skin, I'm gonna get one for you, and you're not gonna get it
and burn it
because we're gonna burn it.
Ouch!
But
just to take them out of circulation.
Fortunately enough, I only got the Sona skin for myself. Sleper actually getting caught out by the tri-brush, escapes by the skin of his teeth.
Holy smokes, that was close.
It was really close, but right now, ECLYPSIA is actually still getting aggressive. They still want something because Sleper is actually trapped behind his turret, but like one errant bind could possibly go for a dive. But it is really incredibly risky here, especially for a level 1 fight.
Yeah.
The rest of Curse is actually very close by. They can just follow up through the tri-brush and go for that counter gank. So first blood in that situation, you didn't get it. Corki got away. Just let it be. And unfortunately, though, Sleper did not burn the flash. He bought the Valkyrie first, which is actually equally as good. It's equally as good. Because you've deviated Sleper from his normal skill build.
Yeah.
So he went for the evasiveness first. Killwar's going to have a little bit of an easier time bot lane for the first first 2-3 levels farming.
Yeah, that was good. I think he didn't anticipate Udyr to be there as fast as he was. I was surprised. Like by the time our camera caught up, Udyr had already taken him down half life. So that's interesting. And
actually, ECLYPSIA is still getting aggressive here, having Killwar. They just want to disrupt Curse at the small golems. The big golem is actually still up, and that's actually going to delay just a little bit. It's just a minor annoyance right now for Curse, and that seems to be ECLYPSIA's game plan, just be annoying.
Yeah, it's interesting that they would take the golems while Amumu started on the red side. Like, you think you'd want to be able to give them that experience, so maybe they were planning a level 2, but now probably not a level 2 gank, so it's definitely going to throw them off. And yeah, ECLYPSIA is just being really aggressive here in the early game.
Yeah, and Amumu, with the recent changes he's had, it used to be that Amumu was required to start at blue just so he'd have that mana upkeep, just so he didn't fall behind and going into jungle. But his tantrum costs a little bit less now.
Yeah.
He can start at red if he so desires with a little bit of help. And you see he's actually now starting onto the blue, so he should have that level 3 pretty quick. And you see he saved the smite, so Malunoo might actually be going for a pretty quick gank on one of these lanes, possibly top or mid.
Yeah, I definitely expect him to do some invade, but Udyr pretty smart in expecting that counter. I think maybe that's knowing the playstyle of Malunoo or what, because he knew exactly. Oh, and he's going in, getting that hit. Oh, and Amumu getting knocked up. But Udyr getting caught out. I don't know if he's going to do it. Shen probably going to be able to dash away. He needs to get out. That is some risky maneuvering coming out of Udyr.
Angush did get out of that fight. A nice little bit of a cluster of damage. Malunoo not connecting with that second bandage toss, but he's going to stick around still because the lane is actually naturally pushing into Curse. So if Freddy wants to capitalize on any of the farm, he is going to be moving on up. Malunoo is waiting on the edge of that bush. No vision right there. He does step out. Malunoo just getting out of the rupture range, retreating back to the tower. Opportunity has been lost, but he should actually be just fine. No kills happening here, but Udyr's looking to camp this lane. ImSoFresh getting for the stun onto Angush. Make him taunt back, wants to force Shen back so the minions will actually push into tower range, start getting denied.
Yeah, ECLYPSIA being really aggressive there, and Udyr, instead of choosing to farm, which is the advantage that he has over Amumu, his clear speed is ridiculous. Choosing to just push up that lane and try to give Cho'Gath a little bit more advantage over Shen. And I mean, you don't really see a lot of aggression out of Cho'Gath usually. You want to sit back and kind of just play it safe, but early game, just trying to push Sen out and trying to take any lead that he can get.
Extinkt starting out early, grabbing the Wraith camp. And a lot of mids, sometimes you won't actually see them start the Wraith camps in either lane until they're powerful enough where they can just go ahead and clear the entire camp in like 1 or 2 abilities.
Yeah.
But Extinkt went there, was committed. The wave was a little bit far pushed up. Malunoo coming on in, banish toss. Where is the black shield? A little bit too late on that one. Moopz is ignited, getting back to tower, but the bind will not put Malunoo into tower range.
That was really close, and I'm actually really surprised from Malunoo. He's allowing his team to take a lot of his farm. They took the golems. Yeah. They took his wraiths, and it's actually going to put him pretty far behind, especially when he's unsuccessful with these ganks. The longer he's sticking around in lane, it's just going to put him further and further behind, especially against someone like Udyr, whose clear speed is some of the fastest in the game.
Yeah, it's just a matter of also with Amumu, your ganks, your power in ganks increase immensely once you hit 6.
Yeah.
frAgger out in front, we'll get the stun down on the Killwar, forcing to shift out, but there is a ward in the river. ECLYPSIA does know that Amumu is nearby. They will back off for the time being, but seeing the patterns and how they move bot lane, you see Malunoo actually getting down into the brush. That is a ward that has just expired there from ECLYPSIA. So
that was a really close call. I wonder if it just saw him, maybe entering that bush. I wouldn't be surprised because we saw it too. But I mean, this is just showing the difference between like the North American and the European playstyles. North Americans junglers tend to farm a lot more, kind of sit back and do like a moderate amount of ganks. But if you look at Malunoo, he's been in lane so much at the beginning of this game, especially as someone on a champion like a Mumu who gets so much power from his ultimate.
ImSoFresh waiting in the bush in the river. Angush gets out around the bend, goes up through the lane. He's in a bit of a conundrum here. Rupture going to be missing, does taunt through it, and the flash to try and get away. Meanwhile, Sleper down bot lane, getting a little bit harassed down to Sona, and Angush will actually be fine. Gets to the river, nice juke, nice run away. Gets out of there.
Just goes right back into lane. Yeah, had to blow his flash, so I mean that's going to be in the back of his mind, and as well as Udyr's and Cho's. Like he knows they can go in and probably punish if he pushes too hard. But the thing about Cho'Gath is he clears so fast. He with his abilities he forces and pushes into the lane. So it's not going to be a whole lot of opportunity for Udyr to go in and make that gank.
Yep. Critical part though is that Angush is now Sixx. And one of the best things you can do against a team that has a Shen top lane, if you want to spiral top lane out of control, you put pressure on the other lanes, force Shen to ult out of top lane, get him out of there to try and make a difference. What? Was that? Oh, that was a fail flash from frAgger.
Ouch.
I think he was trying to. Sometimes it happens. You'll try and ping the map. You'll hit F instead. You know, like,
he fat fingered it.
He fat fingered it.
Is that what it's called? Okay.
Yeah, he fat fingered it.
I believe that's the official term for that.
His official Riot terminology is I fat fingered my flash. Damn.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. That's gonna. I mean, that's really Leona's only way to get out. So and now that's gone. So hopefully they saw that and they can really. I mean, that means a lot more poke and a lot more pressure be able to come out of ECLYPSIA.
But to be fair, though, once Leona does hit 6, which should actually be pretty soon, that instinct knows that there's not really a whole lot to be done here. There are pings going down mutually from both teams, very much around the bot lane, and Orianna was spotted in retreat going through the jungle, so that is a huge, huge Q right now for Morgana and Udyr to go forward invade on the blue.
Very nice. Yeah, getting into position, and Orianna doesn't have any idea that they're there. Cho is also coming.
For Morgana and Udyr to go forward invade on the blue.
Very nice. Yeah, getting into position, and Orianna doesn't have any idea that they're there. Cho is also coming to help. So,
Cho was spotted, though.
Cho was spotted, so I think they're about to get into position, but I don't think they can take him. I mean, it's going to be too quick, and the power of Udyr this early in the game with that Phoenix stance. And he's like, no,
but
I'm
Shen's
sad.
coming on down.
Nice.
Rupture going to be grabbing the Amumu. You do have a nice blade coming in from Shen, but that is not what you need. Taunt followed up from the bandage toss. You got the Amumu all for the first blood right there in the Baron pit. Sans Baron Ignite going down onto Morgana in retreat, going up the tri-ramp. Does have that blue buff. Curse wants it back. They want their money back. Orianna with the auto attacks. Can get the bandage toss from Malunoo. Angush with the blue buff will be taking that with him back to top lane.
I think in a lot of ways that was the best case scenario for Morgana dying, is giving the blue buff to Shen rather than Amumu or Orianna, especially Orianna. So he's going to go back to lane with that blue buff. It's going to help him a little bit, but again, Cho just pushes the lane so dang hard that it's just going to continue to push, and he's going to miss out on a lot of that CS.
Extinkt will also take the time to just free farm a little bit in mid, push up the wave, get that wave denied, so when Morgana comes back, it's going to be a little less experienced waiting for her. ImSoFresh, considering that last chain of events, going to secure the red buff while he still can. And with that, it still has a little bit of a level disadvantage a full level disadvantage in comparison to Malunoo, in comparison to Amumu.
Yeah, and Amumu with the boots of mobility. I just caught that. So, I mean, just the longer. What am I trying to say? Basically, the more and more junglers are getting boots of mobility on a lot of things. Of course, we see it very popular on Maokai, and who else? Maybe not Nunu.
Sometimes. I've started actually building on Nunu because. Remember, like, when you go into combat, that move 5 does no longer procs.
Right.
But Blood Boil is not technically like a combat thing, so you can Blood Boil yourself with move 5, and you're zipping
around.
You're zipping everywhere. You're a pretty zippy dude.
Yeah, especially with the prominence of early oracles.
Yeah.
Like being able to zip around the map and clear wards at a really really alarming pace. Really puts a lot of pressure onto the lanes. And I mean, so much of the game right now is about pressure. Oh, and here comes Udyr with the bear stance, but just Valkyrie's out. Oh my gosh, and Leona goes in trying to do damage. Sona ultimate. I don't know, Udyr, you gotta get out of there, man. And Amumu trying to close the gap.
There you
flash
go.
And kill. Goodbye, Udyr.
The slow on the tail end of that Leona ult was more than enough to do it. No flash necessary, it turns out.
Yeah, no.
There you go. Perfect.
Pretty good. So Leona just deciding to turn around and catch him.
Malunoo is still sticking around the lane, though.
Oh,
coming back
boy.
out, the bandage toss. And the ult is actually up. Does use it. Waits for the cleanse to actually pop, but Killwar, unfortunately, will not go down.
That was really close.
Oh, wow.
And almost everything they needed to kill him. That was a really good play, waiting until that cleanse was down to pop that ultimate. Baited.
Pretty baited.
Pretty good. So, of course, Amumu now 1-0 and 2. So he started a little slow in the beginning with some of the ganks that weren't successful. And was out in lane a lot out of the jungle, but now starting to catch up. Got that Philo Stone. He's going to zip around the map. He's almost to his Heart of Gold. He's in good shape now.
On stream on the NA side, we actually recently had a Zingy on stream who's famous for his Amumu. And, you know, for a while, actually inspired a lot of Amumu junglers to start stacking. You know, the build is like 3 Doran's rings into boots, which really deviates from the your standard like support-oriented jungler, where you start stacking the GP10s, get that gold income. And this is a more standard route, but here's the thing though, with those GP10s, in addition to all the kills, there's a huge gold advantage over Udyr this early on in the game. It's nearly 1,000 gold difference.
Yeah, Udyr's a little bit behind. Yeah, he's trying to get that Philo Stone and trying to continue to leverage, you know, some of the Golber 10s. And actually, ECLYPSIA here just pushing up and then be able to take this dragon, I think. I don't think they're going to be able to stop it with Morgana coming in as well and Corki being all the way back at base. So a lot of their damage is not here.
But Shen ult is up, though.
That is true. And Amumu ult not quite up yet, so probably not going to want to engage us, but it's going to be rough.
Malunoo out in front, dueling against Killwar, but going to be going on in. The Shen is here. Here comes the bandage toss. ECLYPSIA does get the dragon, but will they be able to escape with that as 1 kill down onto the Udyr? Orianna ult keeping everybody still. Sona ult in response. Moopz does get the kill onto Leona. Shen goes down also. Sleper is doing work, though, on the outskirts, the Gatling gun, but cannot get everything he wants. Extinkt trying to 1v1. The Ezreal does get it,
silence.
but trapped in the pit. No! The flash is not enough.
Very nice.
So let's review everything that happened there.
Okay.
So Dragon is worth about Dragon or a tower is worth about 2 kills.
Yeah.
And ECLYPSIA, they got the Dragon plus 2 kills on that. So it was a 2 for 4.
Was it?
So
okay.
that fight essentially meant 2 dragons for ECLYPSIA.
That's pretty good.
But
pretty good.
It's really good, but that has brought gold to even.
Interesting.
Yes.
So that's very interesting, actually. Okay, so they must be farming a lot better. Not completely, but yeah, I mean, ECLYPSIA, that was a really good exchange for them. Curse decided that they were going to engage 4v5 because Corki was not quite there. I expected him to kind of come in and clean up, but by when he got there, everyone still has a ton of life.
Or trapped it, or in a case of extinkt, just led everyone into the pit.
Yeah.
It was like, we're gonna camp out here. We're gonna go in this little hovel.
Yeah. So really good for ECLYPSIA. It's you know, put him into the lead by 400, 300 gold right now. So puts him in good shape. And of course now Ezreal 2-1 and 2, given that early gold to your AD carry can be a lot of trouble.
Always good. Always good. Pop up onto the Shen here top lane. And Freddy's doing what he can to harass. He's got the full level advantage onto Angush right now. He's just been pushing like a boss this entire time. The top tier 1 is at half health. But you know, Shen, he does okay farming under towers. Not too big of an issue, but that is a very big Cho. Look at this. Look at the size of that Cho. He can get pretty huge.
Yeah, he's pretty
quick.
Yeah, he's going, and he's gonna.
He's gonna.
And he's gonna. I mean, he's getting to a point now where he's level 11 compared to Shen's 10, so he has a little bit of an advantage. He's 0-0 and 4 to Shen. Well, Shen actually has probably a little bit more gold than him, but he's in a position where he's so tanky that it's going to be hard to trade because he'll just outlast you. Like we see right here, exactly.
He just bit off his arm.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if you want to fight me, you're gonna be armless.
That was a bad trade.
That was.
Yeah. So
and you're
blowing the feast to
They're gonna dive this. You got Udyr
Yeah.
coming on in for the assist, and Shen's in a lot of trouble. Angush might just want to just back off, let the tower fall, because there's not a whole lot that can be done to save this. Extinkt's gonna come up and try provide a little bit of assistance, but Moopz is not too far behind with that blue buff. It's a bad time.
Oh, and a stun off from
Flash
Udyr.
stun from Udyr. You got the flash coming from Cho, also popping everybody up. Orianna ult trying to get damage down, but the Morgana ult will keep her still, and that is a double kill for Freddy. Ouch.
Yeah, and that
And
just
a tower.
Yeah, that was really good for ECLYPSIA. I mean, really. Looking at Curse, a serious lack of wards in their own jungle there,
Yes.
like not having any idea that Morgana
look
was
at
coming
this.
up.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic warding from ECLYPSIA everywhere.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
But Curse, where are your wards at? Where are them wards at? So I mean,
there's
there they are right there.
1, 2, 3. That's it.
Yeah, and as Cho continues to push into the tower, those
Four.
wards become a little irrelevant. And
even look at bot lane. Look at ECLYPSIA. It's 16 minutes in, and ECLYPSIA is still warding both bushes.
yeah,
That is huge.
just playing it really safe, and it's showing. Oh, and Malunoo goes in with the bandage on.
Holds up. Not gonna use it.
Oh, nope, not using it. Ezreal gets out.
yeah.
Killwar to live another day.
frAgger, he's still staying in the bush, but gonna recall, try and get something nice for himself. Malunoo does retreat back to the jungle, wants to keep that farm up, but still the lead that Malunoo had over ImSoFresh is actually now just completely dissipated.
Yeah.
With the assistance that Udyr's been lending top lane has been huge, absolutely huge. And they took also the tier 2 in
Yeah,
top.
and look how they warded their jungle. ECLYPSIA warded the jungle. So, I mean, that's what you do when you have a lead. You ward deep, and you control the objectives because you can
Look at
win
that.
team fights. And just
So good.
baller wards.
All
Just
of the
amazing.
wards. Morgana with the ult in mid on Orianna, keeping her, still does flash out of there,
my
but Frat,
gosh.
wow.
That was... I did a golf clap.
That's a golf-
So that
that-
was
yeah.
pretty good.
That was really good.
Yeah, really good. Man, that bind, really good read on that. And so Morgana...
Malunoo doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, with Morgana with the Abyssal and it's pretty sick ultimate, just get in there and doing damage. And Cho'Gath, you are a massive,
He's huge.
massive champion right now.
He's got the 6 stacks. He's at full. Meanwhile, mid lane, Malunoo does get caught out a little bit here in the mid. Moopz just throwing down some free damage. Killwar does get caught in the brush despite it being warded. Ult come down from Leona. Sona ult in response. Killwar is ignited, but will get out of there. Does burn the cleanse. He still has a healing reduction, but he's not taking the damage from Ignite. But Havoc with the Q, harass. Fragger's a little bit out of position, but here comes the Shen ult. Will he make a difference? The taunt. Where was it? I don't think I saw it.
I think he just... What happened?
I don't know. We're going to go back in a second.
Okay.
Killwar looking to kite. Angush is looking to duel the Udyr, but it's not going to be doing a whole hell of a lot. We gotta go back for a second because that was an odd situation here. So Shen's going to be ulting on in to frAgger, and then we're just going to focus on him just for a second. We'll slow-mo. Angush. Oh, that was frAgger.
Oh, okay.
That was frAgger going through. That was a bad call on our end. It was like I thought that was Shen actually dashing. It was like, no, it was Leona.
Oh, okay.
She has that dash too. But yeah, she's looking for the stun. She's looking for something. Angush, I think, was trying to taunt someone under tower.
Didn't happen.
Did not happen, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate.
But,
But yeah, I mean, really good. Oh, man, the mobility and the teamwork of ECLYPSIA is really impressive right now. They get that dragon, and their lead is getting a little bit out of hand for Curse. And as Orianna gets caught out with the bind, and chose there to just clean up
Yikes.
crew.
Kill and a dragon.
Oh.
frAgger getting popped up in mid.
Oh my
Nom
gosh.
going down. That is half health down off of the support from CURSE.EU. And Freddy and Havoc just going to stroll on out. Just no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Get
time to
more wards
ward,
down.
and they know how to ward. So
They really do.
Yeah, they really do. Really impressive play so far out of ECLYPSIA. Really good mobility around the map, reading the opponent, knowing where they're going to be, and really taking advantage of a lack of warding from Curse.
Malunoo has so much gold on him right now. He's got nearly 2K in the bank. And I'm kind of confused as to why there's no Oracles purchase.
No, I also agree.
It's strange.
Especially with the boots mobility, and
Right.
he can really get around the map. Maybe he had it and he lost it, and we just weren't paying attention. I don't think so though. But yeah, we definitely need to see an Oracles out of him. So we'll see. He just backed.
He's got the Aegis.
Okay, interesting.
He has spent all the money on the Aegis, so wants to get everyone a little bit tanky. Angush tanking that blue buff, waiting for Extinkt to come grab it. There you go. Gonna be returning to mid. But for now, it's like, yeah, this is This is a 4K lead for ECLYPSIA, and the superior ward coverage is just doing so well.
Yeah.
It's doing so well. Everywhere they need to be, they are there, picking up more kills. Extinkt maybe catch up. Nice dodge there from Moopz to get out of the banish toss, but here comes the ult once again. Extinkt trying to get damage, but here comes the Nom, the orb keeping Moopz behind. Malunoo, I hope this is worth it. Moopz, no!
No, it's not.
It is not. You got Oracles also onto ECLYPSIA. They're going to come get more coverage, but Sleper was coming mid to help. Gets caught.
What is going on? Oh my gosh.
It's wards, man.
Man, it's the ward coverage and map awareness, and they are taking it to Curse right now. Curse is playing just kind of a sloppy game. They're out of position. They're playing overly aggressive. They're pushing out. I can't count the number of times they've pushed it for a kill, and then Udyr comes out of the rush and comes and just kills them.
Yeah.
So it's happening a lot. They're getting caught out, and that comes with a lack of map awareness.
It really does. It really. I'm gonna turn off vision for Curse for just a second to show you how constant and how consistent and the placement of all the wars that ECLYPSIA has had all game. It's absurd, and it's great, and it's fantastic, and I wish all teams warded like this. I wish I can go into solo queue and have the rest of my teammates ward like this. That's how beautiful it is.
Yeah, that's really good, and it gives them the ability to roam around and make the plays that they're making. Yeah, just controlling the map. Just really impressive. I mean, to be completely honest, I didn't expect such coordinated play out of ECLYPSIA, especially with, I think they end up having to pick up a sub last minute because Schlyo was gone.
Yeah, that's Moopz coming on in.
Yeah, Moopz came on in, so really interesting to see. And I mean, in response, we look at some of the item builds from Curse. Orianna with the 3 Doran's rings. Like, not a good place right now.
And the Athenes.
Yeah, interesting choice.
Yeah, buying the blue potion, blue elixir too, just to stack up a little bit extra in the middle of the fights. Corki, Trinity, and Boots and Vamp Scepter is pretty much. Well, that's the thing. You look at the comparison of Boots. You actually got Merc Treads onto Killwar. He's very paranoid about the stuns. Wants to get out there as soon as possible. But I think in a situation like this, it's a very good choice, especially when you're ahead of the opposing carry.
Yeah.
And that lead translates into, well, 2 more Dorans. It's a 1,000 lead. ImSoFresh catching out Angush in the jungle, will taunt out of there, but no pursuit. Fresh is also looking. He's got his own Aegis, working for that Sunfire cape too. He's going to be in the middle of the fights, might as well.
Yeah, and that Oracle's, of course, it shows, and not only does it allow them to clear wards, but when you group around in a pack, you know if you're hidden or not. You can really just kind of camp out because you'll know if there's ward coverage in that specific area. So it really allows you to just play hide and seek with your opponent, and as they go to take objectives, you just work them.
Sleper, he's free farming on his own, wants to catch up to Killwar. But there are very few opportunities, because as soon as the wave pushes, Killwar is there to take everything, push the lane back out, and Sleper will not be able to stay with the team very long because of how far behind he is.
Yeah. I mean, and say what you will about the deaths that Curse has, they are farming still really well. Orianna is 43 farm, 40 farm ahead of Morgana. So I mean, definitely the experienced team and the experienced farming is coming into play here, and it's keeping them somewhat in the game, even though they're down 7K gold.
Yeah, and as you look at the gold difference, it is a 1. Granted, here there is the farm difference, but there in gold, you have the kill difference, you have the assist difference, and Moopz, despite being 40 creeps down, look at how many kills and assists over the Orianna.
Yeah, it's a significant amount. I mean, it's given her that level advantage, and she's going to get your level 3 ultimate before Orianna. So I mean, just that in itself adds additional pressure onto Curse.
Almost, very close. Yeah. When you're level 16, you get that level 3 ult. The damage possibilities are huge. Yeah. The cooldown, so low.
It's a lot lower. I mean, and it's a good timing window when you have such a strong advantage like that. When you know that your abilities are far superior to your opponents, so that is the good time to go and attack. Meanwhile, just a little skirmish. What? Just a little. Oh, just.
I'm not even
flashed.
Okay. Yeah, you had the rest of Curse actually looking to help, but again, the ward coverage.
Yeah, saved him in that situation.
In most situations, ImSoFresh would not have flashed out of there. It's like, I've got 3 levels on you. Yeah. You silly man. Why are you trying to engage upon me?
Yeah.
Fred here, bringing Angush down to half. Did use the ult. Did huge huge chunk of damage off him. And in the meantime, all of that distraction, ECLYPSIA swings in for yet another dragon kill.
Yep, doing really well. It's really interesting how Cho'Gath, he's front loading that feast damage as to like scare him off. You know, he's like doesn't want to kill him. He's just like just get him out of here. Let me farm.
It's a 40-second cooldown.
It's not very long. So yeah, he just wants to farm and get huge as he is. I mean, you know, physically and itemly. Just, you know, get those 6 items and just be the tankiest, gross creature that you can be.
Look at that. Well, you can't step on that.
No,
you can't. Meanwhile, ECLYPSIA recognizing the advantage they have carved out for themselves, also seeing that everyone's a little bit split, everyone's trying to farm in mid, and that there's no ward coverage.
No, but they're still coming
in. On the Baron. It's going to be falling very quickly. The ward in the pit, but it's not going to make a difference. ECLYPSIA does grab the Baron. Sleper out in front. Malunoo trying to do everything. Here comes the Amumu ult. Everyone is still. ImSoFresh getting very low. Angush in the middle of the fight. Sleper is out of there. Is ignited. Havoc still in pursuit. Angush with the flash over the wall. Havoc with the Q and the power cord. Grabbing the kill onto the Corgi. Malunoo was still out in front dealing with the rest of the team. Will also fall. Freddy out in front, the tanky body leading the charge. Shen also trying to get away. Angush is in a bit of trouble. You have the flash looking to get the silence, and there you go. Killwar piling on all the damage. 3 for 1, and a Baron for ECLYPSIA. They can just push here huge.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at how much life these champions have left, they're still in really good shape to continue pushing. Oh, yeah. And that shows how one-sided the fight was. Of course, it was 2 for 1, so not a whole lot of kills. But I mean, it gives them the opportunity to go and push into this inhib and really just stick it to Curse.
And you see, even with frAgger still here, the ultimate was used. There's not a whole lot that can be done. Extinkt can only farm very limitedly in a position like this. It's just pure defense mode for Curse at the moment. And in the meantime, ECLYPSIA will just ravage their jungle, take everything, take that red buff, take the small golems, take whatever. And Malunoo actually getting a little bit too far ahead of himself, recognizes that yes, the red buff is gone. We know where they've been. We know where they're going to be going. Moopz showing himself in the bot lane along with Killwar. This could be a very bad engagement. You still have a team with the Baron buff. Your old Mumu ult is down, looking for slows, and here comes the Morgana ult. Tons of damage.
Oh my god.
Ultimate from Ezreal. Malunoo almost nearly melts, but Moopz does get caught by the Orianna ult. Plenty of damage, just plenty of time. Havoc with the ult, but here comes Udyr looking to stun, looking to get that Phoenix stance onto everybody with the bear, with the stun. Angush looking to go. This is a desperation move from Curse, but it might actually be working. ImSoFresh still has that Oracles. If they get the kill on this, it could be huge, but Angush is caught out. Can he get the Sona kill? No!
No, that was really close. And Udyr trying to skirt away. I don't think you're able to catch him. Maybe a Valkyrie, maybe a little something.
If he gets out of this, I'm buying you lunch.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, damn it.
Okay.
Wait, it's not over.
It's not over yet. It's not quite over. Looking for the damage. ImSoFresh. Nice juke on the bandage. Malunoo. Is there, the tail end of the ult gets him.
Oh my gosh, my stomach started grumbling at the thought of you buying me lunch for that. But you know, that fight needed a lot more Cho'Gath in it. You needed someone to absorb the damage and get in and just be a giant tank, and he wasn't there, so it wasn't as favorable as it could have been. But man, I wish he would have gotten out of there. I really wanted
he was in there for the long run, and that's the problem with Udyr, is that once you get to this part of the game, he just gets so evasive.
Yeah.
He's going to be building into the Randuin's Omen. If you're looking to chase him, it's not going to happen. Once that's finished and built, just pop the active as a done deal. Freddy, he's got the ult up.
Oh my gosh.
So much damage. And the ignite. Shen ult.
Oh boy.
Nice
catch. I mean, he forced a lot on that fight. And of course, the feast, 40 seconds. Nothing. It's going to be up any second. Amumu getting caught out, and it's going to go down pretty quick here.
Yeah.
And that's the bind. You get binded by Morgana, and you just sit and you have a lot of time to think about your mistake, because it's a really long time. And then Cho coming in with the knock-up. Shen trying to make something happen, but I don't know, it's not going to be enough. And Corki goes down, and this is ECLYPSIA with their lead coming in and just taking the towers. They don't care anymore. They're coming in on Shen. Shen goes down, and Cho'Gath, you're just too huge, man. And Orianna, it's not looking good for you.
Extinkt looking to evade the silence, but the burst is too much from ECLYPSIA. That is the ace. And Cho'Gath out in front with that geodescent dome home, which is the Morgana shield, leading the charge on everybody and everything. The Nexus turrets are going down, and Malunoo can, it's not a whole lot there. There's the Morgana ult just to help seal the deal. The Nexus being focused down, another ace, even though it was only 1 kill. And then his Nexus going down, game 1. Going to ECLYPSIA. Good job.
With some extremely strong play.
Extremely strong play. Warding to the extreme.
Yeah.
And just solid.
I mean, if you look at the
solid
score screen here for a second, you see like they executed. I mean, they said they don't have a lot of plans. They're an adaptation team. They just adapt what the enemy does. But they did exactly what they needed to do. Cho'Gath didn't die at all.
Right.
So that's a huge part. You have to have that build, that slow momentum. So he's just a giant tanky machine late game. He had the Abyssal, and he had the Frozen Heart. So he was doing all kinds of help for his team as he was getting in there, reducing their magic resistance, slowing their attack speed. Awesome. Udyr built tanky, died a lot, but he was the fodder. He got in there. He was a stun machine. He was able to really choke up a lot of the skills of his opponents, and they just did ridiculously well.
And we've going on to that mentality also. It also speaks in the builds here. Bot lane from ECLYPSIA was doing very well against the Corki, so they recognized, you know what, physical damage isn't going to be too much of an issue for us here. Start stacking that MR.
Yeah.
2 Abyssals on the team, on Morgana and on Cho. And also, I mentioned this before, Killwar with Merc Treads. Not often do you see Merc Treads on an AD carry.
Yeah.
But in a situation like this, where you're going to be focused down on the stuns, it works.
It does work.
It really works.
Yeah, it's good for them. Did really well.
Yeah.
Ezreal got fed. It's interesting, 2 Abyssals, right? And this is post-nerf.
Yes.
Am I right? So, I mean, we're still seeing the strength of that individual item in cooperative play.
Yeah. Or actually, even then, if you have 2 of them, that's essentially the range of the old Abyssal.
Yeah, that's true.
So you might as well just buy 2.
Yeah, and you can always anticipate Cho'Gath being in the mix, getting in there, and lowering everyone's MR. So I actually really like it on him. And you mentioned earlier AP, right? So, so he's that Wit's End, so he's just tanky as heck.
Yeah.
And Cho'Gath, my MVP for that game.
Worked out pretty well. We'll see. We'll see what Curse does in game number 2. Can take a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of a commercial break, and we will see you in just a moment. Game number 2, CURSE.EU and ECLYPSIA for IPL5 Qualifier number 3. Sticking with that Aurelia, but here the big thing I'm concerned about is if Curse is going to opt to leave Nunu open. Never mind.
Okay.
Never mind.
Yeah.
I was going to go on like a 3-sentence like statement, but Nunu got banned, so never mind.
Yeah, Nunu got banned. Also, Curse Fly was saying that they really like playing Lulu mid. And look who they're banning. So ECLYPSIA knows about the Extinct's Lulu mid. So we will not be seeing that. Instead, maybe they'll give up. I don't know. Extinkt plays a lot of different characters, so it'll be exciting to see who he picks. But YellowStar and Jace. So Jace,
Lee Sin left open.
Lee Sin is left open. Jace is banned. Jace is like just rocks bruisers, and in a time when bruisers kind of dominate the top lane, Jace comes in and can actually kind of lay down some hurt. And Ezreal coming out of ECLYPSIA. So we saw a really successful Ezreal lane last game, so not surprising at all. Ezreal really, I think, ended the game 10-1, so really strong.
Huge.
Oh, and then Cho. So they're Curse is deciding to take Cho away from ECLYPSIA.
Now remember, CURSE.EU for quite a while, they were running Cho, but they were running Cho jungle.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there's been a little bit of a cross communication between the regions of within Curse.
Yeah. Well, I think a big thing about that is junglers don't scale all that well into late game.
Right.
Very few do. And I'm not saying Cho'Gath doesn't scale well. I mean, he doesn't totally, but he is the tankiest of tanks, right? So he can really just take a lot of damage. And oh boy,
I'm wondering.
I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm apprehensive.
Is this going to be AP?
Because here's the thing.
I think it's going to be AP.
I would very much like to see AP Rengar top, but the first two pick, and this is why the order in which you pick is very important.
Yeah.
And also to keep the other team guessing, because we've made 2 picks here for Curse, Rengar and Cho.
Yeah.
And we're going to have no idea. ECLYPSIA is going to have no idea who's top and who's jungle.
Yeah.
Until the loading screen.
But locked in Renekton. So
Renekton, he's pretty malleable up top lane.
The thing, I think he does decent against Cho, and he's actually, now that I think about it, he'd probably be pretty strong against a top Rengar. So I mean, not a totally bad pick. I mean, smart pick, really. Pick someone who can, do decently well against either of those champions, which Renekton can. So
which one of the best things you can do when you have a sustaining champ or someone who does so well in lanes and that can stay there for a long time, like Cho and like Rengar.
Yeah.
You need to be able to out-damage them if you can burst them down huge.
Yeah.
Champs like Olaf who have the true damage do very well, especially from someone who can heal a lot. But you look at Renekton. One of the more common things that you'll see built on Renekton top lane is Brutalizer. So once we start hitting the loading screen, we're going to check his rune page and we're going to see how much armor pen he's actually running.
Okay. To
see if he's looking to just start dealing true damage all over Rengar and or Cho'Gath's face here.
And nobody
or
wants that.
Or nobody.
Oh yeah. So I think I've seen Moopz play. He subs for a lot of people, and he does play Heimerdinger a lot. I believe that's his most played champion, and he does the 3 gold per 10 Heimer, and just sits and just farms mid. And I remember we questioned him last time, like, dude, are you serious? Are you serious right now? You're gonna play Heimer? And he's like, don't worry, I got it. And then they lost, so that was fun. But I mean, it wasn't. I mean, really late game. You're not doing a whole lot. Your missiles, good. You can zone. I mean, you can push, but when you get into a real crazy team fight, you're not doing a whole lot. So
yeah, you're a missile, and on occasion, a blind and or stun.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see Heimer if Moopz is somehow listening to the. Please pick him.
There's the Lee Sin though that was left open by Curse and ECLYPSIA. They will pick him up for the last pick. Going to be in the jungle, and Morgana. Once again in ECLYPSIA's hand in the mid, and Karthus.
Nice choice.
Pick up, very good choice. It's Morgana pick. When a team picks Morgana, it's like, you know what? Let's just make mid a farm fest.
Yeah.
Okay, and who farms better than Morgana? Karthus.
And with the global pressure, like, Karthus is amazing. So, yeah, I mean, if you're going to go against a farmer, you better just counterpick the best farming champion that you can. And Karthus is amazing at that. And Karthus's late game is insane. He has the highest sustained DPS of any champion in the game with his E and with the Q and then the ultimate and then your death. So he can do so much. and he's really strong. And Morgana, of course. I mean, that's the thing too. If like Moopz pulls something out and catches Karthus once or twice with that bind, you know, it can really change the lane around. But you're going under the presumption that you're not going to get caught by that bind at all.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to farm well.
And Karthus, he's not the most mobile dude.
Mm-hmm.
So Lee Sin, if he connects with that Q, if he can close the gap with the W, it could be a bit of a troubling situation. But we'll see. He'll just play safe, play defensive, try and counteract that.
Yeah.
But also Karthus, he's a brilliant pick because all of ECLYPSIA here, it's a very close range team. Ezreal doesn't quite have a whole lot of range. Lee Sin and Renekton, they have to get very up close and personal. Morgana, you're going to be flashing in to try and get that ult. So it's a good pick. And like I said before, let's check Freddy's runes and masteries here.
He will be facing Rengar. So
Cho
is jungle, yeah.
All right. So and this is a pretty standard page for most AD top lanes. I mean, it's very similar. It's almost similar to most AD pages.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But that's the thing, though. The key is the armor pen.
Yeah.
Got to be hopefully picking up that early brutalizer.
Yeah, and getting the flat magic resist, which is pretty popular right now, rather than the scaling.
I derp to forget to check masteries too.
Oh, yeah.
15-15. Interesting.
Okay.
Going out into the defense tree just to get that cooldown reduction and getting the 4% in the. Ooh.
Just going CDR.
This is a sexy page.
Yeah, that's interesting.
This is a really sexy page.
I actually never really thought about having that much cooldown reduction from your masteries, but
it's.
I'm sure it works with. I mean, you see some interesting cooldown reduction builds off Vlad in top lane too.
Oh yeah.
So not completely unheard of, but yeah, on Renekton, I don't think I've ever seen it, and I like it.
I think I found my new Garen page.
Oh, really?
I think I found my new Garen page because that looks sexy.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how that works against Rengar. So I mean,
and we got to check.
Yeah, let's check Rengar.
Is it AP? No, it's standard.
No, it's
standard
AD.
Rengar.
Okay.
Okay.
And move speed. Interesting. Okay. That changes what I was going to say because I was actually going to talk about. Yeah, it is. Okay, so. So there has been some talks about how AP Rengar might be overpowered in the top lane.
Right.
But there hasn't been a lot of talk about how AD Rengar shapes up in the top lane. Not a whole lot. So, I mean, we've seen it, but...
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. Angush, of course, solid top lane. So I have under good faith that he is going... he knows what he's doing. He can make something happen, some plays. And Rengar is I feel, an unexplored champion. Because he's so different in his mechanics. Like when a new AP or new AD comes out, it's like, well, they have similar ideas, poke and close range or, just a lot of poke basically. But Rengar, with his items and everything, it's kind of a weird, we don't have a whole lot of idea what can come out of that. Yeah,
when we first started toying around with Rengar, like he's a difficult champ at times. If he's a jungler, sometimes it can take a while for him to get rolling.
Yeah.
And he is one of those junglers there where ganking is kind of like a strange undertaking until you hit 6.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need that stealth, you need that advantage, you need that leap, you need the ferocity, you need everything.
Yeah.
And he's also one of the big things though is that he's very single target. And that can be difficult at times as a jungler because you're playing the more assassin type role. But when you put someone like Rengar who has so much single target top lane, all of a sudden things can turn around.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he fares here. This is going to be a nice learning experience for all of us.
I know his AD scaling is quite impressive.
Yes. Not as good as his AP scaling.
Well, actually, I think on one of his abilities, it scales. It's like 2.5 on one off AD.
Well, that is the Q at max ferocity.
Oh, okay, at max ferocity.
It has to be maxed.
But still, that's still kind of an
still
atrocious amount of scaling.
It's still pretty big, but it is still only one burst.
That's true. So I guess it can't do all that much, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, hopefully you take a lot of advantage of that brush,
but
can make stuff happen.
But we've also seen the YouTube videos of how much damage Rengar can do at level 1, and it's going to be very defensive for ECLYPSIA there in the top lane until they get vision on Rengar and until they can confirm how much ferocity he has and how much damage he's capable of.
Yeah.
Because the YouTube videos do still stand true. You still can get a very quick level 1 kill top lane against an unprepared opponent if Rengar goes through with the small golems and he gets a ferocity, he gets a seconds, he gets everything he needs.
Yeah, I bet he has all kinds of crazy tricks with Rengar. I mean, this is a make or break game for them. So, I mean, if they lose this, they're out. There's a good chance they might not. There's one more qualifier. They might not come to IPL5. They really, really want to come.
They really do.
They really do, especially Zinnik. And so, I mean,
who may,
I don't think
they
would
may not end up actually
They
coming.
might not end up going. I don't know. They're putting a lot on the line on Rengar, on that Rengar pick. So I bet he knows what he's doing. I'm willing to bet.
Such a smart path there from ECLYPSIA, but I think they were spotted.
Yeah, I think
Oh
they're-
wow, way waste from extinkt does actually get the vision. And yes, there is a very small window of vision that layways do provide, but in many cases like that, it's enough.
Yeah, and they're just backing out. They know they're in trouble. I mean, Karthus can just kind of poke and play it safe and have a good sense of where you are. So in that regard, they have to be kind of careful. But Curse just kind of hanging out and playing it safe. Oh boy, you sure you want to do that?
No, out there.
All right, Malunoo, you risky guy. Hey, you're the tiny Cho right now. You can't
He's
do
tiny.
anything.
He's tiny. You're just a baby. You can't be doing that stuff right now.
Yeah.
And what? Lee Sin, going for that was a smite steal. That was a smite steal onto the blue wraith actually from Malunoo. So
Oh wow.
you're gonna be needing a little bit extra help
Yeah.
on that blue. He's not gonna have that smite, so he's just gonna need a little bit of extra help from Sleper. But I think the game plan was just put Lee Sin just a little bit behind, just enough to annoy him.
Yeah.
So there's that annoyance play coming in, but now this time on Curse.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. They stole the race, and Ezreal and Tarek took golems, so small golems. So, I mean, this is 2 games in a row now where we're seeing that. So, I mean, he must be able to catch up and not have, not be that far behind from it. Just getting that blue and the red really quick, and probably just going to try to do a gank. I mean, until those come back up, because he's going to be sitting pretty tight if he doesn't.
And you know what? Now we see the Rengar pick, and Angush is afraid to engage. He's afraid to last pick, and he's level 1.
Yeah. We got some Beast Wars going on top lane, man. The Beast Wars.
Oh my god, that cartoon, dude. Holy crap.
That was an awesome cartoon.
That was an awesome cartoon. I love that thing.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, Rengar is so unexplored and so new. Like the matchups, I want to say Renekton's in favor in this situation, especially with the cooldown reduction.
With a little help from Malunoo, might actually turn around. Angush saved the ferocity,
Oh,
wanted all
boy.
that damage. That's quite a bit. The ignite going down on Renekton as well, but will dash away. Will be fine. But ImSoFresh making his way up. Does have the double buff. Can you see? Does see Malunoo. Malunoo does not have the red buff on his own yet, and Fresh looking for damage. Rupture keeps him still in the brush. Angush can swoop around if he so desires, but there's Freddy. Still tons of damage. Gets the ignite down. Gains the dash. ImSoFresh. Interference from Malunoo. Just in case. That was great.
Yeah.
Great positioning.
Just shoving around Morgana even comes up. I mean, just in case something got out of hand. But
that was intense.
Yeah, I mean, really good play between on ECLYPSIA. Really, Renekton with Freddy just doing a lot of that burst damage, getting there and making something happen. Just playing really, really well and controlling.
But recognizing.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, when they saw Malunoo come in for that gank, they recognized he doesn't have a red buff. He hasn't gotten it yet. This could be a really good steal, but in the bush, Angush does get stunned out by Freddy. The ferocity is up. Can he make something happen? Fresh, very low, first blood onto Angush, but Freddy, you can connect with this. He does have the flash up. He can go for damage, and there we go. There's the flash. There's the stun on Angush. There's the kill, but can he get out of there? No. But the double buff will just be refreshed on the Malunoo.
Yeah.
You'll have that back with him in
Cho
the jungle.
has all the buffs, man.
All the buffs now.
Pretty good. So it went from nothing to, well, he had blue, but now he has red. So now he's in good shape. And I mean, that really helped him out.
So lesson number 1 in playing against Rengar: don't fight in the bush.
Yeah, that's
don't fight in the bush.
Don't do it.
Because you're not getting away.
Yeah, that was and I think he probably learned that lesson in that situation.
Yeah. And now we know. And knowing is half the battle.
Yes, it is. And now Rengar is one. So Rengar doing pretty well for himself.
He's doing okay. Whoa, what happened there? Missed that one.
Magic.
We're gonna go back. Well, it is indeed magic damage. Moopz very low though. Here comes Lee Sin. ImSoFresh with the shield to the minion. Gets the slow onto extinkt. There's the bind from Moopz, and it just vacates immediately. Wall of Pain, not getting enough, and here's the best part, Extinkt is 5.
Yeah.
Does not have the ult.
That was close.
Very well timed.
Yeah, really. And Lee Sin, I can maybe start to see why he was banned in that last game. He's ImSoFresh, pretty good mobility, gets around. He's getting chunked out by, gosh.
Chink.
Yeah, he's taking that damage, and yeah, I can see he has really good mobility. He's hitting those skill shots. He knows how to use the spaces. Lee Sin, using both the W and the Q, is such an important aspect of being good with Lee Sin, and he's doing it well. Meanwhile, Top just trading back and forth like Top does. Rengar just trying to do a little bit here and there, but I mean, Renekton does a lot of freaking damage.
He does. He really does. And he got the Doran's Blade. He's got a little bit of lifesteal to him. But look at Rengar. Kindle Gem. Rush first. Interesting.
Yeah, I like it.
Interesting.
Is this a cooldown reduction battle going on in the top?
It seems that it's looking like that, actually. Moopz getting caught out just a little bit in mid. Will be able to make back to tower, yes, with that shield helping out a little bit, but here comes Fresh. Once again, Extinkt remembers what happened last time.
Never forget.
Never forget.
Pow me. Okay. But yeah, so just putting in per a little aggression, a little pressure. Like I'm actually saying pressure a lot today, but I think that kind of summarizes the way that the metagame is going right now. Just having a constant pressure on your opponent so they don't get comfortable. And so they're just scared, especially if like the jungle presence. Just always being afraid that they could be around any corner is a good mentality to have your opponent in. It makes it so you can farm better and then just play a lot more cautious.
Angush looking for damage on Afraid, does throw down the bullet, but not a whole lot coming up from that. Is full Frosty, uses that to heal. Will be falling back. Malunoo, there was not a whole lot of options there. Sleper gets ignited down bot lane. Havoc already used the stun, not available for quite some time. Graves will actually walk away from that. Sleper will have to back, though, very low on health and mana. And how much gold does he have to spend? He hasn't backed yet. He's waiting. He's actually waiting for the gold for the BF sword. Ezreal's already got the money. Killwar can just go back whenever and buy it. But Sleper still needs to stick around for a little bit. Angush getting chunked out huge. Has full Frosty. Pops the ult. Looking for damage onto Freddy, but that's going to be it. Just wants one swipe and then he's going to walk away. He's satisfied.
Yeah, just trading as they can. And oh man, bot lane just getting pushed up to that tower. And it's, a lot of that Taric play is about the presence that he has in lane that you have to be kind of careful to not poke out. And you're always at risk when you go to last hit that the Taric stun could come and really just lay down a really sick punish on you. So, oh gosh.
Wow. The heal. Is it going to be enough? Yes. Just barely.
Yeah.
Angush living with that battle cry. Yeah, it does heal quite a bit of health.
Yeah.
50%, but here comes Fresh.
You stuck around, bro.
This is bad. One swipe. No assist on the Leaf Sin, unfortunately, but you know what? It's fine. You got the kill. And now Freddy has pretty much complete control on the top lane. He can go back. He can buy whatever he wants.
Yeah, this is a really bad position. When it's bruiser on bruiser like this, when you have such a strong advantage, you're going to be trading so much better than your opponent. You're really just going to be pushing them out of lane, pushing them away from farm, and just really going to have a strong advantage over them.
Malunoo's just camping out that side brush, and I'm not quite sure why. But what's even more curious is why ECLYPSIA pinged out this bush. It's like maybe they have an inkling, maybe they've got a little bit of understanding here. But walks past the red. It's like, hey, the icon didn't disappear. Where did it go? Meanwhile, bot lane Havoc getting more stuns, more damage coming from Ezreal. Killwar is just running wild. Bot lane is a little nuts.
Yeah, they're. I mean, that's what happens when you get an advantage, and you have to know how to push your opponent out of lane so that they can't farm as well. And we're starting to see a big difference. Like in top lane, for instance, 15 farm for Renekton over Angush. So I mean, Angush is catching up a little bit here, but it's going to only get worse as Renekton continues to push Angush out of lane. And
Angush also looking. He's going to be building that brutalizer. But Freddy not opting for it. Going for the phage, a little bit more health, but the slow. That's going to be the critical part.
Yeah.
That's going to be a huge, huge part, especially when his ult is up. He gets the phage proc, and he just cannot escape from the AoE.
Yeah, and Cho is bot. I think maybe can make something happen. But just straight in the top lane. And, I mean, the heal on Angush with I mean, he's doing pretty well. I mean, he's getting to stay in lane. He's getting to farm. He's pushing lane pretty hard. Renekton. Oh, gosh, Morgana coming around from the back. Oh, and the stun from Tarek. I don't know if Janna's going to... Nope. I didn't even get to finish that sentence. And Graves needs to be careful here, just kind of getting poked down. And, yeah, hey, where are the wards at, bro? Hey, AJ.
Where
are they?
There's one.
There's one right there. But, I mean, if
and there's two.
Okay, so you can kind of go around and just didn't see that coming. And
yeah.
Eventually, if you hang around your tower long enough, you're going to get caught out like that.
Pretty much. ImSoFresh eating up those Skittles one by one from Karthus. Moopz tried for the bind earlier, just could not get it. Shield defensively. Fresh wants to be with the Morgana, wants to be safe, because here comes Malunoo. Oracles, thank you. Thank you. Oracles,
yeah.
Good item.
Pretty good. Going to do some work on those wards. And
ooh, don't lose it.
Oh gosh.
Don't lose that thing, Malunoo. Flash over the wall.
Morgana.
But here comes, they're already going to go for the dive. There's a spell shut down onto Renekton here in the mid. His ult is up. You have a very huge push in mid from ECLYPSIA. Everyone's here. The whole gang's here. But that does leave top undefended. That does leave bottom undefended. So this huge push, hopefully something will be coming out of this. But ECLYPSIA will actually just fall back, clearing out the ward coverage. Curse looking to get back into this, and they're not. They're doing better. That Oracle's fantastic purchase. I want to know where that was last game.
Yeah, it didn't exist. I think he was playing catch up a little bit with the Mumu last game, but yeah. Cho, you play slow, and you slow and steady wins the race in this situation.
Dragon being engaged upon by Curse. The Nam, the Feast will be secured. Cho going to get a little bit bigger with that one. He's got 2 stacks right now. He's got a little extra health. How much extra health is that exactly? That's 180 bonus health. So that's something fantastic to have, especially on a frontliner like Cho.
Yeah, plus it's one step into looking way cool and huge as Cho'Gath. Yeah.
With the huge, with all the hugeness shields that come with it. Angush getting dove here. Top lane ult being popped by Freddy. Just gonna take off tower aggro, come on in, and then should be able to finish that top tier 1 pretty easy, because you forced Angush back. He cannot fight this. He needs his brutalizer. He needs a little bit more items. He needs a little bit more health. Moopz in mid with the ult. Wants to chunk out extinkt.
Oh.
Here comes ImSoFresh with the follow-up. The kick backwards. Easy. And meanwhile, Havoc, the Karthus ult. Will you get something off it? You do get the support.
Wait,
Killwar still in pursuit. frAgger, Sleper, can he get the slow? Can he get something? Anything? No. Killwar should be able to get the safety.
Did he take the damage for that? Did he flash the...
Which,
I'm hallucinating. Okay, I don't know.
Wait, what?
I thought he flashed the Karthus ult or something. I was like, I thought he was a lot lower.
Let's
no,
actually,
I don't think so.
Let's go.
I think I'm
back.
hallucinating. No. I don't even think that's possible. But
well, yeah, you know, we're here. The game's up. Might as well check. Killwar.
No, he took it. Okay.
He took it all.
Yeah, that's not possible. So
that's impossible, Nick.
I need to stop hallucinating. That's fine. Thanks for checking that out for me. But yeah,
no problem.
Slowly but surely, Curse is getting back into this game with good positioning. Just now they're playing ECLYPSIA's game a little bit, just catching out the opponent and where they can, and small victories will lead to their comeback here.
Angush going for the Giant's Belt. Actually wants to build up a little health. Wants to be a little bit more safe, but his item choices are a little bit disjointed. ImSoFresh finds Rengar in the jungle. And Angush really has nowhere to go, unfortunately. He's going to be caught out. He's not going to be getting a whole lot of kills here, but he does the ult. He's waiting for the ult to come back. 2-1. Will he be able to pop it in time? There's the ult. No, but it will not be enough. ImSoFresh following up with that one, but it did kill enough time for extinkt to actually get with the rest of the team. Exhaust going down onto Malunoo. The Oracles is now gone. Unfortunate, and Freddy there with the ultimate.
Yeah,
looking very
that's
threatening.
not what you wanted on Cho. I mean, losing stacks
and the Oracles.
So that is a horrible situation. And now, I mean, if I was ECLYPSIA, I would try to keep Cho down the rest of the game. Don't let him get huge. Try to catch him out, ward well, like I know they know how to, and really try to just stick it to Cho so that he can't get back in this game.
He's got the option. Malunoo has the option. He will rebuy it.
Okay.
So. You had your that was your one.
Yeah.
That was your one. Don't lose your second one.
Yeah, you don't really need a whole lot of gold on Cho, luckily. I mean he does so well even without items. But he did lose some stacks, so it's going to be kind of a tricky thing. But if he loses another Oracles, that's when we're going to start to have a real bad situation on our hands.
Yeah, and remember, this Cho, he's only got the one GP10.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a hit to the income when you do the early investment into the Oracles that you just need to stay alive. That's really the only thing you need to do when you buy Oracles. And Cho, he's got a lot of abilities to actually get a whole bunch of dudes off him. But he's kind of walked into that one. Actually, most of Curse did. You got ImSoFresh with the kick against the forest wall. So evasive. That Lee Sin just gets the damage, gets a kick, and gets out.
Yeah.
But Malunoo, no. Not again. Don't do this again. The Rupture recognizes that Morgana and Lee Sin are in pursuit. Should be able to back off Angush there with the support. Going to be making his position on down, grabbing the small golems also, just in case.
You know, the Ezreal and Renekton and Lee Sin, you know, they're champions that can get in, do damage, and get out safely, you know, with those dashes. So it's actually, we're seeing some interesting dives coming out of ECLYPSIA because of those champions. And it's going to be interesting when we get to the team fight phase, how they're going to be able to get in and, you know, and do the damage they need to do and then get out safely.
Sleper still farming at turret. Let's take a look at the goal difference real quick between the ADs. And it's actually not as big as you'd think. It's about 500 gold. It's still significant though. But also remember that a good chunk of that was also from Dragon. Sleper getting chunked out just a little bit. The shield will protect him for now. But Havoc is there, still has that stun available. Could be a bad situation because Lee Sin is actually making his way back on
I don't
into
see
lane.
any wards either, man.
There's one ward in that brush, but they're not quite aware that Fresh is here. Could be bad.
Oh,
here comes
sick.
Malunoo. This could be huge. ImSoFresh with the slow onto the Cho, followed up by the stun. The kick is not there, but the damage. There's the Oracles, number 2.
Oh my gosh.
Gone. Oh.
That hurts.
Wow. That's unfortunate.
That's exactly what you need to do against. I mean, Cho really needs to get caught out.
Extinkt
held down.
Finding out Moopz, sneaking around in enemy territory. The layways looking to evade him. Just one more will actually do a flash over the wall. ImSoFresh gets the kill. But the Ezreal, where's the shield? Oh, doesn't even need. No! Angush coming in through.
Oh boy.
Oh, that shield was like a tenth of a second away. Like you can tell. You can tell that Moopz is like jamming on E. Like he has no E key anymore. He's like pounding it. Like, where is my shield? Where is it?
Oh man, that was really, really close. And Karthus, you know, 3rd death for Karthus, so that's going to be an issue as we look at the levels 13 for Karthus.
Yep.
And, well, 13 for Morgana, so it's not going to be that bad. Morgana's going to be able to do, you know, is a little bit ahead here, a little behind on farm, but
it's just fine.
And we got that Abyssal. I mean, it's going to be pretty even still, but yeah, keep Karthus down. I mean, they're really keeping some of these key champions down. You don't want Rengar to snowball. He has 3 deaths. You don't want Cho'Gath to be able to just sit tight and build up those stacks. He has 2 deaths and 2 Oracles gone, so 800 gold just wasted. That could be another gold per 10 item, so that's a big deal. The tower goes down. I think they're going to be able to get out of here with the damage of Renekton, just too much. Oh.
And these are your 2 most fed champs on ECLYPSIA right now. Renekton and Lee are just a power combo at this point.
Yeah, man.
They're a free roaming squad at this point. Nice pink ward from Havoc in front of the pit. And you know, that's also a good investment. Sometimes if you don't feel confident, if you feel that you will be dying in a lot of these engagements, don't buy the Oracles, buy the pink wards. I know supports like Elements.
Yeah.
Very much prefers like, you know, just don't even bother the Oracles. Just get the pink wards. You should know by now what spots they should be warding.
Here we go.
This is very
Another face check. frAgger going down really fast. Sleper, dude. I don't know if there's a lot of hope for you, man, with the ability to chase down. Oh, flash dash. Not enough. And he's going to go down from ImSoFresh. And this is some insane Lee Sin play. He's hit all the important skill shots. He's putting all the necessary pressure. And, man,
this
Curse.
Oracle's number 3. Number 3.
Oh my gosh. And the thing is, I mean, they're trying to put wards down, but ECLYPSIA knows where wards are not and is being there and is just punishing those face checks. I mean, countless face checks coming out of Curse, resulting in death. And boy, that's just putting them farther and farther behind. We're talking about almost 5k gold now, coming up on the 20-minute mark. It's just not looking good for Curse in this situation.
And remember too that every time you kill an Oracles, it's
an angel gets its wings.
Every time you kill an Oracles, Kale
Yeah, Kill gets back her wings.
Yeah, there you go.
after Twitch crushes them with an airplane.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, watch Top 5 Flops. So, yeah, every time you kill an Oracles, if you're not Angush, again, trying to go for the blue, but just getting caught out. Wow.
Oh boy.
30 health, barely getting out. That stealth.
Oh, I don't know.
There's HatPerson. Oh, what? We're going back because I'm pretty sure that was just an absolute blind hit. Okay, here's vision. Here's the ECLYPSIA's vision. Trying to see little predicted shot. Oh wow, barely just had the vision on that.
ImSoFresh, you are an impressive player, sir.
What's fresher than fresh?
Ice cold. Oh. Okay,
oh,
nice.
oh. I forgot about that song. But what's fresher than being
cool.
fresh? Ice cold.
Cooler than being cool. So
Wow.
I mean, taking this Baron because they can. I mean, their lead is so substantial right now, and it's really just about not just gold but levels, positioning, and just going in there. Card that's doing a lot of damage actually, getting in there, but just not enough. And here comes the ultimate. I don't know if he has enough. No.
Nice shield.
The shield, the life, the level advantage,
The wards.
the wards.
The wards. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Holy crap, man.
Yeah, pretty good.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, just force that Baron fight, which is what they want to do, continuing to take a lead, and just, I mean, the wards. I'm expecting them to do a lot more deep warding now. Now that they have this kind of lead, where they can really control the objectives and the buffs, and really just put hurt down on Curse. Curse, man. They got 4th at Gamescom. You know, they're really, for a long time, they were considered like undeniably like the number 3 team in Europe. But I mean, just getting really outplayed here.
Just the coverage.
Yeah.
The coverage is too good. And you know what? What are we learning here today? If you're playing against ECLYPSIA, you ban Lee Sin.
You ban Lee Sin. You get
ban
an
Lee
early
Sin.
Oracles.
Early Oracles.
You ward a lot.
Malunoo getting caught yet again in the tri-brush. ImSoFresh with all the damage. Man, this is.
And the thing is, Lee Sin
brutal,
is
man.
one of those champions. Oh, you're not getting away, Angush. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, barely. Just if the minion wasn't there, it would have been bad news.
Oh,
Bears.
maybe
But
he might get away.
He's still trying for
I
it.
wouldn't risk lunch on it.
Oh
That's
no,
for sure.
yeah, that's what I'm not betting lunch on.
Oh no, I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Anyway, so
But extinkt though is getting caught out once again. Freddy with the wall of pain coming on in just for a little bit of defense, but extinkt just there's really nowhere to
Tarek
go.
found Rengar as well.
That's the thing. Here, the thing is, yeah, Tarek did finally catch up. Angush in the bush,
Oh,
trying to leap out.
gosh.
Nice juke. Oh, you jerk, Killwar. You jerk.
That was pretty nice. So now it's a slop fest, and Curse is trying to make things happen, but instead is getting caught out. And they need to play defensive, and they can't because they need to farm. But with the poke and the ability to get in and get out of some of these champions like Lee Sin. And the thing is, too, Lee Sin is 9-1, and Lee Sin is one of the strongest snowballing junglers.
Yes.
Like, he gets ridiculous. Ezreal,
Can he get
That
it? No,
almost turned
barely.
out
Just
decent.
does not get the kill onto frAgger.
Yeah.
But I think that is a one-time thing that's not going to happen again. And your Curse right now, they're so far behind. And just look at
I
the
think he
kill.
thinks he backed, but he didn't.
Yeah, Moopz.
Oh, no.
Looking for the bind. Looking for whatever strangle kill on the Sleper. Should be retreating right back into the tri-brush. But here comes Lee Sin. Here comes ImSoFresh. The kick into the wall. Sleper dashing over the forest wall back into the jungle. Here comes the Sixx. Should have the wall pain. Should have the slows. Should have everything necessary to try and catch up. But the question is, will you be able to? Does not look it.
Yeah, just getting out of there. But, I mean, Morgana can still kind of poke around and make life miserable for you. But got to be careful of that wall. Yep, like it's... well,
right
she made it to
there.
the tower, so it's going to be kind of close.
You do have the Black Shield, did use it for the brunt of that damage, but not for the slow, unfortunately. Angush does not have the ult up, though, so cannot pursue this.
Moopz does, though, but okay, just going to back out and wait for maybe some help from Ezreal.
Yeah, he's coming. Killwar's almost here.
Oh.
Bind.
Oh.
Does not get
Oh.
Angush. Where's the vision? Does get the vision. Angush, you're just standing there. He's just waiting.
He's in the
trying
buy
to bait
screen.
it. He's
in
trying
the
to
buy
bait it. Oh, ImSoFresh does get the kill on Graves. We'll look at that in a second, but right there in the middle of the whole fight, Killwar still in the middle of the AoE.
Holy
Cannot
smokes.
trade against extinkt, but Moopz with the pool. It's not going to be enough. Bind something, anything. No. Here comes the no, Moopz.
No.
Why don't you just go for it? Oh, man.
That's unfortunate. I'm so sad for Moopz.
I am too.
But I don't think it's. I think it's going to be okay. Lee Sin is 10-1, and has some tankiness, has some damage.
He's got a little bit of everything.
He's in good shape to just kind of carry this game for ECLYPSIA.
And look at Fratty. It's got that GA.
Ouch.
It's GA #1.
GA Hex Drinker. You know, that's a pretty good combination. You have that shield. You have that damage. And I mean, we're looking at Frozen Mallet on Lee Sin. We're looking at the Phage on Renekton. So, I mean, you're not getting away from those champions.
No, you're not. Maw in progress for Freddy.
Yeah.
So that's just a hell of a lot of damage.
It's just bad news for Curse, really. So, I mean, Curse, I mean, they still have a chance. I mean, they're still holding on to that 5K deficit, so it's not like it's grown. And as it gets later and later into the game, that means less and less. And they have some really, really strong late game champions. They have Graves, they have Karthus, and Cho'Gath, that late game takiness is unmatched. Of course, he has died a lot, so he's losing a lot of those stacks. But, I mean, if they can make it to the late game, they have a real chance at still winning this game.
Yeah, it's a big if, though. It's a really, really big if. But it's getting close. It's getting close there. Extinkt has actually surpassed Morgana in farm, but the real threats here are the Lee Sin and the Renekton. Those are, and you know, Ezreal is actually farmed up and surpassed Graves very much so, actually. It's about a 2K lead. Angush in the mid, looking for some free damage, but Killwar did finish that dragon earlier, so a little bit more gold for ECLYPSIA. Angush getting caught out. Moopz, will he be able to live through all this? Angush does leap away, but no. Killwar with the quick burst takes care of the Rengar. Havoc out in front with ImSoFresh. Does go to the ward. That bush is warded, by the way, Curse. That's always the worst thing. Like, you're in a bush, you're playing against Lee Sin, and he dashes to the bush. He didn't hit you first. He dashed towards Sleper, getting caught out by Freddy. ImSoFresh. Q, anything, the kick.
Oh,
well,
okay.
wow.
All right, red
That's
buff.
greed.
That was shit. I'm sure we're having an interesting conversation in Skype right now.
Killwar, how would you like a kill? Yeah. Oh, I would love a kill. Nope. Just boom. Just boot to the head, man.
Just robbing it.
What a jerk.
I mean, they're in really good shape to take Baron. Morgana is out there zoning, you know, some of the members of Curse, but oh, look, they're just kind of hopping over that bait. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good.
Dashing
there goes
over
Karthus.
the wall, connecting with all the rest of the kills. Extinkt looking to put the ult down, but not going to be doing a whole lot. Malunoo now gets caught. Moopz is down. And this is pretty much
it, man. Who is this ECLYPSIA team, man? They look ridiculous.
They're looking crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
absolutely crazy here.
Yeah, I mean, Rengar needs to be careful. I mean, wow. Okay, so now I'm a little less convinced that Curse can come back and win. The 5K became a 10K and
Baron.
So, and I mean, the big thing is they have a lot of close range champions on ECLYPSIA, and the Baron buff allows them to get in there, you know, and lay the hurt down a little bit more than they could without it. So, and if Lee Sin 12-1-6, my
jeez,
God,
mother of God.
Yeah, he is. He's pretty fat.
He's huge. Ezreal is huge. Renekton's huge. It's just there's nothing you can do.
Yeah,
with huge power like that. Granted, you can mitigate some of it. You know, Rengar got the Sunfire.
Yeah.
There's Chain Vest on Cho, but it's just all scattered, and the mobility on the champs. They can just go wherever they need to be. Ezreal, Lee Sin, and Renekton, they have those innate dashes.
Yeah.
It's
zip
rough.
around the map. Yeah, exactly. And
very zippy.
And Rengar 2-7. So I mean, I expected a little bit more, especially with so much on the line in this game from Rengar, but really just been shut down the whole game. Decent farm. I mean, for as bad as he's been kind of pushed around, but just not doing what he needs to do to be successful.
As the thing too is, I mentioned before, Angush, he's very single target damage. But who do you focus in this maelstrom? It's rough.
Yeah.
It's really difficult.
Man, Moopz was doing something really cool there. He was like kind of baiting to the ultimate, like making them think that there was ultimate, allowing some tower pressure. Oh, and Curse extinkt split pushing.
Sleper caught out just a little bit, taking huge damage from the pressure. Whoa. I thought for a second there, I thought Killwar was actually going to connect with that. But here's the thing: it's kind of difficult to split push in this situation when you're losing so much back at home.
Yeah.
There's a huge desperation move from extinkt. Granted, he does get the tower. He's got a huge wave pushing, but look what's going on at home. Freddy doing huge damage to Jan, and Monsoon will keep him away. Bind onto extinkt, caught in the middle of the fight. Will be going down very quick, and the Morgana ult on top of everything.
Oh,
huge
boy.
double kill for Renekton right there, and Sleper caught up in the tail end of everything. frAgger, this guy is he's just hanging around.
He's dancing, and
He's
Lee Sin
dancing.
just put it.
ImSoFresh is joining him on that.
Wow, shady. So, frAgger, I don't know if Janna was the right choice in this situation. Janna not. Oh,
That's it.
My gosh.
That's a surrender.
ECLYPSIA.
2-0 CURSE.EU.
Damn.
Damn, girl.
Damn, girl, you fine.
You fine.
That was really good. That was really good. So, hey, congratulations to ECLYPSIA
Yes.
for that amazing play. You guys definitely earned it. And ImSoFresh is my new favorite European jungler. Sorry, Malunoo. No offense, bro.
Best name. Well, he's got the name.
ImSoFresh, he wrecked with Cho in that first game. He went 3-0 in a million.
Yeah.
Second game, 1,000,001 in 9. So, I mean, ImSoFresh, really impressive play. He knew what he needed to do as the jungler in those situations. He did amazing damage from Lee Sin, amazing tankiness out of Cho in that first game, and really just impressive.
And once again, one of the key parts of game number 1, all the ward coverage.
Yeah.
And here it's the difficult thing too is that Curse did the right thing. They got that early oracles. Malunoo was doing great ward clearing at the time.
Yeah.
But that one series of events when Angush went in for the blue just pretty much blind.
Yeah.
Granted, you have in oracles, you can clear ward coverage. You still need to have coverage of your own to know when to dip in and out of enemy territory. And that happened a lot. Angush is getting caught out a lot.
A whole freaking
By the
lot.
blue
I think
area.
a lot of the team was getting caught out a lot.
Yeah.
And
Face checks.
I mean, you should watch that over again and just count the face checks. Make a drinking game about it. You face check,
Drink.
that's a beer.
Losing
a whole beer.
oracles, that's a shot.
Yeah, exactly. Lose the game and you die.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty
Fun
much.
game.
Fun
So-
game. Great game.
Yeah, so that's it for today in the EU side. We're still working on trying to have an NA match for you guys today, so you can come
Yeah.
check that out. That'll
Hopefully.
be at 5, probably. I mean, things are kind of crazy right now. Teams are breaking up and getting back together. It's like high school,
A little bit.
all over again.
Computers are bursting into flames.
Yeah, but guys, IPL5 tickets are on sale right now.
Yes.
Go to IPL.IGN.com. You can just click on IPL5 on the side there, and you can buy your tickets now. And make sure you get them soon because the price is only going to go up, and they're only going to sell out. They're going to sell out pretty quick. So just be careful that you want to go, you live near Vegas even, and then you wait a little bit too long, and now all the tickets are gone because we've seen that happen before.
Tickets will not get any cheaper than this. Plus, we got great package deals. You come on by, you pay a little bit more, you get those gift cards when you come in, or your gambling chips. You will be all set and ready to go. But with that, hey, I think we're pretty much done here.
Yeah.
So are we guaranteed for the NA this afternoon?
Not guaranteed on an NA match yet. So, but tomorrow we are seeing SK Gaming versus Solid Supreme. So SK coming off their second place finish at Gamescom. So they're looking extremely strong. So we'll get to see what kind of interesting stuff they're up to these days now that they're not. Now they're just waiting on the World Championships.
Now, what do we have for the NA tomorrow, though? Because there's still a lot of big name teams that we still have yet to see.
Yeah, tomorrow night it looks like we're going to see probably Monomaniacs Ferris. They're playing up against Troopers, I believe. So we're going to hopefully see that. But there's all kinds of matches coming up. So next week we'll hopefully try to wrap up the qualifier number 3, get into number 4, and then before you know it, IPL5. So make sure, guys, get your tickets. And yeah, man, that was a good game.
That was a great game. That was a great game.
Again, man, Baroncast, he's sick. Go say hi to him at Baroncast.
Yes.
Follow me on Twitter, Nick Allen IGN. Follow this guy on Twitter at HatPerson. Listen to us make fun of each other, and
it's a good time.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see you guys next week. Next week,
Next time?
tomorrow, tonight, whatever.
Next time we got, and if we do have an NA match, we will keep you updated on Twitter.
Yeah.
But whether we see you tonight or tomorrow, we shall see you guys then. Thanks for joining us.
See you guys.
Whoa, we are really fuzzy. No, just change the settings.
Summoners, we'll be unfuzzified in just a moment. But thank you for joining us this morning. No countdown. There we go.
Thanks, guys. It is going to be a cool match. ELOBLADE versus FNATIC. Definitely looking forward to this. This is the finals for IPL5 qualifiers, EU number 3. We were just watching the game, CLG versus Invictus Gaming, which was last night.
Yep.
It was in the NA quarterfinals, and was definitely a really cool match. Yeah, we'll swap that up real quick.
Boom.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, we'll that match we'll actually show the rebroadcast of again at the end of this, but we'll also have it up on our YouTube channel if you guys didn't catch it. The rest of the match was definitely awesome, but both teams are filtering in, and we'll be able to get this game underway fairly shortly.
So EU side, the EU tournament for whoa, wow, I'm sounding really bad this morning. Damn, hold on a minute. I like how we synchronized that.
The synchronized cough.
The synchronized cough.
But yeah, the EU tournament has been really exciting so far.
Yeah.
A couple of missteps. Unfortunately, SK, they weren't able to play yesterday, so it would have been SK versus FNATIC.
But
But regardless, FNATIC's really good.
There were a lot of forfeits in this bracket. It's not just SK. And to be fair, I think you can perceive that both of these teams, both FNATIC and ELOBLADE, they really had an easy ride. It was a 16-team bracket, and in order to get to the grand finals, FNATIC and ELOBLADE only had to play one match each. FNATIC beat Black, and ELOBLADE beat out ECLYPSIA. And those were not easy matches, though.
Yeah, no, they were fun matches. They were really good matches, but still, neither team has really been challenged in this qualifier yet. So, it will be exciting to see who comes out of this. Both of them are very strong. FNATIC more established. They've been around for a while, but they're still making their comeback, and they have been shown to be one of the top 4 teams in the EU scene. Or really, they seem like it's a fairly solid top 4. So, we'll see if ELOBLADE can move into there. Again, ELOBLADE, a number of members of other teams, including ForellenLord and Kerp, who are the 2 highest ELO members in the EU scene at 29-24 for ForellenLord, 28-46 for Kerp, but a number of other players who were on teamless, Metalx, Leofromkorea, and Kottenx, from Navi a long time ago.
Well, it was weird, just all on that side of the bracket. It seemed that everyone, because Navi was on that side of the bracket, disbanded. Alternate was on that side of the bracket, disbanded. ForellenLord comes on in, so now it's just like ELOBLADE has gathered up, like it's like ELOBLADE is like Team Mega Man. They've gathered up everyone from their side of the bracket and just decided to move forward with the best parts of the teams that came before them.
For it.
And they are stronger for it. I mean, you mentioned ELO. You can't 29-24. Is that where he's at? That's his top. Jesus.
Yeah, no, he's definitely really high up there. It's really impressive to see that kind of play.
Kind of absurd.
But ForellenLord, whenever you watch him, he's always very strong with his lane mechanics, and he plays in any number of champions. We've seen him play Anivia and all sorts of different champions. But they always kind of struggle as a team. So regardless of how he's doing in his lane, you don't actually see him put on a lot of pressure on the other lanes usually. He tends to sit in the mid a lot. So we'll see, if that kind of changes with teamless, if they look to put any pressure. I'm sorry, ELOBLADE, if they look to put any pressure around the map at all. But they're definitely, highly touted players trying to, make a brand new team. And so, maybe it won't work initially, but with time, they'll probably be up there. And we'll see if they have made that jump today.
And FNATIC, on their end, there's a little bit of a fall from grace. I think they were unable to get in there for Season 2, even despite winning Season 1. And it's kind of weird to just go into the next season and not have the returning champs. But still, we got.
It's a long time ago, though.
It is a
full year.
Which
is like 5
only
seasons.
A year. Only a year. Well,
Yeah.
it's in esports terms, it's a pretty.
That's like 5 seasons, have gone by in the past year.
But then again, I'm like, we're gonna have TSM return to IPL5, and it's only been It's only gonna have been, so it's 11. It's like 6 months. It is a long time, actually.
They're winning everything in the NA, so that definitely makes sense. But we'll see if FNATIC can make it in. It would be cool. We already have CLG.EU and Moscow 5 in from the EU scene. So either of these teams would be an excellent addition. FNATIC, they are more established, and they've been very strong. Everyone's playing Jace now, and FNATIC, they were really one of the first teams to bring them out in competitive play consistently, and it was sOAZ the top lane has been very strong in that regards. XPK in the mid lane is always a delight to watch, and the whole team has been working together very well.
Yeah, and talking about the Jace play, I mean, we certainly saw a little bit of it last night and on the rebroadcast if you were watching beforehand. But yeah, Jace is a very huge threat at this point, and we've seen him play multiple roles. We've seen him top lane, we saw him in mid, we've seen him bot lane, we've seen him everywhere lately, and as we're going to Season 2 finals, like
we've seen him AD, we've seen him support, we've seen him mid, top.
We just haven't seen him jungle yet.
Jungle, but I know that Jace jungle has been played at times, just not competitively.
Yeah.
And
now that you said that,
it will be, but
now that you said that, we're probably going to see it today.
Yeah, no.
Of all things, we probably see it.
I doubt it. That's one of the few jungles that I don't expect to see. But there, it would be fun to see. He is just such an all-around strong champion. You want him on your team.
Yeah.
So that always kind of works out.
We have seen stranger things go through these brackets. I mean, IGD did their Maokai mid recently, and who else? We had Black doing some interesting thing too. We saw the Soraka mid once
IG
again
in particular has been really exciting to see.
Yeah.
That next game, versus CLG, they sent Lee Sin mid, so that was definitely interesting. Something we haven't seen in a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It would be kind of I'll be curious to see how they continue to progress, and if they actually take over the NA qualifiers as a Chinese team.
That'd be weird, a little bit weird, but. You know what? If
they're in the position to do it, though.
They are, and we allowed them to do it. I mean, if they're playing at the ping disadvantage, they're playing at the server disadvantage, and yet still winning. And if can't beat them, just they're gonna get that spot, man. It's gonna be a little bit weird to have one less NA team, but hey, they'd earn it. They would definitely earn it.
Yeah, and we are just waiting on one last guy from FNATIC. Come on, FNATIC, get your butts in gear. So we'll see them all shortly and be able to check out what they're doing. FNATIC, they have been roaming a lot, trying to prioritize the mid and the top lane usually with their play style, but they use really mobile teams that allow them to kite. That's kind of one of the strengths of the Jace pick, is that they have that strong frontline damage, but they also have good poke and also really strong kiting potential. They like to run a lot of Sona, with their team because of that kind of potential that it gives and that N-rated can run. Though N-rated has been known in the past to be running more aggressive supports like Leona and Lulu, they have run some Sona as well. So we'll see how that kind of affects their how their playstyle continues to evolve. Then ELOBLADE, we were able to watch one game of them in playing ranked 5s, but that's it. Like, we don't really have a good understanding of what ELOBLADE can bring to the table. There was talk that Alternate, even though they had lost Gamescom, they were still considered one of the best teams in the world and potentially stronger than a lot of NA teams. I know someone had mentioned, I think it was Reginald, how they had been scrimming against them, and they think that they could match up against like any NA team, really. So we'll see, what kind of pressure that brings in, all of the potential from old teamless mixing with Alternate.
We've also seen a lot of interesting, disputes around first picks recently. A lot of them also being supports. Number one, primarily being Nunu, because Nunu has come back huge these past few weeks, these past few months.
Yeah, Nunu has been very strong. He's just an incredible champion all around as a support role. Late game Nunu is just unbelievable because you have the blood boil for your AD, so you get the attack speed, but also Nunu's fairly tanky. You just run straight at the enemy carry and you just snowball them in the face, and that kind of pressure can be really disruptive. Then you also have the ultimate, which provides a lot of utility, but Nunu as a jungler, he has great movement speed, so he has that clearing speed around the map. He can counter jungle very aggressively. He works as a reactionary jungler, so you have that initiation when the other jungler is looking for any ganks or anything. But a lot of utility, and we've seen some impressive counter jungling from Nunu in the past. The first one that comes to mind is Oddone, and he had always been the guy to play Nunu in the past, but we saw at the PAX NA regionals versus Curse, maybe. I don't remember. I guess it was versus Curse. No, actually, you know what? At Face Off, I remember IPL Face Off versus Curse. Odd One, they had like a 4K gold advantage, and it was all because Odd One was just counter jungling hard, and their whole team was counter jungling. And so that early counter jungling, they sent St. Vicious way behind with Nunu, and they didn't have any kills. It was 0-0 in the game, but they had like a 4K gold advantage primarily from that counter jungling expertise. And that's kind of why we've seen him a lot in play. I mean, he has that potential. He's just a safe overall champion. There's not really any big weaknesses for him. He doesn't have AoE clear speed, so he struggles clear speed sometimes, but generally speaking, he's pretty strong.
And we were teased a little bit yesterday. I really wanted to see it, and may still see it. I'd like to see a team actually grab that Nunu and then throw him top lane.
Yeah, no, it would be fun. It would be exciting to see. That's what we want. We want teams to, do more unusual matchups. I was talking with Nick a second ago about how, he expects, and we kind of expect that coming forward, rather than having this whole standard, okay, well, we have the AP mid, we have, Bruiser top, we have AD bottom. It'll be a lot more matchup play, and that's kind of what Invictus Gaming had done. But it'll be like, okay, so, we like Nunu in the top lane. We want Nunu on our team. Well, let's throw AP Nunu top. Or, Lee Sin, like Invictus did. Let's throw Lee Sin mid because it was a favorable matchup. I don't think we'll see a lot of AP Nunu. It's really, not the best because you have the snowballs. It's very strong in the lane. Like, it's one of the strongest top lanes in the game. But actually, in team fights, AP Nunu brings very little to the table that regular support or jungle Nunu don't already bring.
Yeah, it's just basically it's the ultimate and increased damage. And if you're playing up against a Nunu, you're going to have enough strategy, enough to know about during these team fights. Is go straight as like, oh, Nunu is ulting. We should probably stun him or do something to it so we can just get that done. And if you're playing AP Nunu, that is a huge bulk of your damage, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's so easy to miss out on it. But I don't know. We'll see if anyone's daring enough to try it. I really wouldn't expect it because it's a very easy top lane. But I think most top laners would be able to lane against it somewhat comfortably. They wouldn't allow it to snowball out of control. But regardless, the team fighting potential isn't really there. So we'll see what people are doing coming forward. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more of these aggressive pushing strategies because I think that's going to become the norm. The kind of pushing strategies that CLG are starting to do. I think other people will take that into their own personal style and adopt it and try and perfect it from where CLG has put it.
Yeah, and talking a little bit more about CLG from last night also. Game number 2, and they almost had their push. They almost got their inhib. They almost got their 20-minute push, but unfortunately, it's not meant to be. Really interesting comp too. Let's talk about that. Jace, Gragas, Urgot, Xerath, and Trundle. It's pretty. It's not a lot of champs you don't commonly see in competitive play, but it almost worked. It almost worked for CLG.
Yeah, no, it did. It was a really exciting match. If you guys haven't seen it, we'll hold off on talking about it for a second so you can take a look at it. Dang it, we have been sitting in here looking at this this ready room or this champion this game creation room. And FNATIC has had 5 members in, but one of their members is some random 1600 player. And we've been sitting here looking at it. We're like, all right, come on, how much longer? And ELOBLADE, they were thinking the exact same thing. They were like, how much longer? And then someone's like, hey, is this guy sOAZ? Is this a Smurf account for sOAZ? And FNATIC says, yes, it is. sOAZ is banned for 7 days, so he's using a Smurf account. And we've been sitting in here looking at this room and not, going. Hopefully we'll get going in a second. Hopefully it's not too serious of an issue, but
sOAZ,
whatever.
What did you do?
Oh, it's all those drop hacks. sOAZ has been drop hacking the whole EUC. He must have been.
If he drop hacks this match, I'm going to boot him.
Who knows? Probably just regular old BM. But I don't know. We'll be able to take a look at this game in a second. We are missing one last person, but then we'll be able to get going, and should be pretty cool.
So a little bit of a recap from last night. So IG did take the match over CLG, but then we also had Mono Ferris and Legion also going on shortly thereafter, and I believe Ferris 2-0'd that match.
Oh, wow. So that's big congratulations to them. That's Mono Ferris, they're a very strong team. They have the individual skill to be a top-tier team. If you look at all of their lanes, Balls is a really strong top lane. He was very strong at the AD as well, kind of like Kevin from SK. Would be the best corollary there. And Aframu has definitely been looking pretty strong.
Yep. With that, Champ Select is up. Game number 1
FNATIC versus ELOBLADE. This is IPL5 Qualifier number 3 EU Finals. Winner here. Qualified to go to the live show at the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas, the official home of the IPL at the end of November. And it's either one of these teams, it would be an absolute joy to have them at the big show.
Yeah, and already off the bat, Jace being banned, so no way are they going to allow sOAZ to play Jace. Diana being banned as well. Diana has been very strong recently. It just kind of comes down to who plays them. And I haven't seen XPK play Diana, but from the playstyle that he has and how strong he has been on Orianna, Diana definitely fits with his playstyle. I understand that, you know, that would probably be a pick that he would definitely like. So getting rid of that. ForellenLord also has been playing a lot of Gragas, so, you know, get rid of that ban. A lot of people just don't like seeing him, though there have been changes to him, and it has kind of changed his viability. The Fizz though is interesting to me because we haven't seen Fizz in a long time. However, sOAZ in the past, we have seen sOAZ play a really strong Fizz. So I'm kind of curious if he's been bringing it back, and you know, some teams are recognizing, oh, you know, dang, we can't play against sOAZ's Fizz. So they do pick that off as well.
Do repeat your quote though regarding Fizz and solo queue, because it is. I think it's very fitting.
I used to say there's a special place in hell for people who picks Fizz top, or who play Fizz top. You know, he's just an annoying champion to play against in lane. He's very difficult to lane against. He beats almost every single laner in the game very easily.
So those are your bans: Jace, Diana, and Fizz. Gragas, Alistar, Shen for game number 1. ELOBLADE, they are on the first pick. They have a lot of options. They could have gone for the Nunu. They could also go for the Sona here. And it looks like they will secure the Sona, leaving the Nunu open for FNATIC to take straight out if they do desire it. There is the Ezreal being picked up. And Ezreal, he's part of that trinity. Ezreal, Gragas, Ezreal, Corki, and Graves. The huge trinity of 80s have been picked up huge lately. The Ahri also being considered here for FNATIC.
Yeah, so I am a little surprised that they're not going to go for that Nunu. However, Ezreal and Ahri are both two of the best champions for FNATIC. And that kind of mobility in team fights, it protects them from the AoE that Sona has. It also, getting the Ezreal, it denies that Ezreal Sona lane, which can be a really difficult lane to match up against. So, you know, they will kind of kill two birds with one stone there. XPK's Ahri is really incredible a lot of times when you see it. So we'll see how that kind of progresses and what ForellenLord will do to play against that Ahri, because there are a couple of champions that do well against Ahri. TF, not exactly one of them, but TF is just such a strong champion overall that you want to have TF on your team, even if Ahri does very well against him in lane. And
from just these first two picks on FNATIC, you know, you have Ezreal with the shift and you got Ahri with the ult. FNATIC is looking for mobility. They want to be slippery. They want to make sure they can get in, do the damage, and get on out. And I can understand why they wouldn't grab the Nunu, because more than likely, it'd be a huge telltale sign that if ELOBLADE were to grab up Nunu at this point, they would just be considering to grab him in the jungle, and that'd just be telltaling, like, what kind of game plan we need to do. FNATIC, they could still grab the Nunu, still make someone very speedy. Did a huge boon to Ezreal in the bot lane too, because he can pair up pretty much with any support. But Orianna and Graves being picked up by ELOBLADE, so that's going to be a very hard-hitting bot lane. And Orianna in the mid, we've been seeing quite a bit of. Yeah,
I think they might actually go with Leona here, so we'll see what they do. But I have seen them run, you know, a similar comp before, where they'll run Ezreal, Leona, and then they'll go with the Ahri as well. Lulu would be very strong as well. But I don't know, we'll see. ForellenLord, he has been very strong as Orianna in the past. He's always very successful with farming. Orianna's one of the best farming champions, and that's always kind of been the strength of his game, has been the Orianna. We'll see him get, you know, massive creep scores very early in the game, and then be able to, you know, leverage that towards the mid game. But FNATIC, they do go with that Ezreal Lulu lane. We have seen it several times in the past from them. It is one of N-Rated's favorite supports, and it gives them pushing potential, but it also is one of the best dueling lanes. So even though Sona, you know, has really strong harass, Ezreal and Lulu can just kind of chase you down and go for kills very easily.
Yep, the Lulu and the Nunu. So Nunu, grabbed up by FNATIC, will be thrown into the jungle. And Aurelia and Skarner grabbed up by ELOBLADE. I like the Aurelia pick. Aurelia's always been a very solid top laner. Skarner, though, with a team that's so mobile and has also a lot of innate slows, it's going to be a little rough for Skarner to actually get in and get what he wants.
Yeah, but when he does get in, that hard CC with the suppression will be very strong. Because, all right, so Aurelia combos very well with Orianna. Aurelia's a safe top lane and gives them that initiation. However, Skarner, if he flash ults or, the Shirelia's in with the Sona and then gets the ult off, it's a very common setup. If he gets the ult, they're going to be able to kill that person. And generally speaking, the strength of FNATIC's team right now is survivability. So having a hard kill champion in the jungle is going to be very strong. And then also, it's the fact that he has the movement speed to try and counter out some of what FNATIC's doing. Are they going to go with it? No. Okay. I was going to say, Top Misfortune would be really cool to see, but they are going to go with that Rengar pick. So we'll see whether or not that's an AP or AD Rengar. We've seen both, from any number of teams in the past.
Yeah, CURSE.EU and Black have done it.
The last time we watched FNATIC play, they did do an 80 Rengar, so we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, so it's
actually, I guess I'll just hold off for a second to see. It's 80 right now, but
yeah,
a couple of
we still got time. Could be changed, but we've seen limited success with AP, nearly none, and mixed success with the AD top. But I think it really depends also on a lot of the play style. Rengar, you're going to be playing him very similar to like you would a Riven. You're looking for that bush control, try and get that leap, get that free damage whenever you can. And he is very farm dependent though. Like he does need to get a few items to really get the ball rolling. The most common build we're seeing, start out with the Kindle Gem, go into Brutalizer, buy your necklace and build off from there.
Well, and that's why we'll probably see the AD Rengar in this game, because AP Rengar is a little more item intensive. You need to get that DFG right off the bat in order to be effective, and then you can snowball very quickly. However, because they don't have that good frontline tank to, negotiate the rest of their team around. They have Ezreal and Ahri who want to sit on the outside. They need a frontline tank, so they don't want to be going deep into item builds. So AD Rengar, like you said, can go with those tanky items, go with like the Kindle Gem, go into straight into cooldown reduction, and then try and shut people down. And so the big thing, exciting thing about AD Rengar, he has a decent amount of burst damage, but the best thing is you have that snare. So you come in with the Invis ultimate, you jump in, you snare someone like Orianna, and just completely, allow the rest of your team to just rush onto them and shut them down. Wulino going in with the cleanse, and so that's something that we've seen from FNATIC and from a number of teams in the past, going with more defensive summoners, but unfortunately the cleanse won't protect against Skarner. So if Skarner can get that pick off, that will be huge.
It'll do something. You saw the slows coming in from Sona. You got whatever harass you got coming in from Orianna, also a stun from Aurelia. But yeah, Skarner, once he gets in, if he gets that impale, that will not be doing a whole hell of a lot. You may see him, if he starts hitting mid-game, starts hitting late game, you might see the option to build into the QSS, but hopefully you won't be reaching that point.
And kind of interesting, I was just taking a look at the runes and masteries. ForellenLord is running heavy ability power on Orianna. So that will be very, very strong at harass and very strong in the early to mid game. However, Orianna is very mana intensive. And so a lot of times you'll see mana regen, you'll see movement speed on Orianna or Quince sometimes. But that heavy ability power build, it will be very strong in lane and for harass, but she could run out of mana quickly. So I would expect a fast chalice to compensate for that. XPK, on the other hand, is running mana regen. He's going to have a little bit more in that regards. So I don't know. We'll see how they do that.
But this is the same rune set that FNATIC used Game 3 against Black, and Black at that time they were running Morgana. So Morgana's a little bit more of a passive farmer, a little bit more open to harass than Ahri is. So we'll see how that works here.
Yeah, and Skarner just running the standard 021 and 9 with the movement speed Quince, attack speed Reds, and for the most part, pretty standard stuff. Taking a look at the Graves real quick. Yeah, just standard physical damage, 21-9. So nothing really that special. As far as runes and masteries, other than what I've already talked about, a lot of damage onto Kerp. So Aurelia, he has a nice mix, 9, 15, and 6. So he wants a little bit of everything. That's going to be very strong in lane. In particular, it gives him a little bit more survivability damage, but also the mana regen, so that he can have a little bit more spammability. And that is really important because Aurelia is a very, very strong matchup against Rengar. But we did see in the previous match that, FNATIC, they were able to use that Rengar very effectively and, actually win the lane, or at least stay almost even in the lane, despite the fact that it seemed that Rengar would be at a significant disadvantage.
So Rengar is also still relatively new. His role was not clearly obvious when he was launched. A lot of people just thought, it was like, hey, super jungler. This is great. This is cool. But they're now things are starting to get figured out. So we're glad to see that. Glad to see that here. And we're going to be seeing it once again. So Rengar top lane up against that Aurelia. Yes.
Well, I was just going to say, the important thing with Rengar is in the laning phase not to take any damage at all, because his cooldowns are fairly long, so you have a quick burst, but then you lose to the sustained damage, and Aurelia easily beats him with sustained damage.
Yep.
So Rengar needs to just get in his poke, but then play passively.
Yeah, but he does these again. Also, two champs that they do have the capability to sustain relatively well. You got the innate lifesteal on Aurelia. You got Rengar with the roar, which is percentage-based heal, not a flat number. So the more health he builds, the more he's going to get back. So it could very well be very passive. Just it's like, oh, I know you're going to heal back. I know you're going to heal back. Let's just sit here and farm.
Well, yeah, I would expect it'll be pretty aggressive for Aurelia, because that's just Aurelia's playstyle, and she's going to want to shut down Rengar. But Rengar, his skill set, the fact that he can turn around and snare Aurelia, that's actually, it gives a lot of counter initiation advantage to Rengar, where Aurelia, a lot of times you want to bait in Aurelia, since in order for her to win the lane, she needs to go Blade Surge in, be extremely aggressive. Then he can get the stun, have the follow-up from Cyanide on Nunu to try and chase her down in lane. So we'll see if that's the case. Both junglers are junglers that tend to get oracles early on, so it might be kind of a difficult game as far as ward coverage.
Probably we've been seeing the move 5 boots on Nunu quite a bit to already stack with the Blood Boil that makes him super speedy as is. Also in addition to the Oracle Skarners, you'll see them usually rush that Shirelias pretty quick. But we'll see if we have that here. Just waiting for Leo to load on in. So hopefully he will get in here soon. And so Lulu with the Ezreal, we've been seeing the Lulu quite a bit from FNATIC. Also that Harass, that Glitter Lance is pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, the Glitter Lance Harass is very strong, but we'll be able to check out these two teams. Here we go. We're in the game.
Yep.
Hopefully everything's okay, and we'll see if they go for a restart or whatnot, since it's the very beginning of the game, and it seems that Leofromkorea is having some issues. But otherwise, it will be very strong. Why did you start the game? But
we've already been over this. It's sOAZ. He got banned.
Rengar or Feed, I like it. But we'll be able to see what kind of things they're going to do. And again, this is FNATIC, some of their favorite champions that they've been playing recently. XPK, probably his best champion, versus ForellenLord, arguably his best as well, though ForellenLord's Gragas is also very strong. So we'll be able to, get that really strong mid matchup. But then also, the top matchup's very compelling. And bottom lane, Ezreal and Lulu is a common lane for FNATIC. We'll see whether or not ELOBLADE can counter that out with the Graves Sono. Though Graves will be at a kind of a disadvantage with his attack speed or attack range.
Lulino's also restarting just to be safe. You might as well. I mean, this is a pretty important set. So I was just waiting for everyone to reconnect at this point. And like I said before, the winner of this set will be going to IPL5. So it's a pretty freaking big deal. But whenever things like this, this N-rated is right. This is why we have a pause button.
Can you guys be gentle? Your top lane has 1,200 more ELO than ours.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Dark Death, he's so bad. sOAZ. We'll be able to take a look at that. I'm kind of curious. I think a lot of this game will come down to the junglers, because the lanes are fairly even, but they're also fairly aggressive lanes, and I don't think that either, team will allow themselves to lose in a 1v1 situation. But both junglers are very fast and primarily counter junglers. So, we'll see who's a little bit stronger in that regards. If, one of them tries off a gank and the other can counter it out some. So that'll be kind of interesting.
So we are back on in. Pause is done. Everyone has reconnected. We are ready to go. So where's everyone going to be heading? You got the no fairy charm on Sona going straight up for a whole bunch of green wards. So just you're probably going to be expecting to see Sona stay down bot a little bit longer than usual, but not going to be going for as much harass as you normally see.
Yeah, that will be very strong. So it will protect against those jungler coverage. They are actually walking up on the Metalx, so they're going to see him for a second here. He will back off, but we'll see, how they kind of progress. And then we get these fancy little, switching up on the scoreboard, so we can see all the lanes, how they match up against each other. I'll throw the junglers down bottom, and we'll take a look at that some there. But right now, FNATIC, they are being extremely aggressive. They're trying to pick someone off early on. They're level 1 with Rengar can be very strong. He did actually go for the snare first, so that helps him with farming in lane, but will actually help for poking people off. But Orianna is just too strong. You can't tease her. She's going to be able to, just zone them off with that Q.
Yep. Orb does give you vision, so when you do throw it into a bush, if someone happens to be there, you will be seen. And FNATIC, knowing that they have been seen, cannot pressure any longer.
Yeah, so we'll be able to take a look at both of these teams. And they are going back for a pretty safe jungle. It seems they might both be starting on red, so we'll see, if that's the case or not. Ezreal and Lulu, they're going to be going for these wolves. So because they have a very aggressive lane, they don't want to allow Graves and Sona to get an early advantage by, getting those golems. So they're going to counter that out some. And both junglers are going to be starting with the red buff. So we'll see, how that affects their jungling speed.
Yeah. And yeah, Nunu, he doesn't necessarily have to start blue. And neither, well, Skarner would more than likely benefit from the blue first. And this guy, there you got Ezreal leashing out the blue. Ari's a little bit preoccupied at the moment in mid, but Cyanide, that's the best part about Nunu, and that passive, free abilities. Every few attacks, not too bad. Get a snack, get a blue buff, move on out.
Yeah, so that will be very strong to, get that early blue, but just a standard jungle. Both junglers are, going pretty standard. Nunu did hold on to a smite, but so did Skarner, and Skarner's a little bit ahead. He is over at the blue, so they could go for, an early gank up top, potentially with the double buff. But we'll, see. I don't think he will, because Nunu's going to be right on his tail, so he kind of knows that they're both going to be meeting up at that time, so they'll probably shy away from ganks for quite some time.
So Nunu should be finishing up with that red momentarily. Let's take a look at top lane also, because you got Rengar and you got Aurelia. Just damage back and forth. Nothing too exciting at the moment. But once you see both these champs hit level 3, you also got Rengar dipping in and out of the bush, looking for those leaps, looking for that ferocity, looking for that free harass. And Nunu has been pinged out, coming on in to the top lane. That tri-brush is awarded. He has been spotted. He has been pinged. So Kerp can be a little bit more careful whenever the Nunu has been spotted sneaking around.
Yeah, and sOAZ has actually done a really nice job in this lane so far. He's been able to wear down some of Aurelia's mana, and Aurelia's early mana pool is actually fairly small, so that's, one of her weaknesses compared with Rengar, who is manaless. So
yes,
that's a nice job. But he's been using just, his constant poke to wear her down. Aurelia needs to dive to get that damage, whereas Rengar has a little bit of a range advantage. So he's been using that to, try and win this lane and just keep up his farm. So we'll see how that factors in. I think that, as the lane progresses, Aurelia's damage will be strong enough where she can bully around Rengar a little bit. However, Rengar does have that burst and, does have that kill potential, particularly with ganks, where Kerp might want to play kind of defensively.
So usually, a lot of Aurelias, sometimes you'll see them itemize quickly into Trinity Force. Sometimes you'll see them get a little bit more tanky. Where do you expect Kerp is going to go, considering you're going up against this Rengar?
Kerp's just going to go with a standard build. He might get MR a little bit sooner than he normally would, go with a double Null Magic Mantle, and then turn that into a Merc Treads and a Wit's End a little bit later on, kind of like you would play against an AP lane. But he does have to worry about all the physical damage that sOAZ has, and sOAZ just laying it on thick, chasing down Kerp. He might actually go for this. The Roar, if he goes for the Ignite as well, he is diving for that tower. One more attack, but he's actually tanking the turret. Kerp just barely gets out, gets the first blood, so it is an exchange there, but Kerp is missing out on a lot of CS here.
And the first BD, you're looking for the first blood, you didn't actually get it, you just gave it up to your lane opponent. But still though, granted you do have the extra bonus gold, the gold is actually still even in consideration for the farm going on in the rest of the map.
Yeah, but Kottenx, this is going to be a nice little boon for him to get some of this. He actually is doing a really nice job of not taking this. He's trying to hold the lane so that Aurelia can come back to the lane. And Nunu wants to push it into the tower, but Kottenx won't allow him to. So that's going to help even out the lane for Aurelia and actually give Kerp a really nice advantage over Rengar, despite the fact that she is a little bit behind. Even though she's a little bit ahead on gold because of the first blood, she's a little bit behind in experience. So, she will come back, and she has a nice little wave sitting for her, and that's really going to help her out in this top lane.
And Rengar actually went down, grabbed the Wraiths, before actually coming back into top lane. And it's understandable the wave is way too pushed up. It's a little bit more dangerous to farm, so you might as well just grab some neutral creeps while you're waiting for the wave to inevitably push back. Wu getting hugely chunked out from the Sona Ezreal combo down there. Graves Sona combo bot. It was Ezreal who got hit. I'm a dummy. He's going to have to sit back to tower for a little bit longer, waiting for the wave to push on up so he can start farming once again.
Yeah, and that damage output is very nice. So they have the pushing potential. That's the big strength of Graves. So they are going very aggressively for that push. But Kerp is started to even out the lane a little bit. We'll see, how Rengar can continue to pressure the damage. He is going to be a little bit concerned about Kerp's chasing power and killing potential at this point. So he might be a little bit more passive than he was in the very early laning phase. And they will come up. They have the pink ward from Cyanide, so that will help counter that out some. And then he will be able to get some damage on Kerp and be very safe. Now Kerp does have to watch out for that jungle control.
But for the time being, though, Kerp has regained that EXP advantage because, the wave was pushed up far enough for you to get a little bit of free farm on, and Rengar did have to actually go down and grab some of those jungle creeps, heading on back into top lane. So Rengar not quite 6 yet. One more creep will do it. But it could be a very strange situation because if sOAZ wants to get some free damage, you can just pop the ultimate, be stealth, and just leap straight on in. You got the bullet swing coming on in onto Kerp. A little bit of a duel. You got some regen, you got the roar coming off, and everyone will just back off. Both Rengar and Aurelia top lane have health for the time being, but Skarner is not too far away.
Yeah, and Skarner actually drops a pink ward of his own to counter out their pink ward. So he's taking control back, the dueling pink wards. But Kerp, Aurelia's regen is a little bit safer than sOAZ's. So that will be a big strength for him, and that's something that sOAZ is going to have to watch out for. The fact that Aurelia can just ultimate, and very quickly you see Aurelia is able to take him down a little bit. Aurelia does have the Ignite up again, so both Ignites are up for both of these top lanes. Kerp actually throwing off the Ignite, and it will back off as sOAZ threw off the ultimate, and so Aurelia was a little bit concerned. He might be jumped on there. The Ignite was just kind of a defensive measure, but Kerp, or sOAZ was able to back off with that.
Yeah, the Rengar ultimate is also a very good defensive tool if you just need to get out of a situation in a pinch. And it's stealth. It's no big deal. You just pop it, and you get out of there. Cyanide making his presence known, coming down to the bot lane, waiting in the bush.
They have no ward coverage.
ELOBLADE does not have the coverage. They do not know he's there. Here he comes around the corner. There's a snowball down onto Metalx. He is slowed in pursuit. Sono has no choice but to pop the ult, and Ezreal just melts under the pressure. And now Leo leading the charge, trying to get off those Qs, trying to get free damage down. In the meantime, you got Nunu very, very low, reconsidering, man, why did I do what I did?
Yeah, really nice job from ELOBLADE and the burst that they have with the Graves Sona combo, particularly before Lulu had hit 6. So they actually had the level advantage there. Ari forced to use the ultimate because Skarner was coming in from the side. So XPK will be safe, but will be a little bit weak. Won't be able to be aggressive against Orianna, so Orianna will be able to grab the blue and try and push that lane. And one of the advantages of Orianna is that pushing capability. So ForellenLord just being extremely aggressive, trying to deny some farm from XPK. He does have a slight lead, though XPK is still pretty even there.
And XPK, for the time being, is also low on mana, but again, blue buff being passed to him right now should be able to equalize that also. It's just that Orianna is going to be re-entering the lane with a little bit more, so there's a little bit more harassed potential from ForellenLord as he's coming back in. XPK is still going to have to sit back, still going to have to camp out for a little bit, but that blue buff should get him back up to healthy pretty soon.
Yeah, and sOAZ continuing to be very aggressive in the top lane, goes for damage early on. So going with the Dorans and with the longsword, as opposed to that kind of tanky build that we had talked about, or maybe like a Heart of Gold or something. And so that's really kind of a snowball build when you go for those early items. You're looking to get some kills early on and try and snowball because of it. sOAZ has been very successful in that lane, but I'm kind of wondering if he's expecting to get kills or if he just thinks that he needs the damage in order to match up effectively against Aurelia. Because if he doesn't keep toe-to-toe, it's like a cold war of damage in the top lane. If he doesn't keep toe-to-toe with Aurelia might just get to the point where she can bully him around. And starting off with the double Doran's Blade and the Sheen, she has really great harass with the when she jumps on with the Blade Surge, but also those Dorans will protect her from most of Rengar's damage.
Yeah, I think Rengar's go for those blades because I think he realizes that the regen from the Roar is just not cutting it just yet. I think he needs a little bit something more, needs to regen a little bit more off of the Qs every time he goes in for that harass or just for quick creep kills. So hopefully that'll help him a little bit in the lane. But Kerp though, double shield, all of that regen, is going to be absolutely huge. And you've seen the YouTube videos. You see how much burst Rengar is capable of. ForellenLord does get charmed by XPK, looking for damage. Ignite goes down on him also, but he will be fine but you got XPK with the flash and the ult. Going to be more than enough burst to take out the Orianna in mid, and as a refreshed blue buff for XPK.
Yeah, XPK baiting it out. So he had used 2 charms of his ultimate, but he had the third waiting and was able to hold back for a second until, ForellenLord maybe thought he was safe, and then XPK jumping in once again, using the flash to get that kill. Really nice play, but we're starting to see that Aurelia has too much damage for sOAZ, and they're going to tank this. They have the oracles as well, the pullback from Kottenx to protect against that ultimate from sOAZ. They will pick up that kill. Kerp is fairly low, but will be very safe, and they can actually take this tower. And now as a result,
Ezreal coming up top lane. Is he going to get anything off this? No, Kerp will just not get shaved by that one. That could have been close.
And as a result, FNATIC is going to be going for this dragon. And Metalx and Leofromkorea are trying to defend against it, but Metalx taking a lot of damage will have to back off if they get the slow from N-rated. He actually throws off the exhaust, and then Sona throwing off the ultimate, the snowball, but they can chase down Metalx. One more attack. He will go down. Leofromkorea as well. They can tank this with Cyanide. He throws off the ultimate, and Wulino should be able to pick up this kill. The exhaust, though, counters it out, and Orianna actually coming in from the side. ForellenLord trying to pick up the kill with the Ignite. One more auto attack is able to pick it up onto Wulino, and will chase down N-rated. The flash from N-rated to get out of there. He should be pretty safe.
ForellenLord still looking for Resto, just orb whenever you can, but nice kill onto the Ezreal and retreat. I gotta give credit to Metalx though. He was looking for that steal. He almost got it, threw down the ultimate, but unfortunately was just not, just didn't have the correct timing. The vision was there, but sometimes you just need to time that thing out. ForellenLord also looking to push while they already, you already got the kill. You might as well take some opportunity to go up and you get some harass down on the Cyanide, on it to N-rated, but you need to be careful because you're starting to take the turret and you have no more minions to continue this push. Meanwhile, in mid, you have Rengar and both Rengar and Aurelia making a little bit of a guest appearance here in the mid to see if he can't force something out here. Kerp has already won the lane top, already took out that tower, trying to get some aggression down into mid, and it looks like Rengar, looks like sOAZ is acting a little bit defensive now. He's reacting to how and where ELOBLADE's moving.
Well, he knows that he can't be that aggressive against Aurelia right now, and he actually goes for that saber-tooth necklace. So he is going for that really aggressive early snowball build as opposed to the cooldown reduction. And with how strong XPK can be at this point in time, and how Ahri looks to roam, that actually might help them get some early kills as opposed to going for the early tanking items. So we'll see whether or not that works out for them. They are going for those early kills as opposed to Team ELOBLADE, which should be pretty safe or happy with just playing defensively and allowing the game to progress because their late game will be very strong. But bot lane, they have been putting a lot of pressure with Graves and it is very close to dropping. Kottenx knows there's no ward, but he's just waiting for the next minion wave so he can maybe jump on them. He does have his flash if he can get in range for the ultimate.
And Ray is in the bush, but that bush is warded, and that is Kottenx's Q. Oh, there's a ward in the bush. Might as well go now. It's my only chance. Flash on in with the Impale onto the Lulu. Wild Growth gets popped also, but Kottenx, along with Metalx, does plenty of damage to take out the support. In the meantime, Kerp looking to push on top lane, but you got sOAZ just waiting, laying in wait in bush like the natural predator. He is at a level disadvantage to Aurelia though, so he's going to take some opportunities to scare her away. He's like, I'm in the bush, don't come back, I will jump on you. Gonna take the creeps now, try and get back a little bit of that farm. ForellenLord once again also getting chunked out in the mid. Ignite down, forcing him back.
He has one last charge of the ultimate.
We've been seeing this tricky before.
Yeah, and ForellenLord, he takes a step back this time. So he knows. He wants to make sure that ultimate is definitely down, waits for it to be down, and then he comes back in the lane. So he will be safe now with that ultimate down.
You're not going to get me again with that one.
Yeah, that was very, very close to being another kill.
It's smart though. It's a smart play from ForellenLord. Granted, he's a little bit on the defensive now. But that's the thing too. If you're on defensive, if you know that you're not doing too well in lane, the best thing you can do is just sit back and not die. Granted, if you're going to be losing a few creeps, fine. But as long as you don't die, you're doing your job.
Yeah, but we've talked about how ForellenLord, he is very strong at farming with Orianna. Orianna is a very easy to farm champion, but he's a little bit ahead of Ahri right now at 140 CS. They do get the bottom turret as well, so they have 2 turrets down, whereas FNATIC has none. And they are, keeping up farm, though it is a fairly even farm game. Rengar, despite the advantages that Aurelia has in lane, has been able to keep up his farm, and so that's really important. Rengar, really needs some significant items into his build in order to be successful.
So if we can get the rest of ELOBLADE to converge onto mid, if we can get them to take that tier 1, I would be happy, just so you can go and complete the set. Bot and top tier 1s are already down and obtained for ELOBLADE. It's just a nice little happy bunch of global gold for them to get about 1,500 gold lead at this point. And yeah, ForellenLord, this is how Orianna farms like a boss. You got Aurelia looking to make a visit here in the mid. You got Orianna to follow up on top of it. XPK gets chunked out immediately. A little help from Leofromkorea as well. You also got Enraid just looking to meander on into the mid. Kottenx is also laying in wait. Does still have the oracles. Ezreal May got caught out here. Woo checking into the bush, and Kottenx is right there with the impale to drag him on back. ForellenLord with more chunk, forcing out the flash. Will Ezreal go down here? Yes, Kottenx connecting with that kill. Kerp in the mid also for a little bit of reinforcement.
Yeah, and they're actually pinging the bot lane, so they're taking the mid turret, then they're transitioning right over to bot because they want to get as aggressive as a push as they can early on as possible. And so that's, you know, really nice play from ELOBLADE so far. And XPK actually, when Aurelia had jumped in to try and pick up that kill, he tried to throw off the charm to grab Aurelia, just barely missed. So that, you know, that split-second reaction just wasn't fast enough. But they are pushing very aggressively into FNATIC. Rengar is actually coming in from behind, but doesn't have very good follow-up. XPK is here though, and sOAZ walks in right on top of ForellenLord. He did use his ultimate to get in range, and there's the Ezreal ultimate as well. If he gets one more attack, he has the ignite, but the shield from Orianna should be able to protect him. The ultimate almost pulling him back in, but there's the jump from the bush. He's able to pick that up, and now Ari, trying to chase down Kerp, gets the charm, and they should be able to pick him up as well. So 2 quick kills for FNATIC.
I was a little worried there too, because so what you're doing, you're top lane, you're free farming pushing, your team needs help in mid, but you just swoop on around, come in, perfect timing on the ult to get the stealth, get the leap, get the engage, get everything he wanted, and also nice timing on PK to be where he needed to be with the ult, with the charm, and he also got a Kerp, so not too bad. And now tier 1, there's going to be a decent push in the mid being pressured. You also got the rest of FNATIC now engaging on Dragon. They should be able to get that when that respawns shortly, and ELOBLADE, they're not going to be able to defend this.
Yeah, so that will be a fairly safe dragon for FNATIC. Metalx poking in once again, and we had seen this previously where he's trying to come in. He does use his ultimate trying to get it, but can't seal it.
Good effort.
So FNATIC, yeah, they will be safe there, but I don't know, we'll see. It is a very even game now, and so it looked like ELOBLADE was maybe going to snowball a little bit ahead of FNATIC. They were taking some big advantages, and FNATIC has come back in a very big way, you know, picking up a couple of kills, and then the dragon as well. They have had both dragons so far, and Kerp trying to force the fight. He will get the stun onto Wulino, but can't get the Orianna in range just in time, so he will force them back, but no big ultimate for them.
Yeah, the polymorph will also put a little bit of a kink into plans, but Kerp will fall on back, looking to just get some more damage onto Rengar whenever you get the vision. Also got to mention, sOAZ here, he's going for the, he's got the Phage. So he's going to be going for Frozen Heart on the Rengar? I think so.
Yeah, potentially, but we'll see. He's probably going for like a just the Phage for a little bit more chasing potential. He will use his ultimate to get out of there. So Kerp, you know, forcing him back, and they will be able to steal this red. Ezreal throwing off the ultimate, but won't hit anything, so can't steal that red. And it goes to Kottenx, actually.
Cyanide was leading the charge. Is like, we should probably get in there while they're still contesting our red. There is a ward in the bush to charm, not grabbing Kottenx, but there's the flash. There's the impale onto XPK. The Sona ult to follow up, keeping the Ari stun Nunu ult for a little bit of dispersal, but XPK is still ignited. Will he go down to the last tick? No, he will not. The wild growth gonna be keeping him alive as he retreats back to the base. No kills, great engage, though. You almost had the Ari.
Yeah, and there's the strength of the Skarner pick in this game. Looking for those quick kills just to burst down Ari. So he, you know, XPK, if they can do that every fight, he's going to be almost worthless. They won't be able to get off any damage from them. And as a result, ELOBLADE, they can pressure in. Ari's ultimate is down for another 40 seconds. So during that time period, Ari will be very vulnerable in fights. You won't be able to kite around the AoE and disables that ELOBLADE has. However, they know that ELOBLADE is backing off. ForellenLord's kind of low. And so as a result, FNATIC, they're pushing in. They want to see if they can get their first tower.
And Kottenx,
second one.
Yeah, Kottenx is also level 10, not quite 11, doesn't have level 2 in the ult just yet, so it is still on a little bit of an extended cooldown, but you know, shouldn't be too much, just a little bit of experience, and he will have that. But the pressure coming in from FNATIC onto this tier 1, ELOBLADE's just gonna let him have it, let him continue to push, come on a little bit further into our base, but look at bot lane. There you go. You got Metalx pushing down bot, takes out the tier 2 there, and he's actually continuing. He's forcing FNATIC back. He's like, hey guys, if you're going to be pushing our mid, I'm going to push your bot, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're all down there trying to make something happen. You got Rengar looking for the pounce. Ezreal ult to follow up, just stacking on damage, front-loading it on. Ahri with the charm onto the Sona, forcing out the flash, and Graves is still pushing bottom. They're not doing anything about this.
Yeah, they're just stalling them right now. They're kiting right around the outside of the fight. Kerp chasing them down, doesn't want to allow them to recall. They are in the bush, and so he just pokes in with his ultimate. He doesn't want to dive in himself. He does get the base turret. Metalx is getting some damage, but he is trapped, so he will almost assuredly go down. However, the damage is done. He did get the damage, and actually, as a result, ELOBLADE, they are going to all push mid, and while they're chasing down Graves, they're going to try and get some damage of their own. Cyanide, he gets the snowball. Metalx will go down, and the rest of the team is transitioning over to defend the mid lane.
Yeah, so while you have Nunu and Ezreal looking to deal with the Graves stuck in their base, there was a little bit of a push in mid, and you also got some 1v1s going down there. XPK with the dash, looking to chunk out Kottenx big time. The shield with the movement speed, trying to get away. You have no more. You have last. There's you go. That's the last pick of the ult onto the Ahri. I gotta keep remembering like how many charges there are because XPK is very tricky with that. The orb, true damage onto Kottenx, trying to juke out of the bush, but no, those are homing beams of fire. XPK getting the shutdown onto the Skarner.
Yeah, so really nice job there picking up that Oracles. That'll really set, ELOBLADE behind a little bit, so that'll give them back some of that map control. But at the same time, they have to watch out because one fight, if they ever lose one fight, that's going to be an inhibitor, and ELOBLADE won't have to worry about the minions pushing. But Sona and Sona actually getting caught here. sOAZ jumping onto her will get the snare, and then XPK with the charm follow-up.
That was a nice, that was like a little ridge of vision. I didn't know you can actually leap from the bush in that river, like up a level.
Yeah,
that's pretty interesting.
Leap from any bush, and so that is very strong in that regards if you have the vision.
Not too bad, not too bad. ForellenLord getting some more ward coverage there into the side brush. There is limited vision around the Baron. I believe that is ELOBLADE's ward right in front of the Baron pit. You also got FNATIC. There you go. Oh, actually, there's both coverage from both teams in there, so good on them. But Kottenx, when he died earlier, he did lose that Oracles. Does not have it anymore. He did not rebuy. Did Leo buy? Leo's actually got one in the inventory, so when needed, when necessary, you just go ahead, drink that, and clear out the coverage. Kottenx and Kerp staying there into the side brush over in the mid lane. And FNATIC, they're all looking to mobilize here. Get that push up in mid, see if they can't repeat what they did last time without a Graves pushing themselves into their bot lane.
Yeah, FNATIC, they are grouping as a team, so they will be able to defend against this. But ELOBLADE, they're probably just going to poke a little bit in the mid and then transition back to both top and bottom to get that lane momentum and then continue putting pressure around all sides of the map since there is a big wave pushing up in the top lane. But we'll see if they try and pick someone off because Skarner's ultimate is up. They do recognize they are very strong right now. Even though the gold is very even at this point, if they can pick off Ahri, that would be a one fight for them.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We've seen the attempts before. Kottenx with that great flash ultimate earlier over by the Wraith Pit. But as we saw, though, the burst wasn't there. You can stack the ults properly. You get the Skarner pull in, followed up with the ult from Sona, just right, just when the impale ends. But that's a very limited time frame to get that kill. We saw last time; it just didn't quite work out. Ward gonna be going down in front of the Dragon FNATIC. Want to know if they get the vision? You got the charm from Ahri coming in. Sona gonna be eating that one for the team, taking a nice hit. You get the orb into the brush. Recognizing that, yes, gotta confirm, yes, FNATIC is chasing us. We should probably get the hell out of here. XPK still looking for that charm. Nice flash from Leo. Will get out of there, but that is a flash force. Will not be having that, especially not for if you want to get the initiation for the next few minutes.
Yeah, and ForellenLord poking down at XPK a little bit as they're retreating. That is the big strength of Ahri, that mobility and that kiting poke potential. So nice job retreating from the Orianna, but because of the big wave down bottom, they saw Ezreal, he had to go and defend it to protect their inhibitor, and so it was a really nice timing from ELOBLADE. They were able to take the dragon as a result, and we'll see how they're building. They do have that chalice, the Athene's Holy Grail onto Orianna, so she has that spam ability, but she has a lot of damage now with that Rabadon's, while Graves, he's actually a little bit deeper into his build than Ezreal is, so he's definitely doing pretty well right now as well.
You got XPK though with the Abyssal for the extra damage, the QSS to resist all those stuns. So it's if you get CC'd, if you get hugely focused, if you get Sona ulted, XPK now has an escape option, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for ELOBLADE to deal with. Also, working for the DFG, doesn't quite have it yet. You got all the parts, now you just need to get the recipe. Meanwhile, Ezreal almost, he already has the Bloodthirster working to finish off the rest of the Trinity Force. Nunu looking to get a little bit tanky. He does have the Sunfire cape. He's just looking to sit in the middle of the teams. Who's getting low? You got ForellenLord getting caught by XPK. Flash over the wall from Cyanide, looking for his snowball. Wants to slow down the Orianna, but Cyanide is now a little bit too far out. Is using the ult in the middle of the bush, but does get melted. ForellenLord does grab that kill. Kerp looking for an escape, but there is the Impale from Kottenx to keep sOAZ busy, but Rengar from the bush, he dragged him into the bush. It's going to be an easy fall for him, grabbing a double kill for his credit. XPK with the flash, looking for more damage, but the shutdown coming in from Metalx. He's looking to clean up here. Wu in retreat and rated double kill for Metalx. Does Wu have an escape option? He does flash back over the wall, but Metalx flashes in response. Can he pick up the kill? That is a triple. Nice job from ELOBLADE to turn that one around. Is there enough damage to take this Baron, though?
It's going to be very close, but they can tank it a little bit with Orianna shields, but I don't know if they have the armor for it. They do back off, and Rengar is coming in, but they almost certainly would have died there. But they just kind of, they wanted to be able to take something since they had won the fight, and there are, a lot of fighting situations, but XPK diving onto Orianna early on was able to wear out, ForellenLord, and the mobility, it helps protect him. He can skirt around Orianna's ultimate and everything. And then they were just able to chase them down. So in the jungle, those tight confined spaces, as long as they split up, if they're all group clumped together, then that's going to be a win for ELOBLADE because they can get their AoE down on top of them. But if FNATIC is all split up, they can try and pick people off in the jungle and just single target focus them. So that's the big strength of them, is the Rengar and Ahri both to pick someone off with a snare, and Ezreal's survivability to last until the end of the fight.
And now Rengar has gotten himself a QSS. So as the game goes on, it's going to be considerably more difficult for ELOBLADE to get the engagements they want onto FNATIC and to get the chunk that they need to take one member of FNATIC out very quickly. Those QSSs are just going to be an awful, awful thing for ELOBLADE to deal with. It even looks like Nunu's in the process of buying one also.
Yeah, no, that will be very strong. I would be very surprised if Nunu did end up buying one. I think he's probably just going to leave it there to, protect himself against some of that magic damage. A lot of times you can just buy, you don't have to buy a full item. You can just get something like the recipe. But we'll see. I don't think he would be too perturbed if Kottenx were to, snare him back into the middle of the team. Cyanide would probably be okay with that. But, it's always kind of dangerous for anyone to get picked off on their team. And then with the mobility that ELOBLADE has, they would gladly take anyone and then just retreat from there. But ELOBLADE trying to put some pressure on this Baron. The lanes are all pushed up for them, but they are actually going to transition mid and push down a little bit.
Yep. But you do see, though, that Ezreal, he does not really itemizing defensively. He's still vulnerable to the pull if he's not if he doesn't have the snap reaction on that shift, on that flash when that comes back up. He does still have the cleanse, but as we mentioned before, cleanse does not work on the Skarner pull.
Yeah, so he will be kind of vulnerable, but he's done a pretty nice job of keeping out of range of Skarner, and the mobility that Ezreal has, he should be able to do that. He just needs his team to engage. If Skarner is still, chasing through the middle of his team, then they can just, jump on him and focus him down. And right now, ELOBLADE, they are all moving up into the jungle, but this actually might be a nice opportunity for FNATIC if they can catch someone out of position. But they have the Orianna vision. They also have the GA on Metalx, so it'll be very difficult for them to pick it up. But actually, there's the movement speed from Kottenx trying to get into range, and Kerp chasing them down, gets the stun onto Cyanide, but they can't quite get the target that they want right now.
Ezreal ult to lighten everybody up, get a little bit of just tenderizing ELOBLADE if they do decide to go in for this push. And the ult's going to be back up pretty soon anyway, so you might as well throw it off, front load all that damage. But there will be no massive fight here in the mid just yet, but you do have Rengar waiting on the side. He is in the river, he's waiting in the bush, waiting for his opportunity, but the ult is down, so he will not be getting the stealth initiation that he would so want. You got ELOBLADE dipping in and out of the Baron pit. It's like, hey, did they put a ward there recently? Yes, we're going to clear it out. We're going to make sure they have no vision. We're going to deny them that. They could also be forcing FNATIC to make their way on over, but Skarner unfortunately has back Kottenx. What is he buying for himself? He does have Shurelya's and Aegis, so two very good items to have on a Skarner.
Yeah, so he will be very strong. He's fairly tanky already, but the added bonus movement speed from the double Shurelya's should allow him to take advantage of that and try and pick people off. FNATIC, they will be able to grab this dragon, so they can just continue keeping this gold pretty even. That'll catch them up to just 300 behind ELOBLADE. So really just neck to neck right now. And Ari does have that really strong assassination build with the Deathfire's Grasp and the Abyssal, which has been a very common build on Ari in the past. And I don't know, we'll see, if she can try and pick someone off, if FNATIC can snowball a fight with maybe a RedBaron initiation and then XPK follow-up.
It looks like ForellenLord's also looking to itemize into the Void Staff, considering how much Magic D is being built on the FNATIC. That's not too bad of an idea at this point in the game. But look, you got a lot of members of ELOBLADE now looking for a push in bot. This could be a good opportunity for FNATIC to try and rush and force something over in Baron. But you do still have Metalx with the push. Kerp is here also, and Metalx has the GA. If he does get focused down, he will be coming back, but this is the only GA for the moment.
Yeah, FNATIC wasn't really in position to go for the Baron. ELOBLADE, they recognized that 2 of the members were back in the base. They had seen them recall, but then they didn't really know where the rest of them were. But putting pressure on the bottom lane, they can transition back and forth between lanes. And so, transitioning between lanes and constantly pushing, it can give you a farm advantage. So they're going to try and pull ahead of FNATIC, but also just try and pull them out of position and see if they can grab someone in the edge of the jungle.
Kerp was looking for the sweep around, but that side brush is warded. Leo, if you just hop in there, you'll be able to see it and clear that out. You're going to take a shot from Ezreal while you are, but so worth it just to get that vision out of there. Orb looking for vision, looking for some free harass onto Cyanide also. And Leo, you see his positioning. He's looking to try and follow up on that engage. Kottenx wants something. He wanted the Ezreal, but looks like the team, ELOBLADE, Lulu is good too. Wild Growth just in defense, and Lulu will be going down. Here's the Sun Ult, keeping Cyanide and Wu very busy. Orianna with the Orb onto sOAZ and onto Ari. Will the chunk be enough? Yes, Ari does go down. XPK is out of here, and that is the Rengar. Double kill for the Graves. That is an ace for ELOBLADE. Very well done in the mid.
Yeah, they were able to kite very effectively. And actually, Kerp does go down, taking a few too many tower shots there. But they will be able to get this inhibitor fairly easily. They actually have enough time where they might actually consider pressuring the Nexus. Actually, they probably won't. So because they don't have a lot of armor onto Kottenx yet, but they could actually go for the Baron. They have a pretty significant time advantage right now. They will drop this mid turret on their way there, but actually just going away from it, no, Metalx will grab it. But we'll see how much time there is left, and if FNATIC can respond in time. They have a decent amount of damage with Metalx, but other than that, there's not a lot of Baron damage, so it might be a fairly slow Baron for them.
What they can do, Ezreal is back up. We can get a lucky.
They have it.
We can get a lucky True Shot Barrage to try and steal, but if Cyanide can get there in time, flash on over. Now you have the coverage. If Cyanide could flash on in with the Smite and the Consume, can get there in time. No, the Ezreal True Shot Barrage, good timing on it, but unfortunately, ELOBLADE will be able to snag that one up pretty convincingly.
Yeah, so they have a really considerate advantage right now, but I'm actually going to go take a look at the previous fight because they had done a really nice job of kiting and keeping Orianna alive, but then also because Metalx has the GA, whereas Ezreal didn't have any defensive items, man, it is a while back. Metalx was actually able to 1v1 Wulino, and that advantage was very strong. So they catch Lulu out of position. What happened was they just ran straight at FNATIC while FNATIC was in this cutoff point, and as a result, FNATIC had to split, and that opened up opportunities for them to pick him up 1v1, and now Metalx is just taking down both Wulino and Cyanide very easily with the exhaust there. He drops them, and Ari going in the back line for ForellenLord wasn't able to pick up any advantages there, but they're easily able to take control of that fight, and then get the Baron out of it. So we'll see how they transition. They are grouping in the mid, actually, to try and chase down FNATIC and put some pressure on their base.
Kerp taking a tower shot or two now also has a Guardian Angel of his own, so it's very rough for FNATIC to break through this front line of a very tanky Aurelia. With that extra life, going to be considerably difficult, but there is decent amount of wave clear though from FNATIC. Very limited damage onto that mid tier 3. It's gonna take a while, but you will notice bot is pushing and top is pushing Kerp over the wall. The orb from Orianna to follow up, and that is a quick kill onto XPK. Got the Scar Impale on it to end rated with the Soda ult to follow up. Everyone from FNATIC is dropping. Rengar is not with the fight, and he's only just joining now. He's stealthing, running around in circles. There's not a whole lot to be done, and I think this is gonna be it. I think ELOBLADE's got this one.
Yeah, they will be able to take this fairly easily. ForellenLord does go down, but with the super minions games. They're going to push into FNATIC's base, so they take the series 1-0 coming into game number 2, but just really nice early advantages for ELOBLADE. The game was back and forth the entire time, but their late game was incredibly powerful, and Metalx in particular had the strength. The last fight there, they knew how strong Kerp was, and how strong they were as a team. So Kerp diving over the wall was able to force a fight, and they were able to just bully them around when they knew how strong they were. So really impressive play from both teams, but ELOBLADE takes home the win.
I doubted that Skarner pick. I did, but I'm eating my words, and I'm glad I am, because that was very, very impressive play coming in from Kottenx. And just you underestimate a lot of times flash ult on a lot of champions, Skarner being one of them. And even if you do have a team that's very mobile, you just need to have that snap reaction time. Even sometimes buying a QSS with a team with this much CC cannot help.
It's particularly in a game that had such a low kill score, because for the long period of time, both teams were playing very passively and not going for a large number of kills. But then also a game that has a lot of the damage focused on individuals. So XPK in particular, he was a very large, significant portion of their damage. So was Ezreal. sOAZ had a lot of burst damage, but there's not actually a lot of sustained damage on Rengar, which is his big weakness. So he jumps in, he roars really loud, and then he kind of whimpers away. But being able to shut down either Ahri or Ezreal with that Skarner ultimate just instantly can just easily win them the fights. And as a result, they were able to take some advantages in those mid-game fights and really stick it to FNATIC.
Yeah, that is a 4K difference between the AD carries on both of these teams, and a lot of great plays and a lot of just solid farming from ELOBLADE, both in the top and in the bot. Mid was hurting a little bit, but like I said before, the best thing you can do when you're not winning your lane, just stay alive as long as you can. As long as you're not giving free farm, free kills to the enemy team, you're just going to be doing all right, and we saw that there.
Yeah, no, it was a really impressive play. Hey guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with game number 2. Once again, while you're taking the free time, go check out IGN.com/IPL5, and we will have tickets there and whatnot. This is the lowest price that the tickets will actually be, so you can get special room rates and that kind of stuff. It will be a very fun tournament if you would like to attend, and the winner of this match will be going there, so you'll be able to check out these teams there. But we'll be right back, and we'll come back into game number 2.
Hey, Summoners, welcome on back. IPL5 qualifier number 3 for the EU. This is grand finals we're going into. Game number 2, FNATIC versus ELOBLADE. ELOBLADE is up 1 game. And this is the 3rd qualifier. We still have 1 more to go for both EU and for NA. Brackets start next Tuesday. And you look at these two teams, FNATIC and ELOBLADE, they're unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, a lot of forfeits, and both these teams actually only ended up playing 1 match before they end up getting into grand finals. But with that, though, yay, if you want to get your signups in, IGN.com/IPL if you want to get your signups for qualifier number 4. But with that, we are going into game number 2. Champ Select is up. Gragas and YellowStar being the first ones banned out here for FNATIC. Jace and Diana being taken out for ELOBLADE. And these are very similar bans as he had to game number 1. See if there's any deviation here. Shen still being banned out for FNATIC. And is there going to be just straight up carbon copy here? Fizz was the last ban for ELOBLADE game number 1. So we'll see if there's any change up here. I'm not expecting any.
I mean, we'll see. Yeah.
There we go.
No
Same
change.
bans. Same bands.
There are a couple of really strong champions open, though. FNATIC, they could go with that Ahri still, probably going with the Ezreal with the first pick, though Sona is a possibility, or Nunu. So we'll see if they kind of change their style of play a little bit. But I would expect to probably see that Ezreal pick as the first pick for FNATIC. Just because it is a very comfortable AD for them, even though Graves was really disruptive in the last game.
So it's waiting for the first. Yeah, this is the only thing that has changed here. First pick now going to FNATIC. I don't know, do you think they'd want to secure the Nunu? They didn't have to last time.
It would really be if there's a change of philosophy from game number 1 to game number 2, if they think that the Nunu was that disruptive. But in the jungle, Nunu wasn't really the issue for their team. It was the Skarner pick that really hurt them. FNATIC, they had the Nunu last game, but it wasn't game changing for them. It wasn't able to shut down Skarner, but there you go. So they're gonna go with it anyway.
Secure that Nunu.
It is a very safe pick, and you would normally think that Nunu would shut down Skarner initiation if you can get the Nunu ultimate off, but they were kind of just backing as a team as opposed to Nunu setting and just sitting down and trying to shut down their initiation.
Yeah, I think ELOBLADE may very well go for the same game plan, because Sona and Orianna, these are the same first two picks that they made in game number 1.
And the game was very even entire time.
It really was.
There's not like, any team had this particular weak comp that they just couldn't run with. But we'll see if FNATIC, if they just want to run it back, they could, just go that, down basketball court, just street style. And it's like, we're running it back, but we'll see, where they go here.
Yep.
If they want to pick the Graves to counter him out, so they might actually stick Nunu as a support.
Yep, Nunu was in the jungle last time. If the Maokai pick will indeed happen, we'll see the Maokai in the jungle, look for the Twisted Advance and all the great initiation teamfight control that the tree brings to the team. Nunu support, though, is hopefully see an appropriate AD.
Yeah, probably a more aggressive AD than Ezreal.
Like a Corki.
If they go with a Corki or a Graves with the Nunu. Ezreal does work well with the Nunu, but there you go. So Ezreal can't really take advantage of the Nunu support as well as a Graves can, because Graves, Nunu can just shut down the enemy AD damage, so you want an AD carry that will take advantage of the attack speed and just chase them down and pick up those kills. Now, though, all of a sudden, ELOBLADE, they have the Ezreal Sona lane, and that is a very strong lane. We talked about in game 1 how FNATIC, they might have actually been picking the Ezreal to prevent that Ezreal Sona combo, and also the fact that they really like the Ezreal. But we'll see how ELOBLADE can take advantage of that.
As we mentioned before, Ezreal's part of that trinity. He's very good, a very good bunch of ADs. They're just at top of the top
the
of
holy trinity: Corki, Graves, Ezreal.
It is. Yes, it is. So, but yeah, with the Sona though, that is a lot of poke. That's a lot of damage. You'll be seeing, could be seeing that Sona getting into that brush for a lot of play, getting those Qs off, just to assist that push, just to get that harass on. Now it's a matter of jungle and top lane for ELOBLADE. See who they're considering. They could go for the Aurelia once again. There's the Udyr going in the jungle. It's been a while. You don't see Udyr too much these days.
Yeah, it's interesting. Udyr and Skarner are very similar junglers as far as jungling speed. Udyr has a little bit stronger ganks. His early game is just absolutely incredible. If Udyr can tag you with his E, then you are basically going to die because he has so much follow-up damage with his Phoenix and with his red buff. He will combo well with Orianna. However, it is interesting that they are changing that up from the Skarner pick, considering the Skarner had worked so well. But I think they're kind of concerned because they're seeing what FNATIC's doing, and starting off with the Maokai could get the twisted advantage on the Skarner to shut him down.
Yeah.
But then also, they're changing things up now, and so I think ELOBLADE was expecting a change from the Ahri, and Zyra has that kiting potential. She won't allow those mobility junglers to engage on her. You have that snare to just shut them down, and so they were kind of concerned that Skarner might not get the same initiation opportunities as he had in the previous game.
Yeah.
So the benefit, they can still go with the Aurelia here, and Aurelia would work very well against Yorick, but they have to be concerned that maybe FNATIC is going for a 1v2 swap, and I think that's why ELOBLADE is hesitating right now, because normally Aurelia would be the perfect complement to this combo. They would be like, okay, Udyr, he can run in with his shield, he's going to be very tanky, and everyone's going to focus on him, and then we have the Orianna follow-up, or we have Aurelia come in for the Orianna follow-up. However, if FNATIC does go for that lane swap, they might be at a little bit of a disadvantage, because Aurelia might be shut down a little bit early on, so they go with someone that has the capabilities to more safely 1v2.
Yep, Cho's being considered. Malphite's also open. You can get that Malphite Orianna combo if you really want. But it looks like ELOBLADE will be more than happy to have that Cho, give him a snack. And yes, we do have to talk about the potential 2v1. Just not only with this combo, whenever Yorick is being considered.
Oh, and it's Yorick with the Graves as the AD, since Graves is the strongest pushing AD really in the game. He really works well in a 1v2 because you want to take the tower very early, and that's where the advantages are that you're looking for.
So, and Graves Nunu does a lot of attack speed. There's a lot of innate attack speed, a lot of steroid, so that can be a very, very big push on that lane. Zyra versus Orianna in the mid. That's the potential for a lot of harass on both ends.
Yeah, it's been a very common lane matchup in the past. Orianna is a little bit better at persistent harass. However, Zyra, she just has the charm, or if you hit the snare, then you're done. Like a snare on anyone, Zyra has so much damage, so they can kind of both poke out. So, but ForellenLord will probably play kind of passively just because of how much damage Zyra can front load with that snare. So we'll see how that kind of plays. But they have kind of similar play styles, and I always kind of felt that when Zyra was released, that she was very similar to Orianna, and we're starting to see how popular Orianna was. Because they both have this kind of kiting style where they want to dance around the edge of the fight and then just kind of back off. And as you engage on them, Orianna throws off her QW combo to kite you and get some damage, whereas Zyra throws off the snare. So Zyra has a little bit more burst damage that's not quite as ult reliant, but they both have a similar playstyle. Zyra just has a little bit harder CC and does combo very well with the Maokai.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this recently too, because we've been seeing an increase in Zyra play and a very severe drop in Ryze play. And when you consider someone in the mid, like Ryze, he does have that prism. You do get the snare from Zyra. You have very similar deflection from jungle ganks. You have somewhat similar burst damage, just that Zyra is a little more bursty and a little less tanky.
Yeah, it's interesting, and they are very different champions, play style wise. However, when you do see all of these long range pushing champions, that's kind of always been the big weakness for Ryze, is he can't counter push, and so these long range champions will just poke him down, harass him, and push him into the tower, and that is a big reason why he's kind of dropped off. XPK actually going for movement speed, but he also has a lot of ability power, scaling as the game progresses. But that movement speed, we'll see if he's actually looking for any sort of mobility to roam, or if that's actually just to get in quicker on ForellenLord. So we'll see if ForellenLord has changed things up.
Nope.
He is still running that heavy ability power page, so looking for that harass damage will be very strong to try and counter out that Zyra. So it really is a very intriguing skill matchup. It's just purely comes down to who thinks they're the better player and can take advantage of that.
Let's also take a look at the Cho and the Yorick while we're at it. See the runes on the Cho. So you got the movement speed, a little bit of attack speed, also 0.21.9, gonna be a very tanky
That's
Cho.
Interesting. Those are like jungling Cho
kind of
runes and masteries.
This is a little bit, yeah. Huh. And let's take a quick look at the Yorick.
But Cho doesn't really need a lot of anything. So he goes with the defensive end. Yorick going with the physical damage. Doesn't have mana regen like you might expect if he was going for the 1v2. He might go for a little bit more mana regen early on. But he does have defense. And usually Cho actually doesn't get off a lot of harass. So going with the armor might indicate that he's going with that 1v2 situation. Because Cho's harass damage is actually, it's kind of weak. He can try and zone you off of minions with his auto attacks, but for the most part, you really don't need that much defense to play against Cho. So we'll see whether or not that's what he's expecting. Both of them, they do go with that teleport, so both are looking for that mobility and need that quick lane swapping, but also help with the team.
Yeah, otherwise, Cho, for the most part, he's just going to yell at you. In the off chance he does hit you with a rupture, then he can follow up with a little bit something more. But yeah, the harass from there. Nothing too big to deal with here. Also notice Zyra and Graves, both going for summoner heal.
Yeah, so that will help protect them a little bit. Zyra doesn't really need the damage from the ignite, though it would probably throw her over the edge to just make sure she could kill Orianna. But it's interesting. So, like we were saying, Orianna has more persistent harass and is going to try and lower Zyra to low health over time. So Zyra can counter that off with a heal because Orianna's damage is actually not very high. However, Orianna does have the advantage of Zyra has the advantage of already having a lot of burst damage, and they will try and take advantage of that. So Zyra knows she has enough damage to beat Orianna without the matchup, so she's not really that concerned about the losing the ignite. But the heal, if she heals, then Orianna probably doesn't have enough to kill her. So yeah, we'll see how that kind of factors in.
Not to mention, once you start hitting into the mid games, hitting into the late game, people, remember, Summoner Heal does still scalable level, is very annoying to deal with in the heat of many team fights. And there's two of them. You're not going to be seeing them used back to back. You're going to be seeing them used in sequence team fight after team fight because there is that heal reduction right after you use it.
Yeah, I couldn't remember how long that lasts or how significant that is.
It's significant and long enough to deal with that you're not going to do it twice in one team fight.
Yeah, so we'll see how FNATIC can try and turn this around and where they're going to be looking to go with the lane's standard items. So no giveaway there. But
actually, no, you still have the stock up full on wards on Sona, no Fairy Charm.
Yeah, so, again, that will protect against an aggressive jungler like Maokai, or if she's planning on sitting in lane for a long time. But all of a sudden, FNATIC, they're actually moving out. They will catch out ForellenLord. If they can get the snare from Maokai, he does actually get it after the flash from ForellenLord. So just barely not enough damage, but ForellenLord does have to back off. He did lose the flash, whereas FNATIC, they didn't lose any summoners. And so now that's a flashless Orianna versus Zyra and Maokai in the mid lane.
And a Maokai, a jungling Maokai who went for Twisted Advance first. That is actually a huge, huge misstep for Cyanide and FNATIC. If you're going to be going for Twisted Advance first on a jungle Maokai, you need your kill to make sure you don't fall behind. Now he's not going to have any saplings. Now he's going to need a lot of help just to get his level 2.
If he gets the level 2 from the blue, it won't matter. He's going to be safe. However, it is kind of a key for ELOBLADE to pressure that blue, and they are all moving in there because they recognize if he can't get that blue buff and get that quick level 2, he's going to be in a really slow situation. And Udyr already has a serious jungling advantage over Maokai with jungling speed. So, we'll see how that progresses. But they are going to give him some help. It seems like they're going to sit back for the red, though, because they saw that Sona warded here, and they saw the Cho rupture, so I think they're a little bit concerned themselves that they might face some pressure up at that blue.
Cyanide will grab the Wraiths with a little bit of help from Zyra, but the blue buff on FNATIC side is mutually warded. Ping's going down up into the tri-brush near top lane, so FNATIC, they have an idea.
Oh, they're going for it.
They are going for it, so is that 55-second time when the buffs do spawn. ELOBLADE, they're going.
It is a 4v3 though.
It is a 4v3. You got Yorick. He is scouting out ahead. The orb not going to be getting the harass. Looking for more damage. Kottenx will be caught in a Twisted Advance. Does flash out of there, but XPK with the auto attack harass will be more than enough. First blood going to Zyra. The blue buff was also stolen by Cyanide, so actually it's a good, pretty good situation for FNATIC. They may also pick up ForellenLord here. Also, the Raise the Ghouls, another kill for XPK in the mid. Put so far behind. Kerp does have to flash into the base and is actually going to be teleporting out to the top lane just to get the safety.
Yeah, but huge early advantages for FNATIC, and a number of summoners are blown, but Cyanide, he was able to outsmite Udyr, which gave him the level advantage in that fight. So that was really big, to have that quick turnaround. Then they were able to chase them down since it was a 4v3, and FNATIC, they wanted to force it because they knew they couldn't set Maokai that far behind. Now they have a 2-level advantage in this top lane, and he has a mana pot as well, so he's going to spam down Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath without any mana will struggle. Now Cho'Gath, he does have a lot of great regen up at the minions and will be very strong versus Yorick, generally speaking, but once you wear Cho'Gath down where he doesn't have the mana to spam, or if you can take off a little bit of his health, then he can't be comfortable enough in order to get up to last hit the minions, and so he doesn't get that passive advantage. So we'll see how that factors in. Yorick, though, is very strong, and Zyra starting off 2-0. Once XPK goes back for those first items, he's going to be able to put on a lot of pressure on ForellenLord.
And Yorick has already backed. What is he buying for himself? Meki Pendant, looking for that tier. So he's going to be looking for a Manamune build. Heading on up, but now he just wants the extra mana regen, wants to be able to get the harass down onto Kerp. Kerp has successfully started to spring back. He is level 3 himself, but he's got a long way to go to still try and catch up, because there are still 2 assists onto the Yorick. He got a little bit extra something from those first 2 kills. Also, how much gold does XPK have, actually? Because that was just so much. He's got 1,200. He's not too far. He can just go back on his first back, like, before the 5-minute mark and grab a needlessly large rod if he really wants to.
Yeah, or he could grab a quick chalice for that spam ability. Any number of options. He might decide to go for a quick spell pen boots and use that movement speed advantage to try and chase down ForellenLord and try and see if he can snowball the lane. But Maokai is coming in, and if they can get the twisted advance, follow it up with the snare. XPK is chasing him down, so ForellenLord sees it with his ball and will back up. He recognizes that XPK is trying to zone him here.
You also got Udyr still looking to farm up, looking to catch up, chicken to wolves at the moment, but now Maokai, he knows that there's not going to be an opportunity in mid, so wander on top. Might as well try and put Kerp a little bit further behind. And look at Yorick. sOAZ, he's been successfully stalling the lane, freezing it over on his end of the river. So now Kerp has no option but to retreat back into the jungle, try and grab some of the neutral creeps, and just try and keep up with farm. Udyr on the side of the mid lane. XPK very wisely hugging the left side, but he's ducking in and out. Udyr's waiting for his one, but here comes Maokai. Cyanide. Is he going to make his way into the river? No, he will not. He will just fall back.
Yeah, but ForellenLord right now has been playing pretty passively against XPK for the most part, because he's fearing that quick burst damage that Zyra has, but he will be fairly safe. He does have the range, to farm with his Q. The only issue is his mana pool isn't large enough early on, so if XPK is pretty aggressive about pushing him into the tower, then he could quickly wear down ForellenLord. So we'll see, how that factors in. It is just 2 minutes, or actually I guess it's like 3 minutes, because Udyr had a late blue before they can try and get that blue onto ForellenLord. But in the meantime, he seems like he's fairly safe.
The positioning of that other seed, too, like just out of tower range, just to still get the harass. ELOBLADE, they do not know, that top ward is right in there in the bush, so Kottenx will get spotted out. He will actually meander on up to the top rush. I'm pretty sure that he's not going to be fooling anyone on FNATIC. They're like, yeah, we get it. We're still there. I'm not going to be pushing out too far anyway. Kerp getting harassed by the ghouls cannot do too much.
I think Kerp's kind of trying to bait it in, so he's trying to be aggressive about farming, make sure he can get as much farm as he can. But sOAZ does recognize he's up there, so he wears down Kerp fairly easily. He takes the free damage because Kerp doesn't want to be too aggressive and scare him back. But for the most part, Udyr was waiting for that counter gank, waiting for Maokai, because Kerp was pushed up to the tower and was low. They were maybe thinking they could bait in Maokai gank and then turn it around with Cho'Gath, but they will be fairly safe to back off there. Bot lane has been fairly safe for them, but right now, ELOBLADE, they have been aggressively pushing them into the tower to try and deny some farm on Graves.
And FNATIC, knowing that the Udyr was top lane, Maokai swooping on in, stole the big blue wraith, and just got out of there. So, good notion. I know where the enemy junglers go straight in for a quick counter gank. And Maokai now also covering for top lane, because it looks like Yorick's actually going to go back. What he's going to buy, he's going to finish that tier, return to the top lane. Now he's going to have huge mana regen. It's just going to keep stacking as the game goes on. ForellenLord sticking to it in the mid. How's his farm doing? 38 to 53, still somewhat behind the Zyra.
And Zyra actually did go for that fast chalice along with the cages pick to take advantage of that early gold. So they both have this the chalice. That's really big for Orianna to be able to go back and buy that chalice. But still a slight farm advantage, going in favor of Zyra.
Yeah, and when you have a GP10 being built on the mid lane, or really any lane that's already winning severely in terms of farm, that's just going to keep you. That's going to ensure that you stay ahead as you start going into the mid game and you start going into the late game in terms of income, because you're already behind. It's going to be a monumental task just to catch up and farm. If Orianna can somehow grab 2 kills before XPK gets any more, there's a chance to spring back, but there is still that constant gold coming from that pick.
Yeah, and we'll see if he goes for a fast DFG to just get that quick burst potential and just really try and snowball this game with that early advantage. Right now, ForellenLord should be pretty safe, and this is going to be, the testament to how strong of an Orianna player he is, and just player in general, to come back from a 2-0 deficit in lane, which is such a massive advantage for Zyra, but Orianna does have the range to try and farm against it.
But ForellenLord was behind game number 1. Nothing new here. He's still going to be behind game number 2. And we saw how game number 1 worked out so well for ELOBLADE. ForellenLord was still relevant in the later fights. So only time will tell. And he's doing a good job. He's not just giving away meaningless deaths here just in the farming phase.
Yeah, so he has been playing fairly safely. Sona and Ezreal are getting some nice damage into Wulino, but for a nice little farm advantage on Ezreal, primarily because of them pushing into the tower, but he seems to be fairly comfortable. And sOAZ, despite the early advantages, Kerp's been able to turn that around. So, he's not really falling that much further behind, Yorick. Yorick does have a 20 CS advantage right now, so he has the lead, but Kerp does seem confident enough to be able to farm at those minions.
And Kerp also has the Philo Stone, too. He can stay in the lane a little bit longer than expected. When you're behind, GP10s are also great if your enemy has not bought one yet, and as you see now, York did go for the tier first. So that's going to give a little bit of an opportunity for Kerp to catch up, give him regen, is going to allow him to stay in lane, and granted you do have all of this extra sustain on York also. He has his mana regen now, he's got the innate regen coming in from his E. So it's just going to be a battle of attrition here in the top.
Yeah, and sOAZ has been trying to zone Kerp a little bit, and is able to do that a little bit. So we'll see if that kind of continues. They are looking for some aggression in the bottom lane as Maokai's running up the lane. If he can get the twisted advance onto Metalx, but there's the Sona ultimate to get him out of there, so they will back off and will be safe once again.
There's actually I don't think there's actually any vision on the Maokai, so I think that was just a nice added bonus onto that Sona ult also. And Ezreal coming in through the true shot barrage, like, oh man, there was a tree there. I'm really glad we got out of that one.
Yeah, so I think they saw him because he wasn't in the bush. He was just running up the lane.
He was running up
it was
in the
very
lane
close
into the bush as they were exiting.
Yeah, so, they will be pretty safe here, but Cyanide, they do spot him. He is trying to pressure this bottom once again. He could go for the flash twisted advance probably, but there's really no need to because of how low the mana is on Graves, so they won't be able to pressure that.
Kerp got immensely chunked out top lane. He's going to be forced to back. He just cannot handle the pressure coming in from all of those ghouls. What will he buy, though? Picking up the Heart of Gold, looking to stack his second GP10, looking to keep the income up there in top lane, despite being a little bit farmed up, but has not yet given up a kill, so good on him.
Yeah, it will be tough for Yorick to get kills, though. Even though Yorick is able to take Kerp fairly low, Cho'Gath can disengage with the Rupture, but then there's also the fact that Yorick doesn't have an Ignite, which will make it difficult for him to follow up that pressure for any kills. But he has been able to wear down Kerp very aggressively, and Kerp is starting to actually struggle in that lane. So
he's going to need armor, like, really soon.
Yeah, and it can be kind of difficult because there is a mix of both armor and magic damage, or physical and magic damage on Yorick, because his actual ghouls are magic damage, but he does a lot of physical damage himself, and the follow-up attacks are physical damage from the ghouls. Yeah. So generally speaking, you'll get armor, but it's kind of difficult to itemize against.
But here's the thing, though, Yorick is now also looking to itemize into the Brutalizer, so for the extra cooldowns and the armor pen. So you just throw down the magic and just walk up with the Q for a whole bunch of extra physical damage. It's gonna be rough. I wouldn't think this situation might not be too far out there to have Kerp building something like an Aegis, get a little bit of everything,
Yeah, I mean, that will be very strong for his team later on. and it is a fairly gold efficient item. Just usually, he'll want to go for pure, items like cloth armor and not exactly finish it yet. But yeah, he could finish it a little bit later. But I don't know, he's just being chased out of lane. Generally speaking, the best counter to Yorick is to just have lots of health regen, and that's what Cho'Gath has. He has plenty of health regen. He can't get into the lane for it because of the early advantages for Yorick. And actually, ELOBLADE now, they're coming down for this dragon, and there's no really great ward coverage. They will spot out Orianna with the sapling here, but it's going to be too late. They will pick this up for a nice to catch up in this game a little bit.
Yep. Quick steal on the dragon. No one from FNATIC even gonna bother to come on up, check on the dragon. Like, we already know it's gone. We're gonna assume it's gone. Just go back to lane. Go back to your standard fare. XPK staying in the mid. You also got Wu continuing the farm down bot lane. How is he doing versus the Ezreal? Not too hot actually. He's about 20 creeps behind. In addition to all the gold that the dragon just gave to all of ELOBLADE.
Yeah, and Graves actually itemizing into the Greaves and also the Doran's Blade, which is very strong early on, and he will have the movement speed to move in and out of lane to farm. However, he will be vulnerable to the damage that Metalx has because he has both the Phage and the BF sword, which allows him to that chasing potential, but also really strong harass. And Graves actually won't finish a BF sword for another 5 minutes or so. So that's a 5-minute time period that Ezreal could potentially wear him down a little bit.
Actually, let's take a quick look at the gold totals too. We'll see how far. So Graves, he's about 300 gold behind, so it's not going to be too far out. But then again, this is all this time that Ezreal has had the BF sword and Graves has not. So, and even then, when Graves goes back to buy, he's going to be going back to buy while he's still relatively healthy. So it's going to be more time for Metalx to get more farm, push the lane, and even make attempts on if Enraid decides to stay. But it looks like now, grabbing the small golems, killing some time, and then going to be going back and grabbing that BF sword pretty soon.
And both junglers, once again, going for the oracles early on. So, Maokai tends to go for it so that he can continue pressuring lanes, because Maokai, you just want to gank constantly. That's when you're going to be the most successful. But Udyr's going for it to prevent some of that map control, and they might actually dive this top tower. It's going to be close to the sea if they have enough damage to take down Kerp, though. And actually, Dark Death sOAZ is tanking it for a second, along with that Maokai ultimate. He is getting fairly low, but they drop Kerp very, very quickly. Cyanide actually taking the turret for a little bit, but one last goal, and they're able to pick up that kill.
Ezreal ult coming on up is going to be a little bit too late. You got Udyr going to be coming to the lane in the meantime. But yeah, very nice kill, very nice engage there in the top lane. Orianna looking to farm the Wraiths, going to be entering back in the lane. Did finish the Athenes. Zyra got a nice little click. Actually has not finished hers yet. You did buy that lucky pick earlier, so it did put you a little bit more behind from finishing off that nice juke on the roots. XPK not getting any off that, but both of the mids, they do have their blue buff. They're going to be sticking around for a little while longer.
And ForellenLord has, he's almost even with XPK in this lane in farm, despite XPK's early advantages and the constant threat of just instantly dying against Zyra. And that cooldown reduction in mana is exactly what Orianna needs, because your Q drops down to like a 3-second attack. They do get the exhaust on the Metalx, though. There's the Sona ultimate to get him out of there. So they see Maokai as he walks past the minions, and will be able to retreat.
Yep, and also in the mid, this is the worry of buying a GP10 item, because you're setting back a little bit of your build. Nice orb from Orianna onto Zyra in the mid. Gonna keep her behind a little bit, but will not connect with the kill or any more damage. But yeah, because you bought the lucky pick earlier, that's delayed your Athenes. Now Orianna has it for a while you don't.
I actually think that was a really smart play from Orianna to get herself out of there, but Udyr is coming in, and there's the rupture from Cho to pick up sOAZ, and they will have the red buff, so Kottenx has plenty of damage. There is the flash for sOAZ, so he can try and get out of there. He gets the slow and will try and flash. There it is, missing the rupture, so he will be safe, but it does put a little bit of pressure back. So ForellenLord in that fight situation, he hasn't been using his ultimate for a long time, but he's saving his ultimate for when he gets caught by Zyra's snare, and so he knew he was caught, and so by disabling Zyra, it prevented Zyra from getting any quick damage off the snare, so it really protected him and was a really quick heads-up play.
Zyra now finished with the Athenes, will be coming on back into lane with that. But it looks like is ForellenLord going to be backing? It looks like he is, at the very least, is going to double on back and grab the wolves. And very good on ForellenLord, because he's doubling on back, taking the neutral creeps when they're made available. Kottenx is going to be camping up top lane, so you might as well just take out the neutral creeps while he is occupied. Once again, the bear stance on to sOAZ, but York's going to be a little bit more slippery this time around. And bot tier 1 has actually fallen to the graves.
Yeah, the pushing potential for Graves is very strong, particularly once they leave the lane. They can just clear a minion wave very quickly, and with Nunu, drop the tower fairly quickly, despite the early advantages that Ezreal and Sona have had in that lane. So we'll see how they progress. Ezreal actually going with the Bloodthirster, and then he can transition into the Triforce, which is a pretty standard build, but allows him to keep the pressure. And actually, Graves has gone with the Bloodthirster as well, so that he doesn't, fall that far behind. The regen will be nice in that lane as well.
That is a fresh Bloodthirster, so no Sixx going to have to take some time to build that thing up. You got Kerp actually going for the Shroud. Going to be going into the Frozen Heart later on in, so a little bit extra cooldown reduction, and that Frozen Heart is going to be vital as you start hitting into the mid game, when you start hitting the team fight phase, because Graves, he needs a little less attack speed, I think.
Yeah, it's the damage or the attack speed will help against him, considering they have the Nunu, and it allows him to tank in the front line. He just needs quick gold efficient items so that he can be that frontline tank. Along with the shields that Orianna provides and whatnot. So we'll see, what he can pick up. One of the big weaknesses with Cho and why he's kind of fallen out of play for a long time is that your damage is so reliant on hitting your Rupture and your Silence. And if you miss your Rupture in a fight, you miss out on a lot of that team fighting potential. Cyanide is chasing down Kottenx, though. Willino is here as well, but he will back off along with Orianna and will be fairly safe there. But, Cho is just a natural tanky body, but if you miss the Rupture, you miss out on, you're just like kind of there. You don't really do a whole lot. So we'll see, how he can build and try and accommodate for that.
FNATIC in the pit right as the dragon respawns. They should be taking that up very quickly. Oracle's also still on the side. Kerp, though, in the meantime, taking the top tier 1 and continuing the push. So tower for a dragon, it's not too bad of a trade, but looks like York going to be returning back up to the top lane and get some harass down onto Cho. And there's a potential for a massive push here from FNATIC in the mid. You got 3 champs plus a Maokai playing guard, so as going to be scaring off Kerp there from the top lane. But it looks like Kerp's going to get some scouting done. Is that a ward? That is a ward over by enemy blue buff.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can pick anyone off. XPK jumping in, trying to get the charm, but will have to back off. He's actually in a really dangerous spot because Kottenx flashing as he's pinched up against the wall. He will be able to get out of there, but there's the Sona ultimate. They did miss XPK, but there's the Orianna ultimate trying to get down to XPK. He is very low and will go down. ForellenLord, along with Cho, is able to pick that up, and they will back off.
Leo's very low. Cotton is very low, but they do manage to get out. They will be fine. Ward's going to be spotting them down in the South River, but there's not enough time to go down there and connect with that. And even meantime, Metalx also getting some free damage down onto the bot tier 1 and should be able to take that one also.
Yeah, so they need a little bit of that counter push to protect themselves. They can't allow these early gold leads for FNATIC. It is a just over 2K gold lead right now at 29 to 26.5, and they are pressuring them some. But I don't know, we'll see how YellowBlade can turn it around. They do get that bottom turret, so that equalizes that bottom lane. But the pressure that Zyra can put on coming in the mid game along with Maokai to just pick off one member in a fight can be so devastating. And it's the Maokai and Nunu combo completely protects Graves. It's going to be very difficult for YellowBlade to put any pressure on Graves, and that's going to make things dangerous for them. The fact that Graves is going to be so powerful and they have no way of stopping him.
But you do still have the Sona ult, so you can get that initiation. And ForellenLord, we've seen him before be relatively on point with the ultimates. You don't have to necessarily get Graves to start. If you can start off the fight and then transition over to try and penetrate Graves on the back line, but it's going to take quite a bit to get there. Hopefully Kerp will be able to get the choice silences he needs to help clear the way, because silence against it is all ability based to get that CC on. Silence could be huge here.
Yeah, and both Cho and Udyr are anti-carries, so they'll try and chase down Graves a little bit, but it's just going to be difficult with the kiting potential that Nunu and Maokai give him, along with Zyra. So they're going to be able to constantly kite in fights and avoid some of that frontline damage from YellowBlade.
You got Leofromkorea getting very aggressive, and the teleport on the side from Kerp, looking to take out XPK. His flash is not up, will fall immediately, does manage to get the ult after death looking for a little bit extra damage too after he dies. Looks to choose to hit the Metalx. You got Maokai with the ult onto the Ezreal as he's flashing away, and Metalx will go down. Kottenx is still here, and everyone's trapping, trying to get the Yorick under wraps. Orb going into the bush, and FNATIC is split here. ELOBLADE may choose to continue on with the push. Orb out in front on the Kerp. You got Nunu looking for the Blood Boil on the Yorick to help him get out of there, and a Sapling just to get extra vision. They could go from behind on the tower in tier 1 to go and you try and get this kill on the Yorick, or you just return back to lane, continue on with the push. That's a safer route.
Yeah, so it was a fairly even exchange, but ELOBLADE starting off, picking off XPK was absolutely huge for them, because Orianna, if XPK is down, then Orianna is one of the strongest champions at winning long, slow fights because of her poking potential and kiting in and out. Sona gets the ultimate, and Kottenx coming from behind. They pick up the quick kill onto Yorick, but the Ghoul, and along with Graves, they will pick up the kill onto Kottenx, and actually Willino gets the red buff. If he can get in range for Kerp, then they will be able to chase him down, but he just barely gets out of there.
Yeah, you saw the it seemed like he just didn't even die there for a second. It's like he just went down so quick. It's like, did he actually die? Is he still around? He got the ult off just in time, but yeah, I think it was more of a panic measure. It's like, oh my god, I'm dying, I should ult myself.
And he is going for that, standard kind of Joe build that Hotshot actually started with the Wit's End and the Frozen Heart. So he will be very strong as an anti-carry. It gives him a little bit more damage on his auto attacks, so that you're not with the Wit's End, so you're not quite as reliant on hitting your abilities, and you can chase people down. So we'll see how that factors in. But Zyra does go for that DFG, so the frontline burst is definitely there. To try and take members down. And then as a whole, they are, FNATIC is fairly tanky in order to protect for Graves in the backline.
So there's been a constant 2K lead that FNATIC has been able to hold for these past few minutes, but as these fights are going on, I could see ELOBLADE starting to just slowly but surely bring it back up if they continue to catch members out off guard and without their summoners, like we saw XPK in the side river earlier. Dragon should be coming back up in just a little bit, so that's another objective for everyone to press. And we're starting to hit into mid-game, so we're starting to see attempts and ward coverage up around the Baron area, and you see that the Maokai actually did get a ward inside the pit, just for, or actually outside, right on the edge. Actually, a ward in the pit.
Inside and sapling out.
Yeah, ward inside, sapling outside, wants to get in, he wants to be warm, he wants to be next to that Baron, but he will not be getting that. Kerp meandering on up, we'll see that sapling going to be taking care of that one, but there is still a ward in the pit to deal with. Leo does, fortunately enough, have an Oracles, but in the meantime, let's dance.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
But,
I love that.
They will back off, and the key for ELOBLADE is trying to pick off either XPK or Willino, and if they can grab either of them, then they'll be able to, then force a fight along with the mobility that Orianna and Sona give them, and try and chase them down and win a fight. But the kiting potential is very strong, and FNATIC, they're actually going for the Baron, and with the kill potential that Zyra has, they can drop it very quickly. But ELOBLADE, they recognize what's going on. They will be here to defend it.
Rupture in the pit keeps FNATIC away from that one. Kerp does have the feast. Is a smite up for Kottenx? Yes, it is. So FNATIC still looking to get aggressive on this. If they re-enter the pit, there's plenty of options for ELOBLADE to attempt the steal, but for now, everyone's transitioned back into the mid. Full 5 on push. You got the Dragon is back up, so Kottenx going to be taking care of that just on his own, while everyone else is playing distraction here in mid. Still pressing up against that tier 1. ForellenLord looking for the poke on the orb whenever he can get it. And he's actually doing a pretty good job. Rupture also in the backline. XPK taking a little bit of damage. But now you see Nunu has realized they're doing the Dragon right now. I'm fighting off against this Udyr. I need a little bit of help. So everyone is now rushing, making their way down. The speed buff from Sona coming on in. ELOBLADE's going to be right there in front of the pit. They should be able to take it, and they do.
Yeah, so they grab that very quickly, but Metalx taking a lot of damage, and they are in retreat. Actually, Maokai getting in and will shut down Udyr, but there's a lot of damage. Willino goes down almost instantly to ForellenLord, so the Nunu ultimate right in the middle, but they're missing their AD carry, and if Metalx can keep himself alive, they will be very safe. He kites out Cyanide, and they will be able to chase down both sOAZ and XPK now. So incredible fight for ELOBLADE, wow. And it all started with picking off Graves.
Oh, and a flash from XPK to evade the Rupture. That was the best you could possibly do in that situation. That is 4 for free plus a Dragon for ELOBLADE. That's essentially 6 kills worth of gold, and with that they have retaken the gold lead here in addition to that mid tier 1, and the push is going to continue. They could actually take out the tier 2 also.
Yeah, they will be able to grab that fairly easily, while Udyr actually probably can take this tier 2 down bot. It actually will be very low, but he is going to back off because they need to be ready to defend this Baron. Because right now, if XPK can come in and stop some of them from recalling, they could maybe force the Baron. He is not going to go for it, but he has the saplings. He can try and start throwing them down anyway so that they can try and drop it really quickly. Actually, Cho teleports in, so immediately he wants to make sure that he is there to defend it and not allow this fast Baron.
And FNATIC engaging once again. There is the orb causing havoc in the pit. Baron is about half health at the moment. Maokai ult being thrown down just to prevent what will be quite a bit of damage. Ezreal ult coming, or Kerp, he wants to steal. Can he feast it down? He gets it. He does get the steal with the feast, but Metalx and Kerp will sacrifice himself, but for a pretty good job to grab that Baron for the rest of the team. ForellenLord does take care of Cyan and Kottenx right out in front. He wants to stun. He is a bear turtling out, looking to tank all of the damage. Healing time for the rest of the team to come on in. You do have the Baron buff. Nice successful steal. You will be remembered, Cho'Gath, for your valor.
Yeah, so really nice job, and that's huge for ELOBLADE, because the kiting and poke from FNATIC with that Baron regen would have been pretty devastating, but now they'll be able to hold off. They have a 4K gold advantage now, and it was almost a dead even game, but just pulling ahead of FNATIC, despite the fact that FNATIC, they had the really early lead, they've been able to bring themselves back, and look at that, 306 CS for ForellenLord compared to the 273 for XPK. So both of them are, really farming the Storm this game, but ForellenLord just slightly ahead, even with those early disadvantages.
100 creeps every 10 minutes, man. That's a pretty good goal to set for yourself. Even better than some Mordekaisers, I would think. But with the Baron buff now, Kerp is back. He's coming out of retirement. He did have that death, but that Baron steal was just so absolutely choice. The push will continue in all 3 lanes. Kerp will be rejoining everyone in mid. Kottenx doing a pretty good job pushing the wave, getting that shoved down in bot. And now it seems like FNATIC is a little bit scattered. They're not quite sure where they should defend, where they should be. You got Cyanide down bot lane looking to get that push. Everyone else is sticking around in mid. They're playing very defensive at the tower. And ELOBLADE, they can just shove around for the next few minutes here.
Yeah, so actually ELOBLADE pushing into them, it will be kind of difficult because of the poke that XPK has in the wave clearing for them to poke down the actual base turrets. So they'll probably want to transition bot or top, but probably bot, and try and push in there. But we'll see, what they try and do.
Kerp is tanky enough. He can just tank out a tower if given the opportunity.
That's true. That is one of the strengths of Cho'Gath, is that late game.
Cyanide, what are you
can
doing?
get the shield from Orianna and just walk up and tank the turret some. But that would be very dangerous against FNATIC's lineup, because he would get snared underneath the turret. They could wear him down fairly quickly.
Cyanide was on the side there. I can get what he was going for. He wanted to try for a twisted advance while ELOBLADE is pushing on in, but I think he realized that how bad of a play that would be, especially with so much damage coming from ELOBLADE. He can just hey, I'm a target, I'm a tree, take me out. Metalx getting whatever poke he can onto that mid tier 3. Kerp running interference, soaking up a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be too much. Shield onto Kottenx. Running back and forth in circles, looking for free damage, and Shroud is being popped for that retreat, waiting for the next minion wave. And here comes in Metalx. A few free shots on that tower, and the seeds are continuing to drop for Zyra, doing whatever he can. But look at XPK's mana, though. You cannot keep this up forever. You'll eventually run out. There's the Orianna orb, a double kill just on the orb. Sona ult keeping Yorick dancing. There goes the Zyra ult, going to get a pop-up on 2 members of ELOBLADE, but Dark Death, you got sOAZ. He will be going down. The ghoul will not be doing much in the afterlife. Well, you do get the Sona kill, but the damage has already been done here. Kerp will just tank out this tower to tier 3, and mid will fall, followed by the inhib. XPK still very low on mana, is only about half, looking for more damage, but the inhib is now gone. ELOBLADE taking that one.
And like you said, they are just too tanky right now. They can just push themselves in and tank those turrets. As they harass them down, they are going for the Nexus turrets, and there is a very short period of time until the rest of them are back. Wilino trying to get some harass damage onto Kottenx, but he's tanked it well enough, and they are all very low. There's the snare onto Kerp, but they will back off, and ForellenLord abusing them, forcing them out of there. Cyanide gets the ultimate, and Kerp does go down, but there it is. The Nexus goes down, and ELOBLADE takes the game. They take the series 2-0 over FNATIC. I just want to look back real quick at ForellenLord when he made that beautiful double kill.
That
because
orb. It's a slow-mo that's... Oh, the
one
damage!
More time.
The
they're
damage
just wearing them down.
Does.
And with the regen from the Baron buff, they can tank that turret all day as they poke in on them.
Look at how much damage ForellenLord just does on 2 shots. Attack, slow, boom. Wow.
Yeah, and then the Sona coming in, they get the follow-up, but as a whole, they were just far too tanky, for FNATIC at that point in time. Yep. They were able to easily, push in on them. And that was really the strength of the Cho and the Udyr in their team, is that they had that front line that they could kind of sit behind, and they weren't. I was kind of concerned that FNATIC might prove difficult if they could get Graves going, but Graves never really had the damage to take down those frontline tanks like he would like to.
Kerp got way too tanky. Kottenx, but that's the strength of the Udyr. That's why you picked the Udyr. When you want someone to run interference, when you need someone to soak, accept no substitutes to a man who wants to be a turtle. There goes the Nexus once again. ELOBLADE, team number 3 in the EU, now qualified for IPL5. We will be seeing them at the live show.
Yeah, so really impressive game. We'll see if we can get these stats going.
I hope we can get those stats, because I want some numbers.
Yeah, we can check out some of that stuff. The farm on ForellenLord in particular. But really impressive play. And ELOBLADE, they are a very new team, but everyone knew how strong Alternate was as a team before ELOBLADE, and just mixing with Teamless, they've become that much stronger. I don't think we're going to get these stats, unfortunately. That's a shame.
Damn.
But again, really, really impressive play. ForellenLord in particular in the mid lane with that Orianna play. He was super farmed in both games, but he was able to kite very effectively for his team, and everything worked together. They all, had a really nice synergy in team fights to not allow any advantages for FNATIC.
Beautiful, beautiful play. So ELOBLADE will now be joining CURSE.EU and M5 as the European representation. IPL5 still need one more team from EU to join them. Qualifier number 4 will be starting on Tuesday. If you have not signed up, be sure to do so.
Neither SK or FNATIC have gotten in yet.
No,
so,
there's a lot of teams that SK hasn't gotten in, FNATIC hasn't gotten in.
Those are the 2 big ones.
Those are the 2 big ones, but there are still plenty of others that have shown a lot of promise. Megashock now is WINFAKT. They haven't. They've performed very well. Acer Poland, they've performed very well, but haven't gotten in either. Anything could happen. There's still one more online. Plus, you have the live qualifier coming up also. But one more online. This is your last chance. IGN.com/IPL if you want to get on that.
Yeah. So thanks again for watching ELOBLADE. Congratulations on the EU qualifiers. We do have our NA semifinals this evening, and then I believe we're going to have
potential final. We don't know yet.
Well, I said semifinals.
Well, semifinal, potential final after it.
Right. So we're going to throw up a rebroadcast. We're actually going to throw up game number 2 of CLG versus Invictus Gaming from yesterday. If you didn't check it out, it was an incredible game.
It's pretty good.
So we'll throw up the rest of that set, and you can take a look at that. Then we're going to throw up the this series afterwards. So if you missed the beginning of it, you can keep a tune. But otherwise, go to IGN.com/IPL5. Check out tickets.
And in 5 hours, come on back, IG versus Monoferris for the NA qualifiers.